Chapter 342. Why are good people pointed at with wands? Harry and Sherlock had known each other for 3 years, 3 years during which Harry had come to trust Sherlock's brilliance. No matter how impossible a situation seemed, he believed Sherlock would find a way out. So when Sherlock whispered, "We must fight magic with magic," Harry admitted he didn't fully understand. Still, he looked at his friend with hopeful eyes, waiting for an explanation. By then, they had already made their way back into the Great Hall. Before Sherlock could respond, a cluster of classmates swept in around them, their voices full of urgent questions. There was good reason for the commotion. With only 3 days left until the start of the holidays and barely any lessons on the schedule, rumors were already flying. The real cause for concern, however, was that Professor McGonagall, renowned for her strictness, had summoned Harry and Sherlock immediately after breakfast. Naturally, everyone wanted to know why. Hermione and Ron, who'd accompanied Sherlock and Harry to Professor McGonagall's office yesterday, already knew the full story. There's a saying that those caught up in an event are bewildered by it, while outsiders see everything clearly. Harry had been brimming with hope, convinced McGonagall would bring good news. But the instant he caught sight of Hermione and Ron's expressions, he realized something had gone terribly wrong. Now that they'd returned and he'd filled them in on the details, their worst fears were confirmed. "Outrageous!" Ron burst out, his face flushed with anger. "How can they be so blind? Harry's standing right here, alive, and they still won't accept the truth. They're even worse than the Ministry." At his outcry, every head in the room turned toward him. Ron paused, realizing how awkward his words had sounded, and hurried to clarify himself. "I mean, someone like me, who was deceived by Scabbers, by Peter Pettigrew for all those years, can accept this now. If I can, then others should be able to, too." "Keep your voice down," Ginny snapped, elbowing him sharply in the ribs. "Do you want everyone here to hear you?" Cho Chang lifted a hand, her tone calm but insistent as the others turned toward her. "Actually, it might not be impossible. If we can persuade enough people, we could leverage public opinion to force the Ministry of Magic to come clean. I've heard reporters are just itching for a scoop like this." At her words, a spark lit in the room. Cho Chang's reputation for insight was well earned. Yet Hermione frowned, steepling her fingers. "There's a catch. Hardly anyone's ever seen Peter Pettigrew's real face. Even if he stepped out right now, they wouldn't know him. And after 12 years of the Ministry's official story, why would they suddenly believe ours?" The group fell quiet, caught between hope and doubt as the weight of Hermione's question settled over them. Everyone saw Sirius lurking around Gryffindor Tower. Outside this room, who'd ever believe he was set up? And as Professor McGonagall reminded us, not even Dumbledore can twist the Ministry's arm. Ginny's voice trembled with worry. "So, are we just going to sit here until Sirius turns up?" "Not at all." Luna spoke out of nowhere, her pale eyes fixed on Sherlock, but seeming to look through him, like she'd swallowed a vial of Veritaserum. Yet she sounded perfectly at ease. "Sherlock already has a plan. We simply follow his lead." Her words dropped over them like a spell. Silence reigned as everyone turned to Luna, then to Sherlock. Hermione's brow furrowed. What had she missed? Harry and Ron stared too, exchanging puzzled glances. Sherlock offered a slight smile. "Well done, Luna. You've spotted our blind spot." The moment he said it, the trio's eyes widened. They knew that phrase all too well. Harry and Hermione even thought the same thing. "That was my line. I spotted the blind spot first." But Sherlock was right. This time, Luna had beaten them to it. From across the courtyard, Gemma Farley watched Sherlock and Harry jostle through the crow. She shook her head with a sigh and hung back, unwilling to join them. Penelope Clearwater, standing at her side, couldn't resist a little teasing. "You waited all that time," Penelope teased, "and when the moment came, you wouldn't budge. What's the matter? Are you worried about those little girls?" Gemma shot her a faint smile. "Love really does change a person, doesn't it?" She swept a hand through her hair, each movement graceful. "Since you started dating Weasley, you're a completely different girl." Penelope laughed. "Maybe you should worry about yourself first. You're graduating next year, but he'll still have 3 years left here." She nodded toward the tallest figure in the throng. So, no plans to apply for that probationary position Professor McGonagall mentioned? Percy told me she asked about it last week. She thinks very highly of you two as head prefects. Gemma's smile faded to a polite shrug. I already told you. Father expects me to move to Greece and join the magic ore trade there. With that, she turned her chin up and watched the crowd again, as if the whole conversation were nothing more than a passing breeze. Penelope's brow furrowed. But you chose to go to the Dragon Reserve in Romania, she said, bewildered. You've already defied your father once. Why not stay here? I can't see how Romania is an improvement over Hogwarts. At least the Ministry of Magic is still in Britain. Gemma bit her lip, guilt tugging at her conscience. I have my reasons, Penny. I'm really sorry, but I can't talk about them yet. Penelope glanced sidelong toward the gathering crowd, where Sherlock was standing a few yards off. I know, she sighed. It's just I worry about him. Once you're gone, who'll make sure he stays, a gentleman? Gemma's lips curved into an amused smile. My dear Penelope, please don't read your own dramas into other people's lives. Penelope's cheeks flushed, and she stamped her foot lightly. Fine. Yes, I'm shallow. Is that better? My concern is mocked, and I'm made to feel ridiculous. Hey, Gemma said softly, slipping an arm around Penelope's shoulders. You know I don't mean to make fun of you. She leaned closer and whispered something that brought a deeper red to Penelope's face. For a moment, Penelope glared at her friend, then, as if on impulse, leaned forward herself and whispered back. Both of them stood there in the bustling hall, secrets and laughter tangled between them, as Gemma prepared to venture off to face dragons in a land far from home. In the great hall, the two former prefects, both celebrated for their beauty, huddled together in low, animated whispers, creating a striking tableau that drew admiring glances from everyone who passed. At the same moment, Sherlock stood before Hermione and Ron, his gaze intent as he prepared to unpick the mystery that had them all stumped. My dear friends, he began, voice calm but insistent, both of you, and even Professor McGonagall, are operating under a false assumption. Hermione's brow furrowed. Professor McGonagall, mistaken? Exactly, Sherlock said with a slight nod. This case isn't nearly as convoluted as you think. Once we identify the heart of the matter, the solution becomes obvious. Ron leaned forward, eyes bright with eager expectation. Sherlock offered him a sharp, encouraging look, then launched into his explanation at breakneck pace. The Ministry of Magic prides itself on fairness and justice, he declared, yet when confronted with the unvarnished truth, they shrink back in terror. A hush fell over the group as they waited for Sherlock to unfold the reasoning behind his bold claim, and more importantly, how it would lead them to the answers they desperately needed. This is nothing more than a self-preservation tactic by the bureaucracy, an attempt to shield its own interests. In the end, what ought to be impartial justice becomes a tool to protect the powerful instead of serving true fairness. Harry and Ron exchanged uneasy glances. They didn't fully understand Sherlock's point, but he certainly sounded impressive. The rest of the students reacted much the same way, only Hermione and Cho Chang looked genuinely pensive. Sherlock pressed on. As I told Professor McGonagall, bargaining under your opponent's rules is pointless. When Voldemort once reigned over the wizarding world, did anyone see the Ministry observing every letter of the law? I'd bet a galleon that if he ever returned and marched on the Ministry of Magic, all those proceduralists would be too terrified to draw a single breath. The students nodded in reluctant agreement. At the mention of Voldemort, however, Ron, Luna, Ginny, and Cho Chang all visibly flinched. Sherlock ignored the interruption and pressed on. Over the years, Dumbledore's continual concessions have lulled the Ministry, under Fudge's leadership, into believing that he'll always play by their rules, presenting facts and waiting patiently for their approval. In reality, Dumbledore possesses the power to steamroll their objections at any moment. Yet time and again, he confines himself within this self-imposed arena, acting as his own jailer. He fears his own strength, abhors raw power, clings to protocol, and overcorrects because of it. He shook his head, the disapproval plain on his face. Frankly, the Ministry dares to be so brazen now only because Dumbledore is too good a man to stop them. Yes, Harry agreed softly. Professor Dumbledore is unquestionably a good man. Around him, his friends exchanged knowing looks. Sherlock's argument cut straight to the heart of something they'd all sensed but never fully articulated. Within Hogwarts walls, it was Professors McGonagall and Snape who inspired genuine dread. Dumbledore, by contrast, ruled with kindness and wisdom, qualities that bred respect rather than fear. And it was precisely that goodwill that allowed the Ministry to push its luck. Harry stared at Sherlock and Ron. If he hadn't seen the flash of rage on Dumbledore's face when Peter tried to strike him, he might still believe the headmaster was a kindly old man who never lost his temper. "I know Dumbledore is good," Harry said, leaning forward. "But why point a wand at a good person? What kind of logic is that?" Sherlock folded his arms. "If they refuse to reason, you beat them at the one thing they think they're unbeatable at." Ron rolled his eyes. "Honestly, that makes no sense. You'll have to do better than that." Sherlock offered a faint shrug. "I wasn't expecting miracles, only a bit of attention." "Could you be any more cryptic?" Ron shot back. "All right," Sherlock said. "Let's try this. December 25th, 1991. Harry blinked, then his eyes lit up. "The day I got that phone call, and when I asked who it was, you told me it was the most dangerous person I knew." "You remembered," Sherlock said, turning to Harry. Harry's grin grew. "You mean Mycroft, your brother?" At Sherlock's urging, Harry recalled the trip to Diagon Alley just before term started, arranged by Mycroft's connections. Suddenly, everything slotted into place. He still couldn't fathom how a Muggle world government official had managed to sway the Ministry of Magic so completely, enough to summon their own personnel and vehicles to fetch them. "Exactly," Sherlock replied. "Once a bureaucracy realizes that persisting in a mistake costs more than admitting it, it suddenly rediscovers its moral compass." Under the scrutiny of every onlooker, Sherlock allowed himself a small, confident smile. "It won't be long before we see the outcome. After all, these people take the greatest pleasure in beating you at your own game." His friends exchanged uneasy glances. They all knew Sherlock intended to call in his brother Mycroft's help, yet even Hermione and Cho Chang, two of the sharpest minds they knew, felt a ripple of awe at the unseen leverage he clearly wielded. Sherlock simply asked Hermione for parchment and a quill. In a few swift strokes, he wrote 2 sentences, tied the note to Watson's ankle, and handed him off. Mycroft, the Ministry's goldfish, refused to acknowledge Sirius's innocence and insist on a face-to-face showdown with Pettigrew. Apparently, they delight in treating a hero like a criminal. His friends gaped. "That's it?" Hermione exclaimed. "No further details? You haven't even told him what to do." Sherlock shook his head. "If he needs instructions, he'll ask. Otherwise, there's no point in telling him." Luna cocked her head. "It's self-explanatory, then?" "Exactly," Sherlock agreed. All evening, Harry lay awake, imagining the methods Mycroft Holmes would employ to resolve the crisis. He hadn't forgotten that Sherlock's brother possessed an observational and deductive skill even sharper than his own, skills Harry had witnessed firsthand on a previous occasion. Ever since Sherlock had proclaimed his certainty, Harry had no doubt the matter would be settled. He'd long imagined Mycroft's resources as vast and almost mythical, but he never anticipated quite how straightforward, even ruthless, the solution would turn out to be. The next morning, after another vigorous fencing session, Sherlock, Harry, and Neville returned to the Gryffindor common room to find Ron Weasley already awake. An odd sight this early. He was curled up on an armchair, eagerly scanning the front page of a Muggle newspaper. Spotting them, he leapt to his feet as if someone had stepped on Crookshanks's tail. "Sherlock, Harry, Neville, you're just in time," Ron exclaimed, practically thrusting the paper at them. "You've got to see this." Chapter 343, Repaying Evil with Good. How, then, to repay good? Ron passed the Daily Prophet across the table to Sherlock. The front page carried a bold, unsettling photograph. A short, bald man blinking guiltily, none other than Peter Pettigrew, whom they'd spotted in the headmaster's office not long ago. In the image, Pettigrew looked flustered and contemptible. His shifty eyes and rat-like features seemed to betray a corrupt soul, as though his outward appearance were a mirror of his true nature. Beneath the photo, the headline stretched across the page in massive, demanding type. Ministry of Magic issues final report on the 1981 Potter murders and Sirius Black case. The accompanying article began, After a thorough joint investigation by the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, the Department of Mysteries, and the Wizengamot, the Ministry of Magic today reveals the long-hidden truth behind the murders of James and Lily Potter in 1981 and the wrongful conviction of Sirius Black. We can now confirm that Peter Pettigrew was secretly an unregistered animagus and served as the Potters' secret keeper in place of Sirius Black. Sherlock's eyes narrowed as he absorbed the revelation. Pettigrew, a name whispered in the darkest corners of wizarding history, had finally been unmasked for the traitor he was. The implications of this official confirmation would ripple through the magical community for weeks to come. October 31st, 1981, an evening that changed the wizarding world forever. On that fateful Halloween, Peter Pettigrew betrayed the Potters' secret hiding place to Lord Voldemort, sealing James and Lily's doom. For years, the Ministry blamed Sirius Black, convinced he had been their secret keeper all along and had led Voldemort right to Godric's Hollow. In truth, Sirius had accepted the role only to protect his friends, and he remained faithful to his oath until the very end. When Pettigrew's treachery became clear, Black pursued him into the streets of London, determined to expose the real traitor. Cornered, Pettigrew cast a deadly explosion charm that reduced an entire street to rubble, killing 13 muggles and covering his escape in a blaze of chaos. Then, in an act of pure cowardice, he transformed into his animagus form, a rat, and vanished into the crowd. The Ministry seized upon the carnage as evidence of a black massacre, and Sirius was arrested on the spot. For 12 long years, he languished in Azkaban, dogged by an injustice as dark as the Dementor's embrace, his name disgraced despite his unwavering courage and loyalty. Recently, however, a hidden flaw in the old case file caught the attention of Minister for Magic Cornelius Fudge. With unusual political courage, Fudge ordered a discreet review of the evidence. What he uncovered was nothing short of a scandal. The Ministry had entirely overlooked Pettigrew's confession, and Sirius Black had been betrayed, not the betrayer. Quietly, Fudge authorized a covert operation to track Pettigrew's whereabouts, and it was this secrecy that explained Black's sudden escape from Azkaban. Now, with the truth finally in hand, the Ministry prepares to set the record straight and bring the real traitor to justice. Through a carefully planned operation, the Ministry of Magic lured Peter Pettigrew back to Hogwarts in December 1993 and secured his arrest. Under the effects of Veritaserum, and with his memories extracted for verification, Pettigrew promptly confessed to his betrayals, to the murder of Muggles, and to maintaining animagus abilities without authorization. In the wake of his confession, the Ministry's special tribunal moved swiftly. All charges against Sirius Black were dropped immediately, and the late Mr. Black was posthumously awarded the Order of Merlin for his ultimate sacrifice. Peter Pettigrew, by contrast, had his own Order of Merlin revoked and was sentenced to the Dementor's Kiss, scheduled to be carried out at Azkaban in the coming weeks. The Ministry credits this outcome to the full cooperation of Headmaster Albus Dumbledore and the entire Hog Arts faculty. Their willingness to work hand in hand with Ministry investigators proved essential in restoring justice. In an official statement, the Ministry of Magic underscored the importance of formal partnerships with educational institutions to safeguard the wizarding community. It also highlighted its guiding principle of confronting past wrongs rather than hiding from them. Minister Cornelius Fudge summed up the Ministry's position. We may take time to uncover every truth, but we will never deny justice in the end. The Ministry of Magic will continue refining its oversight procedures and upholding judicial fairness. Anyone who dares to challenge the authority of the law will face the consequences. Ministry of Magic Press Office, December 1993. Note, approved by the Wizengamot and published concurrently in the Magical Law Enforcement Gazette and the International Confederation of Wizards newsletter. Sherlock, how on earth did Mycroft pull that off? Ron asked, eyes wide with astonishment. Sherlock folded the announcement calmly. I wrote a letter. Ron stared. A letter? The Ministry wouldn't even grant Headmaster Dumbledore an audience, yet your brother fixes everything with a single piece of parchment? He really is that brilliant. Easy, Ron, Sherlock said, meeting his friend's gaze. Dean, hovering nearby, chimed in. Did you notice the official statement never mentioned Mycroft or you, Sherlock? They credit it all to Minister Fudge's wise leadership. They've been covering up the truth from the start. Dean's rapid-fire delivery made it sound almost like rap. Wise leadership, my foot! Ron slammed his hand against a nearby desk. The Ministry of Magic is utterly shameless. They didn't lift a finger. In fact, they actively tried to bury the truth, Ron snapped, eyes flashing with anger. Harry, who'd been as relieved as Ron the moment Sirius's name was cleared, now turned on Sherlock. You unraveled the entire conspiracy from start to finish, and they didn't even mention your name. Neville and Dean exchanged stunned looks. What? Sherlock figured it all out? Their shock soon gave way to admiration. As Sherlock's roommates, they knew well the full measure of his genius. If the man could deduce your every move from a single glance, exposing this plot was hardly surprising. Sherlock leaned back in his chair, a faint smile playing at his lips. Gentlemen, there's really no need for such indignation over a minor oversight. Now that the truth is out and the true culprit faces justice, I consider the matter more than settled. As for something as trivial as winning others' praise, why bother? Sherlock drawled, quoting an old Roman measure. Laugh or scold me as you will. I'll do as I please, with 1,000 treasures hidden at home to delight only myself. His flatmates fell silent, staring at him in stunned admiration. At their age, they all craved attention, none more so than Ron. The youngest of 5 high-achieving brothers, he'd long fancied himself the center of every gathering. Much like his friend Harry, the idea of someone else quietly taking credit for his work, then shrugging it off, was unthinkable. Sherlock, however, seemed genuinely unmoved. He typically basked in the astonished applause his deductions earned, yet here he was, treating accolades like dust on his shoes. Finally, Ron shook his head. All right, he said. If you don't care about the praise, tell us. How did your brother manage it? After winding in circles, their conversation had looped back to where it started. But this time, everyone was determined to get an answer. Ron eyed Sherlock with genuine curiosity. But how did Mycroft manage to twist the Ministry of Magic to his will? Sherlock offered a faint smile. For Mycroft, it was as simple as you eating 2 chicken legs. Ron's face froze. Even so, he's still a muggle. A muggle, so what? Sherlock's long fingers tapped a steady rhythm against the bedpost as his gray eyes studied Ron's bewildered expression. Tell me, Ron, do you really believe that wands and spells are the sum total of power? When Ron opened his mouth to agree, Sherlock let out a soft, derisive snort. He reached over to Harry's bedside table and picked up the alarm clock. See this, he said, holding it up. Muggles, those they consider beneath us, track every second with nothing but gears and springs. They rip through the earth with steel and steam. Without a single spell, their ingenuity makes iron birds sail through clouds and mechanical horses carve tunnels through mountains. Ron and Neville, both pure-blood wizards, stood there utterly confounded. Sherlock clasped his hands beneath his chin, his eyes glittering like a knife's blade. Mark my words, Mycroft needs no wand to bend Britain to his will. He wields a weapon far more lethal than magic itself. He wields logic. Magic can move objects in an instant. Muggle mathematics can chart the paths of distant stars. Their theories can upend our very understanding of the universe. Magic and Muggle intellect are like 2 mighty rivers, each driving progress in its own way. Never listen to those fools who preach pure-blood supremacy. They hide their fear of the unknown behind slurs like mudblood. Such contempt only highlights their own ignorance. Sherlock gently set the alarm clock on the table. It gave a muted clang against the wood. Real strength, he continued, lies in recognizing brilliance wherever it appears. Mycroft compelled even the Ministry of Magic to take notice by mastering both worlds. Magic has its subtleties, and Muggle wisdom offers irreplaceable insights. When these 2 forces collide, the rules themselves are rewritten. Ron and Neville exchanged uncertain looks, while Harry and Dean bowed their heads, lost in thought. Sherlock chuckled softly. But there's something that puzzles me even more, he said. Ron leaned forward, eyebrows raised. What's that? Sherlock's expression grew serious. Peter Pettigrew has been sentenced to the Dementor's kiss. That's not like the Minister for Magic's usual style, Harry murmured, coming out of his own thoughts. He turned to Sherlock with genuine curiosity. What exactly is the Dementor's kiss? Sherlock's expression grew grave. It's the Dementor's ultimate weapon, its most terrible attack. They only resort to it when they mean to destroy a person utterly. Ron leaned forward, lowering his voice. No one really knows what's under a Dementor's cloak, because they only unveil it for the kiss. They clamp their jaws around the victim's mouth and suck out their soul. Harry and Dean both went pale. So they kill them? Dean shook his head. No, it's worse than death. Ron and Neville, two pure-blood young wizards, exchanged a shiver. Without a soul, a person's heart still beats and their brain still functions, but there's no consciousness, no memories, no sense of self, nothing at all. Harry frowned in thought. That sounds like a vegetative state, but what exactly does vegetative state mean? Now it was Ron and Neville's turn to look uncertain, exchanging glances as they prepared to explain. Sherlock, Dean prompted, you said something about a soul being removed. What did you mean? Sherlock's voice was low and steady. A person without a soul is far more pitiable than someone in a coma. At least the comatose have a chance to wake up. When you lose your soul, there's no coming back. You become nothing more than a walking corpse, an empty shell with no thoughts of your own. Dean shuddered, pressing a hand to his chest. I remember now. The Daily Prophet ran an exposé describing how the Ministry of Magic planned to deal with Black if he ever fell into their hands. They actually intended to use Dementors to extract his soul. Just the thought of it is terrifying. Harry remained silent on his bed, mind reeling at the image of a soul being drawn through someone's mouth. After a few heartbeats, he whispered, he deserved it. Even someone as kind-hearted as Harry Potter couldn't forgive what Peter Pettigrew had done. He could understand fear, falling short in battle, even fleeing when unmatched, but betrayal was unforgivable. Peter's treason led directly to the deaths of James and Lily Potter and left Harry an orphan. In Harry's eyes, no punishment could have been too severe. Harry's voice wavered as he met Sherlock's eyes. Sherlock, am I being too harsh? Do you think Peter didn't deserve this punishment? On the contrary, Harry. Sherlock gave him a reassuring smile. We don't repay evil with kindness, nor repay kindness with evil. Evil must be met with justice, good with kindness. You know the fable of the farmer and the snake, don't you? Harry gave a small nod. Sherlock's expression grew serious. Peter betrayed everyone for his own benefit. He framed Sirius, condemning him to 12 years in Azkaban. He killed your parents, leaving you an orphan, and those 13 innocent muggles who perished on that street. Their lives were snatched away purely because of Peter's selfish cowardice. At Sherlock's words, the gnawing guilt in Harry's chest finally began to ease. The story had already broken through every cauldron and cupboard word of mouth could reach. The Daily Prophet, the Magical Law Enforcement Gazette, and the International Confederation of Wizards newsletter had all run front-page stories about the investigation. In no time at all, every student, professor, and passerby was buzzing about the incident, just in time for the holidays. That very morning at breakfast, the buzz reached a new pitch of excitement. Cornelius Fudge himself, Minister for Magic, strode into the Great Hall with all the flourish of a high-profile state visit. Professor Dumbledore lifted his fingers from the rim of his goblet of honeyed water and rapped lightly to command silence. Conversation died away. Even the house elf behind Hagrid paused mid-pour. I'm afraid I must interrupt your enjoyment of these delectable treats, Dumbledore began, his voice warm but firm. The Ministry of Magic has seen fit to personally address certain Christmas gifts that are now 12 years overdue. He gave a polite nod toward Fudge, standing just to his left. Minister Fudge will now explain the headlines you've doubtless already read on the Daily Prophet's front page. As the minister rose to speak, Dumbledore's gaze drifted across the hall, briefly meeting Sherlock's eyes. In that fraction of a heartbeat, both men held each other's look, then looked away as Cornelius Fudge cleared his throat and began his announcement. His moleskin cloak brushed against Professor Snape's silver plate. Snape scowled, slid the plate away, and shot Fudge a look of pure distaste. When the minister finally took his seat, he unfolded a handkerchief, dabbed his forehead, and cleared his throat. Ladies and gentlemen, and young witches and wizards, I trust you've all read this morning's Daily Prophet. Allow me to underscore one point. Raising his voice as though he'd cast Sonorous on himself, Fudge boomed. When certain long-buried cases threatened the stability of the wizarding world, it was I, Cornelius Fudge, who, against fierce opposition, ordered their immediate reopening. I have always believed that the ministry's authority rests on our willingness to confront the past and defend the truth. Those regrettable misjudgments from 12 years ago weigh heavily on my conscience. Since I assumed office, I have personally urged the Department of Magical Law Enforcement to conduct the most thorough review of these cases ever attempted. We have overhauled rigid procedures with bold innovations, re-examined crucial pieces of evidence, and addressed the fatal lapses in illegal animagus registrations. We have even revisited the credibility of Muggle witness testimonies. No stone has been left unturned. Fudge paused, letting his words settle over the chamber. Around him, every face was fixed on the minister, awaiting the next revelation. Thanks to these decisive measures, Peter's treachery has been laid bare, and Sirius Black's name finally cleared. Effective immediately, all Dementors will be withdrawn from the school grounds, and you are free to come and go as you please. Chapter 344. An Unexpected Turn of Events. When Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic, officially announced that the Dementors would be withdrawn from Hogwarts immediately, the Great Hall exploded into cheers. No one had ever liked those foul creatures. Their chilling presence sapped peace, hope, and joy from the air, plunging even the brightest spirits into despair. And who knew if they might set their sights on Harry Potter next? Without Dumbledore's protective spells, the boy could have been left utterly defenseless. The roar of approval was especially thunderous at the Gryffindor table. Ever since the Dementors' arrival, the house's trademark courage and exuberance had been dampened by constant dread. For the adventurous little lions, the shadowy wardens were more than a nuisance. They were an obstacle to be overcome. Naturally, there was also the matter of Sirius Black. Gryffindor had traded a notorious Death Eater for a hidden hero who sacrificed 12 long years to protect his friends in silence. Today's announcement felt like vindication, proof that justice and loyalty still meant something in the wizarding world. As the applause died down, students exchanged relieved glances. Hogwarts felt lighter already, its darkest guardians finally gone. Watching the Hogwarts students erupt into applause, Cornelius Fudge allowed himself a triumphant smile. A warm sense of accomplishment washed over him as he stepped forward and raised his wand for emphasis. "Before we conclude," he announced, "I must, on behalf of the Ministry of Magic, extend my deepest gratitude to our headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. His steadfast dedication to tracking Peter Pettigrew's movements and his unparalleled professionalism during today's arrest on Hogwarts grounds were absolutely vital. It is only through this coordinated effort between the Ministry and Hogwarts that justice has finally been served." Standing just behind him, Hermione Granger exchanged a look with Sherlock Holmes. She rolled her eyes so dramatically that Sherlock, ever composed, barely twitched. Leaning in, she gave him a playful nudge. "He really has the nerve to say that," she murmured. "Aren't you even a little annoyed?" Sherlock's expression remained impassive as he regarded the cheering students. "I told my dormmates this morning," he replied quietly, "that once the truth is revealed and the guilty party is held to account, I'll be satisfied." As the Great Hall's chatter died down, Sherlock Holmes fixed Hermione Granger with a cool look and recited offhandedly, "Laugh and curse as you please. I act as I see fit. I possess vast wealth to be enjoyed by me alone." Hermione raised an eyebrow. "Is that a quote from a Roman miser?" "With impeccable accuracy, Miss Granger," Sherlock admitted, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "Then all the more reason your talents should be public," Hermione declared. She folded her arms. "You must publish this case, and if you won't, I will." At the very mention of publication, Harry Potter practically vaulted from his seat. "Yes! Everyone should know it was Sherlock who cracked this." Ron Weasley pounded his fist into his palm. "And don't forget Abbott's father-framed case, Cho's missing eyeshadow, the Greek interpreter mystery. Even someone as rubbish at writing as Lockhart has books. Sherlock deserves the spotlight." Hermione turned back to Sherlock, her expression serious. "So, what do you think?" Holmes regarded her for a long moment, then inclined his head. "Do as you wish, my dear Hermione." With that settled, all eyes swung to Cornelius Fudge, still puffing himself up at the head table. He rapped his wand-topped gavel, calling for attention. By unanimous vote of the Wizengamot, we shall posthumously award Mr. Theodore Abbott, the late father of Hannah Abbott, the Order of Merlin, 3rd class, in recognition of his outstanding service to the magical community. A roar of applause swept the hall. Sherlock offered a single, gracious nod. Hermione let herself relax into a triumphant smile. Harry and Ron exchanged high fives. Ev, in Cho Longstar's face, glowed with relief and pride. Around them, the crowd buzzed with excitement, yet Sherlock's sharp gaze was already drifting beyond the celebration, scanning for the next mystery that awaited his attention. Order of Merlin, 1st class. The moment the proclamation rang out, the great hall burst into a roar of cheers and applause. Even amidst the tumult, Fudge managed to pat himself proudly on the back. Naturally, he crowed. All thanks to the swift emergency hearing procedures under this administration. Sherlock Holmes merely raised an eyebrow. When bureaucracy offers its apologies, it always costs more than it's worth, he muttered. Hermione Granger squeezed Sherlock's hand, her cheeks warm. Never mind, she said, her voice steady. Every detail is stored in my notes. People will learn the truth of what really happened. Fudge tried to continue his speech, but no one was listening. A pang of disappointment flickered across his face, though deep down he knew the outcome was beyond his imagining. This entire affair had twisted and turned in ways even he hadn't foreseen. 2 nights earlier, Albus Dumbledore, the venerable headmaster of Hogwarts, had arrived unannounced at the Ministry of Magic, flanked by Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall and Professors Severus Snape and Horace Slughorn. Though Fudge had received advance notice of their visit, nothing could have prepared him for Dumbledore's serene authority filling the corridors of power. In addition to the headmaster, deputy headmistress, Severus Snape, and the youngest dean in Hogwarts history, the escort included a bald man with a rat-like face, timid, sly, and thoroughly detestable. When Dumbledore finished his account, Minister Fudge sat in stunned silence. This was Peter Pettigrew, supposedly killed by Sirius Black 12 years ago. But Dumbledore wasn't done. As he laid out the full sequence of events, Fudge's disbelief turned to outrage. Peter Pettigrew, the Ministry's own Order of Merlin, 1st class recipient, was the true traitor, while Sirius Black, long condemned as the villain, was in fact innocent. Their reputations had been inverted completely. Just as Sherlock had predicted, Fudge and the Ministry were loath to accept such a reversal, even with the most irrefutable proof before them. Pettigrew's very life returned, Snape's sworn testimony of a Veritaserum confession, and every detail matching the deductions to a T. Given the weight of the evidence, the only possible next step was unavoidable. After the Ministry of Magic's emergency meeting adjourned, Fudge wasted no time. He returned to Hogwarts and, in a private audience with Dumbledore, delivered the Ministry's ruling. As soon as the news was announced, Snape, standing beside Dumbledore, snapped. In front of a cluster of Ministry officials, he lashed out at Fudge. To prop up the Ministry's prestige, you've ignored the facts entirely and issued a verdict that's nothing short of disgraceful. Fudge's cheeks flamed. He squared his shoulders and shot back. Albus, you know I've always given you free rein and treated your judgments with the utmost respect. True, I've quietly disagreed on occasion, but I've never once publicly challenged you. Who else would allow you to employ werewolves, keep Hagrid on staff, or overhaul the curriculum without a single word to the Ministry? And yet you question my authority now. Let us not forget my decision last year to remove Lucius Malfoy from the Board of Governors. The Malfoys may be an ancient, generous family, but their influence can't eclipse the integrity of this institution. Albus, we need to bring this matter before the Board of Governors. Severus Snape declared the moment he stepped into Dumbledore's office, his voice tight with frustration. Dumbledore looked up calmly from his desk. Indeed, Severus, it's clear that my relationship with the minister has reached a breaking point. Snape's dark eyes flashed. I've told you countless times I should have been allowed to deal with that rat when I had the chance. He ran a hand through his damp hair, as though the very memory made him restless. Now they won't even acknowledge his crimes. Those imbeciles can't keep track of a fly, let alone a murderer. Mark my words, he'll slip through their fingers again in days. Dumbledore rose and moved around the desk to place a reassuring hand on Snape's shoulder. Severus, take a breath. Not everyone at the Ministry is as short-sighted as Fudge. Many loyal witches and wizards fought and bled alongside us during the war. Snape stiffened, but did not pull away. When Cornelius first took office, Dumbledore continued gently, he bombarded me with owl after owl, demanding approvals and reports. We expected his obstinacy. What we didn't foresee was how utterly he would let his position dazzle him. Still, we mustn't throw the entire Ministry aside. We'll present our concerns to the board, win their support, and ensure Hogwarts is governed with the standards we know it deserves. Snape exhaled, his anger cooling into a steely resolve. Very well, Headmaster. Let us convene with the governors and see that justice is done. After so long in high office, flanked by flatterers, he'd come to believe their praise was proof of his own greatness, and in that, he'd lost all sense of perspective. Snape's dark eyes flickered. He was right about that, but it's beside the point now. Professor McGonagall turned from the window and met Dumbledore's gaze. Albus, what's our next move? Should we go after Sirius? Absolutely, Dumbledore said, his voice steady. I trust him, just as I trust both of you, but we must also prepare for the possibility of parting ways with the Ministry of Magic. McGonagall's expression grew anxious. If the Ministry opposes us outright, Hogwarts will bear the consequences. Dumbledore leaned forward, steepling his fingers. Then we make the truth public ourselves. The wizarding world deserves to know what really happened. If the Ministry refuses to act, we'll handle it. Do we really have to go that far? McGonagall asked softly. He met her eyes with quiet resolve. I'm afraid so, but not just yet. I intend to give them one last chance to do the right thing. McGonagall shook her head, worry etched in every line of her face. Albus, for Hogwarts' sake, perhaps we should let this drop. Dumbledore sighed, the weight of his decision pressing on him. No, Minerva, this can't be left buried. Our responsibility to the truth outweighs every risk. Chapter 7. The Ministry's Maneuver. Late afternoon sunlight filtered through the tall windows of Dumbledore's office, casting long shadows on the worn Persian rugs. Albus Dumbledore sat behind his desk, fingers steepled, while Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall faced him across the room. Relying on that, Snape paused, choosing his words carefully. Person is far less trustworthy than Detective Holmes, whom you hold in such high esteem. Dumbledore offered a wry smile. You're quite right, Severus. Snape arched a brow. I'm glad you agree. What's next? Dumbledore turned his gaze to McGonagall. Minerva, beginning tomorrow, you and I will inform Sherlock Holmes and Harry Potter of our plan. McGonagall frowned. Do you really believe this so-called detective can unravel the Ministry's machinations? Let us not forget, Snape interjected, that Sherlock has already exposed every facet of this affair, from its very inception to its most recent developments. McGonagall bristled at the reminder. Exposure is one thing. Confronting the Ministry of Magic is quite another. Dumbledore leaned back in his chair, a knowing gleam in his eyes. Consider the events of late summer. When rumors spread that Sirius Black had escaped from Azkaban to come after Harry, the Ministry was adamant. Neither Sherlock Holmes nor Harry Potter was to travel beyond the burrow. He paused, letting the professors absorb his words before continuing. Originally, the Ministry intended to purchase Harry's and Sherlock's school supplies in Diagon Alley and ship them directly to King's Cross at the start of term. Then, 2 days before term commenced, they sent Mr. Piers Polkiss personally to escort the boys to Diagon Alley. McGonagall exchanged a glance with Snape. That was an odd change of plan. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. My sources confirm the alteration stemmed from pressure applied by the Muggle, and more specifically, the Queen's government. He allowed the news to settle over them. It seems our most formidable opponent may not be within the Ministry after all, but beyond it. Silence reigned for a moment as the truth sank in. Then, Dumbledore quietly added, which is precisely why tomorrow Sherlock Holmes and Harry Potter must be brought into the fold. As they rose to take their leave, each professor understood how high the stakes had become, and how vital it was that their next moves be flawless. Muggles. Precisely. Albus Dumbledore's eyes danced behind his half-moon spectacles as he looked between Professors McGonagall and Snape. Minerva, Severus, it seems we all underestimated the abilities of our young detective. Minerva McGonagall gave a modest nod, while Severus Snape's voice dripped with sarcasm. Yet when Dumbledore praised the boy, his words carried unmistakable warmth. The very next morning, as Dumbledore had instructed, Professor McGonagall invited Sherlock Holmes and Harry Potter to breakfast in the Great Hall and laid out the full details of the situation. Sherlock listened intently, then tapped his long fingers together and declared simply, "Then we fight magic with magic." 24 hours later, Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic, sat slack-jawed in his office, staring at the impeccably worded letter that had just arrived from the British Prime Minister. Never before had a Muggle-born wizarding matter warranted such high-level attention, and Fudge knew they were only just beginning to understand its gravity. Chapter 345, The Mysterious Mr. M.H., Britain's Prime Minister, known in Muggle circles only as Mr. M.H., was something of a legend. After finishing secondary school, he surprised everyone by skipping university and enrolling instead in a craft-carving apprenticeship. He soon made a name for himself as a sculptor. Before long, however, he left the art world behind, taking jobs first with the London Electricity Board and later at an international bank. During the war years, he even managed a branch in Nigeria. It wasn't until he turned 45 that Mr. M.H. formally entered politics, winning election as a local councillor. His rapid rise thereafter was astonishing. First Chief Secretary to the Treasury, then Foreign Secretary, and finally, in 1990, Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. Though his premiership lasted only 3 years, it coincided with one of the most tumultuous periods in modern history. Globally, the economy was sliding into recession. Eastern Europe convulsed with revolutions, and the old bipolar world order collapsed into a unipolar era dominated by a single superpower. Even the empire on which the sun never sets could not afford to stand idly by. Under Mr. M.H.'s steady hand, Britain navigated these seismic shifts, though exactly how he managed to balance personal mystery with public leadership remains one of the government's best-kept secrets. After the Black Wednesday crisis in September 1992, Britain, once poised to join the European exchange rate mechanism, was compelled to withdraw, and the country's economy soon slipped into recession. In the Muggle world, a nation's economic health is paramount. Rapid growth can paper over many underlying problems, but a downturn exposes them all. Confronted with mounting public and political pressure, the Prime Minister launched a concerted effort to revive Britain's fortunes. On the fiscal front, the government moved swiftly to balance the budget, cutting non-essential spending, streamlining public services, and easing the strain of the downturn on households and businesses. In monetary policy, the Bank of England took decisive action to stabilize the pound, bolstering market confidence and laying the groundwork for a gradual recovery. Meanwhile, Europe was forging ahead with deeper integration. After the Treaty on European Union, better known as the Maastricht Treaty, was initialed at the 1991 European Community Summit, all 12 member states formally signed it in early 1992. When the treaty finally came into effect on November 1, 1993, it marked the official birth of the European Union, an entity that had been years in the making. At last, Britain and its neighbors stood at the threshold of a new chapter in European cooperation. The European Union is more than just a political and economic alliance. It's a force with growing global sway. Born from the original 12-member European community, it quickly became central to modern geopolitics. As one of those founding states, the United Kingdom naturally wields considerable influence within the Union. At first glance, the EU seemed purely a Muggle affair, its treaties and trade agreements having little to do with wizards and witches. In truth, however, the Union's push for closer integration has rippled through the magical world as well. As borders opened and communications between member nations intensified, so too did the contacts, both official and informal, among their wizarding populations. This shift is most striking when you consider that Europe's 3 great schools of magic, Hogwarts in Britain, Beauxbatons in France, and Durmstrang in the far north, now all lie within the same supranational framework. That shared political landscape proved fertile ground for a long-abandoned tradition to re-emerge, the Triwizard Tournament. Dormant for centuries amid regional conflicts and shifting alliances, the tournament has been revived, its revival made possible by exactly the kind of cross-border coordination the EU was designed to foster. The message is unmistakable. The Muggle world's influence on magical AFA, IRS, is no longer peripheral. As the European Union continues to deepen its integration, witches and wizards must reckon with a reality in which decisions made in Brussels matter just as much as decrees from the Ministry of Magic. Cornelius Fudge had always regarded Muggles with a certain, condescension. But he'd learned not to underestimate the current Prime Minister, who'd proved himself remarkably capable since taking office. When Sirius Black escaped from Azkaban earlier this year, Fudge had dutifully informed the Prime Minister under the assumption that Britain's Muggle leadership needed to know. He certainly hadn't expected such a swift, forceful response regarding both Black and Peter Pettigrew. To Fudge's astonishment, the Prime Minister demanded that the wizarding world come clean immediately, publicly exonerate Black, and acknowledge the truth about Pettigrew. So determined was he that the Muggle government was already preparing to rescind its own warrant for Black's arrest. This was utterly unprecedented. Fudge, who'd been steadfast in his belief that Black was a dangerous criminal, suddenly found himself forced to reconsider everything. More irritating still was the speed of it all. Who on earth had leaked the details so rapidly? Did none of his subordinates understand the importance of secrecy? Was the International Statute of Secrecy simply a piece of paper to them? Fudge clenched his teeth. He'd have to get to the bottom of this breach, and fast, before the entire delicate balance between the two worlds unraveled. You talk about the rule of law, and I find it laughable. When the Ministry of Magic convened yet another emergency meeting, Rufus Scrimgeour, newly appointed head of the Auror Office, met Cornelius Fudge's fury with an unshaken calm. "When we captured Sirius Black," Scrimgeour began, his voice low but carrying across the chamber, "you had him thrown into Azkaban without so much as a hearing. That was illegal, and it later turned out he was innocent. You condemned a genuine hero to 12 years of torment as if he were a cold-blooded murderer. Frankly, after his escape, he did you the courtesy of not hunting you down himself." Fudge's cheeks flushed as he jumped to his feet. "Scrimgeour, are you accusing me?" Before Scrimgeour could respond, another figure stirred at the far end of the long table. Barty Crouch Sr., head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, rose with stiff dignity. In his 50s now, Crouch's posture was ramrod straight, his short black hair impeccably groomed, his tailored suit and tie more befitting a Muggle bank manager than a wizard. Every eye in the room turned to him. Director Crouch's voice was cool. "Mr. Scrimgeour, I beg you, do not drag my department into this." Scrimgeour inclined his head. "Director Crouch, I am merely stating facts. And if we're past debating the statute of secrecy, I'll say plainly, our ministry is leaking from the very top. As long as one person knows a secret, it's only a matter of time before everyone does. So rather than quibble over legalities, we need to ask ourselves, what can we do right now?" Minister Fudge dabbed his forehead with a handkerchief and looked around the table at his most trusted officials. The real issue isn't the rule of law, it's the Muggle Prime Minister's unyielding stance. We have no choice but to respond. A senior witch scoffed. "So what? Magic is magic, and Muggles are Muggles. Why should his obstinacy concern us?" Fudge sighed and shook his head. "Because times have changed. Muggle governments have come together under the European Union, forging tighter alliances than we've ever seen. Their influence on our world is growing by the day." Another official leaned forward, lowering his voice. "To be honest, I never thought I'd live to see the Triwizard Tournament resurrected. The Muggles are nothing if not ambitious. And that ambition could be our undoing," Fudge warned. "If we mishandle this, it will rebound on us in ways we can't afford." The first witch frowned. "They speak as if they have proof. We can't underestimate them." "Exactly," Fudge said. "We need to discover who leaked this information and put us on the defensive." A hush fell over the room until one wizard ventured. "But can we realistically investigate every ministry employee, every acquaintance?" Fudge's expression hardened. "We must. This leak jeopardizes our authority and the very secrecy we depend upon. Root out the traitor. Make it our top priority." Murmurs of agreement rippled around the table. The meeting was adjourned, but the task before them had never been clearer. Find the leak, or risk the Muggles seizing control of the narrative, and perhaps much more. What if we really do find something? That's a fair point. I still don't see it. As voices rose around the table, a short, stout woman with a thick, clipped accent suddenly spoke up, silencing the room. Why are we treating the Ministry's dilemma as though the Muggle Prime Minister's opinion is the be-all and end-all? Ever since the wise and mighty Minister Fudge took office, our world has enjoyed stability, order, and peace. Ancient wizarding families and everyday folk alike have welcomed his leadership with open arms. I still remember the triumphant ceremony when he assumed his post. It was more vibrant than any celebration I've ever seen. Singing his praises won't solve our immediate problem, Madam Umbridge, said Scrimgeour sharply, cutting her off. Dolores Umbridge, despite her advancing years, insisted on dressing like a young girl, pink hair clips, oversized bows, frilly skirts, and a diminutive handbag perched on her wrist. Scrimgeour shook his head. He still couldn't fathom what Minister Fudge saw in her to make her one of his closest advisors and worthy of attending such a critical meeting. Professor Umbridge lifted a perfectly manicured finger. Interrupting a lady is hardly gentlemanly behavior, Director Scrimgeour. Besides, I'm merely stating a fact. She turned a coquettish smile on Barty Crouch Sr., as though sure he would back her up. Tell me, are you comfortable with someone speaking to you that way, Director Crouch? Her attempt at flirtation fell flat. Crouch's jaw tightened. He looked away, subtly but unmistakably dismissive. All right, that's enough, he said, his voice low and ironclad. Before the tension could escalate further, Minister Fudge stepped forward with an anxious sigh. Enough quarreling. You'll want to see this. He produced a freshly opened letter, its ministry seal still crisp. Dear Minister Fudge, he began, reading aloud, regarding your request to delay the public announcement in the Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew case, Her Majesty's government finds such postponement unacceptable. The Prime Minister will not emulate Mr. Chamberlain's policy of appeasement, and under no circumstances will Her Majesty's government allow procrastination or delay in matters of principle. The Ministry of Magic's current handling of this case constitutes a subversion of fundamental justice. Fudge looked from the letter to his colleagues, his headache deepening. Around him, the assembled directors and officials exchanged uneasy glances. The decision had been made, and it was final. The ministry conference room fell silent as each official eyed the letter on the table. Its embossed header read simply, M.H. Cabinet Secretary's Office. No signature, just the unmistakable impression of the Muggle Prime Minister's personal seal. A senior aide cleared his throat. Who is this M.H.? The tones decidedly imperious. Beats me, another snapped. But that seal shows it carries the Muggle government's full weight. A third voice chimed in. Then it's not personal, it's official. They want answers, and soon. Isn't this effectively a threat? Someone whispered, leaning forward. A younger official scoffed. So what if it is? Any of you planning to dash over and memory charm him yourself? Minister Fudge, your move. All eyes turned to Cornelius Fudge. He closed his eyes for a moment, mind racing. He could call on Albus Dumbledore. He'd done it countless times before. But that was when things were simpler, and their friendship untarnished. He and Dumbledore hadn't spoken in months. Their spat yesterday had been the worst blow yet. When, he wondered, had he last written to Dumbledore for help? It must have been at least a year ago. In the early days of his tenure, he'd leaned on Dumbledore constantly, flooding him with letters for advice, reassurance, a guiding hand. But with each passing month, the requests had grown fewer, the letters shorter, until finally they stopped altogether. Fudge opened his eyes, squared his shoulders, and glanced up at the expectant faces around him. It was decision time. When it came to facing the Muggle Prime Minister, Fudge was even more on edge than when he squared off with Dumbledore. After all, Dumbledore could dismiss any disagreement with a flick of his wand, something Fudge dearly wished he could do with the Prime Minister's relentless questioning. Yet no spell or argument seemed capable of satisfying the skeptical politician, and the ministry's advisors were at a complete loss. Then a surprising letter arrived. It wasn't penned by the enigmatic M.H. Instead, it came from one of the Prime Minister's own secretaries, a Ministry of Magic liaison who had spent years embedded in the Muggle government. Those years had sharpened his political instincts, and now, at this critical juncture, he offered the ministry a way out, a perfect scapegoat. Seizing on his proposal, the ministry immediately acted. They publicly attributed the entire fiasco, the misclassification of the Potter family murder case and the bungled pursuit of Sirius Black, to the 31st Minister for Magic, Millicent Bagnold, and her leadership team. They even draped a share of the blame onto Barty Crouch. In truth, it wasn't entirely unjust. The classification errors had indeed occurred during Bagnold's tenure. With their scapegoats in place, the ministry quietly amended the records and steered public outrage toward the former administration, buying themselves precious time and silence from the Muggle Prime Minister. After Sirius Black's arrest, Barty Crouch Sr., then head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, had him locked away in Azkaban without trial. During the Wizarding War, Crouch's hardline stance against Lord Voldemort had won him the confidence of almost every witch and wizard. When Voldemort finally fell, it seemed all but certain that Crouch would ascend to the ministry itself. But fate intervened. A scandal of such magnitude besmirched his name that his reputation collapsed almost overnight. Stripped of his influence, he was quietly reassigned to the Department of International Magical Cooperation. In his place, Cornelius Fudge, formerly of the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes, was appointed the 32nd Minister for Magic. Yet Fudge proved as reluctant as ever to challenge the prevailing narrative. He accepted Crouch's verdict on Sirius Black, never once calling for a review or considering his innocence, and so the record remained uncorrected. But what does any of it matter now? After months of behind-the-scenes maneuvering, Minister Fudge at last struck a deal that satisfied everyone. The Muggle government would publicly expose Peter Pettigrew's crimes and secure Sirius Black's exoneration, no questions asked about who unearthed the evidence. Hogwarts, meanwhile, would receive a modest share of the credit, confined to a supportive role. Fudge was confident that neither the Prime Minister nor Professor Dumbledore would object to this arrangement. Sure enough, when he presented the plan separately to the Muggle Prime Minister and to Dumbledore, both parties accepted without hesitation. After all, in the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, the magical and non-magical communities were ultimately one nation, their bureaucracies bound by the same principles. Hogwarts cared only about the outcome. The finer points of the investigation held little interest for the school. Fudge could hardly contain his delight. This was the perfect win-win. The truth would be revealed, the criminal punished, and Sirius Black's name cleared. The minister would restore his relationship with the Hogwarts headmaster and bask in the public's praise. Everyone stood to gain, and a bright future lay ahead. For the sake of the wizarding world's peace and stability, and to protect its collective interests, a modest sacrifice of the old ministry leadership had been inevitable. Fudge was confident everyone would understand. Even Dumbledore had agreed to his request to visit Hogwarts and publicly explain the decision. Though his own reputation had taken a hit, Fudge reminded himself his position remained vital. Now more than ever, they needed unity, not old grudges. And the strategy was already paying off. After breakfast in the Great Hall, Fudge rose from the long oak table and made his way toward the staff table. With a warm smile, he shook hands in turn with Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, and the other senior staff, exchanging polite farewells. Satisfied that the visit had accomplished its purpose, he prepared to return to the Ministry of Magic. But as Fudge placed his foot, encased in glossy dragonhide boots, onto the marble staircase, freshly polished by an industrious house elf, the surface betrayed him. His foot slid out from under him, arms flailing wildly, and with a startled yelp, he toppled headlong down the stairs. Chapter 346. You Understand Me. Cornelius Fudge, ever the showman, wrapped up his address in the great hall to thunderous applause. The golden chandeliers above twinkled as students and professors alike strained to glimpse the Minister for Magic, their eyes alight with curiosity and expectation. Fudge beamed, conscious of the cameras from the magical world's press, the Daily Prophet, the Wizarding Herald, and others, lined along the back rows, ready to capture every moment. He took a deliberate step forward, air of triumph about him, and then in an instant his foot caught the edge of a stair, sending him sprawling. Gasps echoed through the hall. For a beat, time itself seemed to suspend. Robes rustled, wands hovered at ready, and eyes widened in shock. Before anyone else could move, Percy Weasley darted across the hall, sliding to a halt at Fudge's side. With firm hands, he lifted the minister back to his feet. Percy's expression was cool, efficient. He'd been watching Fudge from the moment he entered, and his quick reflexes had paid off. Fudge straightened, but the triumph never fully returned to his face. He pressed his lips together, a flicker of annoyance crossing his eyes. He was a healthy man, not so unsteady as to need rescuing, and certainly not by one of his junior undersecretaries. The cameras all focused on him now, flashbulbs popping. A perfectly harmless stumble, if handled with a courteous smile, could have passed without notice. Instead, in that awkward instant, Fudge looked vulnerable, and the press loved every second of it. Percy offered a courteous nod. Fudge forced a stiff smile for the cameras, but inside he vowed that no mere accident, no matter how public, would ever undermine his authority again. Cornelius Fudge knew exactly how this looked. A dozen reporters were swarming around, wands at the ready, desperate for a sensational scoop. He was certain that tomorrow's headlines would blare his name in big, bold letters. As he struggled to his feet, something hard pressed against his chest, sending sharp pains through his ribs. He glanced down to see a student had braced himself against Fudge's shoulder to avoid being jostled by the crowd. Fudge caught himself, shook off the ache, and offered the boy a grateful smile. "Thank you. Young man, wait a moment, you're—" The red blonde hair and freckles gave him away. Fudge's eyes narrowed with sudden interest. "Minister. Sorry, I mean." The words tumbled out awkwardly. "I'm Percy Weasley," the student said with pride, stepping forward. "Head boy of Hogwarts, and Arthur Weasley is my father." At the mention of Arthur Weasley, Fudge's manner shifted almost imperceptibly. He slid the boy's elbow from his chest and straightened his own posture. Percy, however, saw only the minister's warm expression and clear curiosity. His cheeks flushed with excitement. I'm honored, Minister," Percy stammered, bowing so low that his round spectacles teetered on the bridge of his nose. "Truly, it's a privilege to meet you." Percy straightened his robes, undaunted by the minister's presence. "Minister," he began smoothly, "thank you for all you've done for my father. At home, he praises you constantly. He says it's your wise leadership that's kept the wizarding world peaceful and stable these past years." Fudge chuckled and gave Percy a friendly pat on the shoulder. "Your father said that?" "Every word, sir. Splendid, splendid." Fudge leaned back, steepling his fingers. "And you mentioned your head boy this year?" "Precisely, sir." Percy puffed out his chest and proudly displayed his badge. It delighted him that the minister had remembered his title. Fudge studied the shiny emblem, then raised an eyebrow. "In that case, you must know the students at Hogwarts quite well." "Absolutely," Percy replied eagerly. "Helping the professors maintain order is the head boy's duty." "Excellent," Fudge said, his tone growing serious. "I have a favor to ask. I need you to find Harry Potter." Percy's smile faltered. "Harry?" "The boy who survived you-know-who. Surely you—re familiar with him?" Percy hurried to recover. "Of course I know him. Harry respects me." "Then bring him to my office immediately," Fudge interrupted, standing up. Percy swallowed but forced a bright nod. "Right away, Minister." Percy Weasley could hardly contain his pride. The Minister for Magic had personally entrusted him with a mission, an unmistakable vote of confidence. Admittedly, the assignment left him uneasy. He was to track down Harry Potter himself. But Percy reminded himself that if the Minister had any doubts, he would have sent someone else. Determined to prove his worth, Percy set off at once. The great hall was a whirlwind of noise and color, with students weaving between tables and laughter echoing off the high, arched ceilings. Percy moved purposefully through the crowd, scanning every face until he spotted Harry Potter in deep conversation with Sherlock Holmes, Sherlock's sharp eyes fixed on Mycroft's name as Harry explained recent developments. Without hesitation, Percy wove through the throng and grabbed Harry's arm. "Harry, you're needed upstairs, right now." Startled, Harry jerked his head around. Beside him, Ron and Ginny rushed forward, concern etched on their faces. "Percy, what's happened?" Ron asked, his voice edged with worry. Percy stood a little taller. "The Minister for Magic wants to see Harry immediately." Ginny's eyes widened. "The Minister?" Harry opened his mouth to speak, but Percy gave a curt nod and tugged him toward the dais where the enchanted staircases awaited. Students parted like a sea, whispers fluttering behind them. Harry Potter summoned by the minister. Percy moved with purpose, his earlier trepidation washed away by resolve. He would deliver Harry safely and prove beyond doubt that the minister's trust in him was well placed. "You mean Cornelius Fudge?" Ron repeated, astonished. Percy shot him a sharp look. "Don't be so familiar. He's the Minister of Magic." Before anyone could protest, he grabbed Harry's arm. "No time to explain. Come with me at once. We can't keep the minister waiting." "Is he ill?" Ron called after them as they hurried away. Ginny watched, equally surprised. "Percy's always saying he wants to work at the ministry after graduation." Ron snorted. "Even if he does, he won't be like this. My dad's nowhere near as officious." Hermione frowned, puzzled. But why would Minister Fudge want to see Harry? Didn't Professor McGonagall say she hadn't given the ministry the full story? Sherlock asked, folding his arms. Ron shrugged, glancing toward Percy. "Who knows? But look at Percy just now. If you asked him, he'd clam up. That's just Percy." Sherlock gave a half-smile. "Actually, he couldn't tell you even if he wanted to, because he doesn't know himself." They watched as Percy, uncertain but dutiful, escorted Harry to join Cornelius Fudge. Percy's only instruction had been to bring Harry here. He hadn't been told why the minister wanted to see him. Now he simply stood by, eyes flicking between Harry and Fudge. "Hello, Harry. Nice to see you again," Fudge said briskly. Hello, Minister," Harry replied, shifting uncomfortably on his feet. Percy beamed beside Harry, but Harry felt anything but at ease. He remembered Fudge's visit to 221B Baker Street before term began, how the minister, in his usual flamboyant way, had cautioned Sherlock and him not to wander off. Back then, Harry had thought Fudge a bit over the top but fundamentally decent. Today's summons, however, had sharply altered that impression. The forced meeting, the secrecy, it all left Harry wary and unsure of Fudge's motives. Minister Fudge was beyond stubborn. Even after Sherlock Holmes personally secured Peter Pettigrew and cleared Sirius Black's name, Fudge refused to face the facts. He simply couldn't risk admitting he'd been wrong. Harry had long griped about the bungling at Scotland Yard, but he suddenly found the Ministry of Magic even more exasperating. Yes, thanks to the decisive intervention of the Holmes brothers, justice had finally prevailed, but being asked now to pretend none of it had happened, felt impossible. Fudge, for his part, looked uneasily at Harry's cold silence. He knew that Harry was Dumbledore's favorite, and that, in all likelihood, Dumbledore had already let him in on the Ministry's original blunder. If only he'd realized sooner how forcefully the Muggle Prime Minister would step in, perhaps he would have handled things differently. Nevertheless, time was still on his side. Ignoring Harry's frosty glare, Fudge reached out as if hugging an overgrown nephew and warmly clasped Harry's hand. "So, Harry, how are you feeling?" he asked, forcing a convivial smile. Percy, standing nearby, caught Harry's eye and gave him an encouraging wink, silently urging him to play along. But Harry couldn't bring himself to respond with pleasantries. The golden aura of his celebrity, the world's sympathy, the Holmes brothers' triumph, all of it made Fudge's insincerity sting the more. He gently withdrew his hand. "I'm fine," he said at last, coolly and without warmth. And in that moment, everyone understood that Harry Potter would not be complicit in the Ministry's cover-up. Harry was nothing if not generous. As long as the offense didn't involve patricide or the theft of his wife, he could find it in his heart to forgive. But what Cornelius Fudge had done felt uncomfortably close to the first. "I've heard the whole story from Professor Dumbledore," Harry said evenly. At last, Fudge let go of Harry's hand. He leaned forward, studying Harry's vivid green eyes. "Harry, your eyes really are your mother's," he murmured. "I won't lie. This whole affair threw us into a tailspin. I thought, well, it doesn't matter now. The important thing is that the truth is out and you're safe." A flush of relief warmed him, and Fudge slipped out of his striped robes. Percy snapped to attention and caught them as they dropped. Brimming with expectation, he stood tall, hoping for a word of praise. But Fudge never glanced his way again. His eyes were fixed solely on Harry. Percy's hopeful smile faltered. "Now that it's resolved," Fudge went on, "you should head back to Privet Drive for Christmas and Easter." Harry lifted an eyebrow. Actually, my friends and I signed up to spend Christmas at Hogwarts. Fudge paused, searching Harry's face. Plans can change, Harry, he said quietly, and with that, he turned and strode away. Harry watched him go, aware of the fragile peace that had just been won, and wondering what came next. Of course, if you'd rather stay at Hogwarts, that's perfectly all right. I can speak with the school about it. But what I really wanted to say... Minister Fudge's dropped to a confidential whisper as he flicked a glance toward Percy, who stood dutifully at his side. Percy met his eye gravely, but remained rooted in place. Fudge frowned. Percy, would you mind stepping aside? I need to speak with Harry alone. Of course, Minister, Percy replied, immediately moving back and folding his arms as if on guard. Yet despite his vigilance, a flash of envy crossed his face as he watched Fudge's familiar, friendly manner toward Harry. Once Percy was out of earshot, Fudge turned back to Harry. We still haven't located Sirius Black, he began softly. Harry, you must understand, I've always believed him to be innocent. Your parents chose him as both their best man and your godfather. How could someone they trusted be a criminal? You might find this hard to believe, but when I inspected Azkaban earlier this year, I actually spoke with him in person. He was classified as a high-priority detainee, with Dementors posted outside his cell door, Fudge continued, leaning forward as if sharing a grand secret. Even so, once I uncovered fresh clues tied to that 12-year-old case, I braved Azkaban's horrors just to speak with him. You may not realize how dreadful Dementors are. Oh, I know all too well, Harry thought, his fists clenching at his sides. Fudge pressed on. Your godfather truly is extraordinary. Most prisoners in Azkaban slump in darkness, muttering incoherently, their minds numbed by despair. But Sirius remained perfectly lucid. He even asked for a newspaper so he could work on a crossword puzzle. The moment I saw that calm rationality, I knew I had to join forces with him. We sat down, dissected every detail of the case, and agreed to secure his release. Officially, of course, we'll call it an escape. Just the sort of ruse we need to lull Peter Pettigrew into a false sense of security. Harry stared at Fudge's self-satisfied grin and found himself unable to swallow a word of it. Had he not already heard Professor McGonagall's grave warnings and Sherlock's meticulous assessment of Fudge's motives, he might have been taken in by this triumphant tale. Instead, all Harry saw was a well-rehearsed performance, and he refused to trust a single syllable. Fudge paused mid-sentence, as if realizing he'd been talking in circles. He cleared his throat and gave Harry a more focused look. Listen, Harry, if Sirius comes to see you, you must persuade him to surrender himself to the Ministry of Magic immediately. Surrender? Harry repeated, frowning. But, Minister, you just told me you believe he's innocent. Fudge shifted awkwardly. Ah, yes. What I meant is that he should come to the Ministry to explain everything in person as soon as possible. Harry stared at him, sensing the gap between Fudge's words and his true intent. The minister swallowed and forged on. Look, for various reasons, he might be reluctant to return right now, but as his godson, he'll listen to you. Besides, we've arranged a first-class Order of Merlin for him, ready and waiting at the ministry. If he'll just show up and clear his name, well, that would be ideal. Then it clicked for Harry. On paper, the ministry had publicly claimed that Sirius's actions were carried out under official orders, but Fudge's eagerness to have him explain himself, coupled with the shiny promise of an award, made the real plan abundantly clear. Fudge couldn't hide his anxiety that Sirius might blurt everything out. If Sirius ever went public, the Ministry of Magic would be a national laughingstock, and there were always those salivating at the chance to expose the ministry's failings. That's why Fudge had worked so hard to keep Sirius quiet. But after everything that had happened, it was painfully clear the ministry had no way to catch him. Their only hope lay in his godson, Harry. Relying on Harry underscored just how powerless the ministry really was, and how desperately Fudge was clutching at straws. Harry couldn't help but grin at the irony. Minister, you've known the truth this whole time, haven't you? Fudge's face turned a deep shade of red, but he squared his shoulders and forced a confident smile. Of course, Harry. You know me. Chapter 347. I've never met anyone so shameless. Harry, you know me. Minister for Magic Cornelius Fudge said gravely, folding his hands in front of him. Ever since I took office, I've been looking into this case. But you must understand, investigations like this are bound to hit roadblocks. Those stubborn old wizards refuse to admit they were wrong, especially when it comes to ancient cases like this one. They'll ignore the facts rather than face them. It's infuriating. I pride myself on holding the highest standards as minister, but I admit I haven't managed my subordinates, or this inquiry, as well as I should have. I'm sorry. I really shouldn't be dumping all of this on you. Harry watched Fudge's solemn expression as the minister delivered one excuse after another. With a soft sigh, Harry realized there was nothing more to be gained from the conversation. Sherlock had tied up every loose end. He'd unmasked Pettigrew's animagus disguise, captured the traitor, and laid out the entire chain of events. All that was left was for the ministry to make the final, simple move, and they still couldn't manage it. Now they actually had the nerve to stand there and spout more excuses? Harry had never seen such shamelessness. He drew himself up and said, "Minister, if Sirius really does come looking for me, I'll let him know." Fudge's eyebrows shot up. "You will?" "I promise." Harry could almost see the relief flood the minister's face. He was eager to be rid of this conversation, and truth be told, he doubted he'd ever see Sirius again. Even if he did, he'd be nothing more than a messenger. Whether or not Sirius would turn up wasn't Harry's decision to make. Fudge gave a triumphant little sigh. He was convinced the famous boy who lived, hero of the wizarding world and vanquisher of the Dark Lord, was no more than a 13-year-old boy who'd given his word. Compared to the muddled Muggle politicians or the self-righteous old wizards at Hogwarts, Harry was unquestionably easier to handle. Actually, today's meeting had been carefully arranged by the Ministry of Magic's Undersecretary standing beside the Muggle Prime Minister. With Harry Potter's name attached, having his support could only bolster the Prime Minister's political fortunes. Once their introductions were concluded, Fudge stepped forward, clasped Harry's hand firmly, and said with a friendly nod, "I'm afraid I must dash. There's still a mountain of work waiting for me. Enjoy your holiday, Harry." As Fudge turned away, Percy hurried to offer his striped cloak. Percy watched him go, chest tightening with envy, then shot Harry an accusing look. The moment Fudge was out of earshot, Percy stormed over, his tone edged with disappointment. "Harry, what was that attitude with the minister just now?" he demanded. Harry blinked in surprise. "Attitude? I thought I did fine. Besides," he added with a grin, "I even gave him a little wink. Didn't you see?" Purser's face went pale. "A wink? Harry, that was your one chance to impress him alone. And you just winked. You've blown it. You could have done well and made a good impression on him," Percy chided. Harry started to protest that he didn't owe the minister any courtesy, but Percy cut him off. "At the very least, you should have introduced yourself. The minister was practically rolling out the red carpet for you. Didn't you think a thank you was in order?" "Harry, if it weren't for the Ministry of Magic, you'd still be in the dark, worshipping Pettigrew as a hero." Harry felt his patience snap. The ministry hadn't helped. They'd obstructed every step of the way. If it hadn't been for the Holmes brothers' intervention, Sirius might still be paying for Pettigrew's lies in Azkaban. He knew Percy wouldn't accept that, so instead of arguing, he offered a brief, "All right, I understand. Next time, I promise," and turned away. Percy's voice rose behind him. "There won't be a next time, an opportunity like this." But Harry didn't stop to listen. He strode past his brother and rejoined Ron, Hermione, and the others, leaving Percy's protests fading in his wake. Sherlock was lounging on the edge of an armchair, one eyebrow raised in that infuriating half-smile of his. "So," he drawled as Harry entered the common room, "did you manage to get rid of him?" Harry sank into the seat opposite, exhaling a long, tired sigh. "Yes, Sherlock, Percy really is." He checked himself, recalling Ron's and Ginny's expectant faces. Rather than launch into a tirade, he simply recounted the morning's events, sparing his older brother any direct insult. Honestly, there's no point blaming someone who simply doesn't want to see the truth. Hermione, who had always been inclined to defend her eldest brother, offered a conciliatory smile. In Percy's eyes, Pettigrew is nothing but a duly captured ministry prisoner, and Sirius Black's breakout was obviously orchestrated by the very same ministry. "Even if Percy learned the real story," Ron muttered, arms folded, He'd still seize the chance to win brownie points with the minister. He'd grovel all the way to the top if it meant impressing Fudge. Ginny nodded in grim agreement. That's just Percy's game. Faced with both her siblings siding against her, Hermione fell silent and quickly steered the conversation onto safer ground. Right, Harry. Since Minister Fudge has signed off on your holiday leave, are you actually going home for the break, or planning to stay here at Hogwarts? Harry paused, glancing from Ron to Ginny, the weight of their unspoken expectations heavy in the air. Harry, don't worry about us, Ron said with a booming laugh. Your relations with the Muggles are better these days, right? Go home if you like. Ginny managed a tight smile. Yes, Harry, if you really want to. Harry hesitated. Didn't Ginny say she could, no, wouldn't, stand 2 weeks cooped up with Percy? Judging by what he'd seen of Percy's behavior, Harry didn't blame her one bit. Well, if you'd rather not go home, Harry offered, I'd be happy to stick around here with you. Ginny's face brightened at the offer, and she seemed ready to say something, until Ron burst out laughing again. What are you on about? Ron said. Percy's not the only one you'd have to put up with. There's Fred and George, Mum and Dad. I can't wait to tell them how Sherlock solved the case. Right, Ginny? Ginny fell silent. For a moment, she swore on Merlin's own beard that she'd love nothing more than to boot Ron's backside straight to the astronomy tower. Honestly, her big brother? At least Percy kept his distance. Ron, on the other hand, if he wasn't actively getting in everyone's way, he was dragging them backwards. She clenched her fists. One of these days, she thought, she'd teach him a lesson he wouldn't soon forget. All right, I'll go home then. Harry's words trailed off under Ginny's disappointed gaze, and he hesitated for a moment before continuing. I think I should tell Aunt Petunia about everything. Now that our relationship is healed, they truly are my family, and they deserve to know the truth about my parents' deaths. Hermione blinked, her voice thick with admiration. Harry, you're impossibly kind. She thought of what she knew about his life at the Dursleys, how few people in her place would ever forgive and reconcile so freely. The others murmured their agreement. Only someone like Dumbledore, with his old-fashioned sensibilities, might say Harry had ended up well, given that in Victorian London, children were routinely orphaned on the streets or put to work as chimney sweeps before they could even walk. A moment of contemplative silence passed. Then Hermione turned toward Sherlock Holmes. Do you really think Sirius Black will come looking for Harry, just as Minister Fudge warned? Sherlock met her gaze coolly. Without a doubt. The very reason Sirius escaped from Azkaban was that he learned Peter Pettigrew is still alive. For Sirius Black, vengeance was everything, but so was Harry's safety. That's why he slipped away to visit Harry on the morning he left Privet Drive, and why, once at Hogwarts, he couldn't resist sneaking off to the Quidditch pitch to watch him play. Now that he's caught wind of this latest development, he'll come himself to verify the facts. In those circumstances, finding Harry first is our best move. Maybe the Ministry of Magic isn't utterly beyond hope after all. At least someone there is smart enough to recognize their own folly. Sherlock's merciless ridicule of the Ministry left his companions speechless. I still don't understand one thing, Hermione finally said. What's that? Sherlock asked, leaning forward. Hermione folded her arms. Black spent 12 years in Azkaban. Why did he decide to escape only now? That's the key question, Sherlock agreed. He's only just learned that Peter Pettigrew is still alive. Hermione's brow furrowed. But how could he possibly know? He was in complete isolation. No newspapers, no letters, no word of the outside world. Sherlock steepled his fingers, eyes alight with speculation. Precisely, which suggests someone on the inside helped pass the information along. Logically, Sirius Black shouldn't have known anything about Pettigrew, Hermione said, frowning. Sherlock exchanged a knowing look with Harry. There's really only one way a prisoner in Azkaban could get news from the outside world, he replied. Hermione's eyes brightened as she remembered something Harry had mentioned earlier. You're talking about the newspapers. Exactly, Sherlock said, snapping his fingers. Minister Fudge himself told us that Sirius had been requesting newspapers, ostensibly for his crossword puzzles. What Fudge didn't realize was that it was those very papers that let Sirius learn Peter Pettigrew was still alive. Ron's jaw dropped. He found that out from a crossword puzzle? Sherlock shook his head gently. Not from the puzzle, Ron. The newspapers brought ordinary news, reports that Pettigrew's body had never been found, hints that he might have escaped. That was all Sirius needed to piece things together. Ron's eyes darted between Hermione and Sherlock. I still don't see, came a patient smile. Think it through. If every paper he got mentioned Pettigrew's mysterious disappearance and the lack of a body, Sirius would realize Peter had faked his death and was hiding somewhere, probably nearby. That's why he escaped so quickly after the Dementors were distracted. Hermione nodded, putting it all together. And that explains why he was able to track Peter down so fast once he broke out. Precisely, Sherlock said. Sometimes the simplest explanation is the correct one. Ron looked sheepish, but impressed. I should have worked that out myself. Sherlock gave him a friendly pat on the shoulder. All in good time, Ron. All in good time. Sherlock frowned at Ron's blank expression and asked again, Do you remember the birthday gift you sent Harry? Ron brightened instantly. Of course. I thought it was a bit of a gimmick at first, Egyptian magic and all that, but it turned out to be surprisingly useful. Those wizards know what they're doing. He paused, puzzled. But what on earth does that have to do with Sirius realizing Peter is alive? Sherlock raised an eyebrow. Ron, I wasn't talking about your sneakoscope. Ron blinked. He'd already missed more than Hermione and Harry had, and now even Ginny looked ready to intervene. Harry stepped forward, voice gentle but firm. It wasn't the sneakoscope at all, Ron. It was the clipping from the Daily Prophet. What clipping? Ron asked, helplessly. Ginny threw her hands up. Honestly, Ron, think back. You included an old Prophet article in Harry's birthday package. There was a photograph in it. He means the picture of 12 Grimmauld Place, Hermione said, leaning in. That photo showed Sirius's old family home, and in the background, if you look closely, there's Peter Pettigrew. That's how Sirius knew Pettigrew was still alive. Ron's face went from blank to incredulous. The Prophet photo of the house and the black dog statue out front? Exactly, Hermione smiled. The minute Sirius saw that clipping, he put two and two together. Rar, without your brilliant gift, we never would have realized Peter's back. Ron groaned, burying his face in his hands. I can't believe I missed that. Harry clapped him on the shoulder. Don't worry, mate. At least it worked in the end. Ron's voice cut through the quiet corridor. That's our family portrait. Harry glanced at the faded photo pinned to the wall. I know. Ron stared at the old snapshot. Then a light switched on in his eyes. Wait, Scabbers is in the picture, on my shoulder. That wasn't just a rat. It was Peter all along. Silence fell as everyone took in Ron's astonished expression, like someone who just discovered a new continent. Sherlock cleared his throat. Precisely, Ron. Most people wouldn't recognize Peter in his animagus form, but Sirius would have known him instantly. And Lupin, though slower to notice, would have worked it out given time. The only reason he didn't was that Scabbers, once back in rat form, never stayed by Ron's side long enough for Lupin to witness the shift before the truth emerged. Yet even without that decisive clue, the trail of evidence was strong enough. Given patience and insight, one discerns the essence beneath the disguise. He paused, eyes flicking from face to face. In short, I'm certain Sirius will sort through his shock and anger quickly, and then he'll come for Harry. No one dared question him. Sherlock's logic was as unassailable as ever. Sure, please go ahead and paste the full chapter you'd like me to revise, and I'll transform it into a polished, natural-sounding English version. Chapter 348, Sherlock. I've never been a normal person. December 25th, 1993. Only one Care of Magical Creatures class stood between the third-year Gryffindors and their Christmas holiday. Once Professor Grubbly Plank dismissed them, they'd be free to head home tomorrow. In the Gryffindor common room, Harry, Ron, and Ginny lounged near the fire, discussing their travel plans. Don't look so morose. Have a drink, Ron said, offering Harry a frothy mug of butterbeer. Ginny and I are both going home, and you can safely head back to the Muggles, too. Thanks, Ron, Harry replied with a relieved smile. Since his last trip to Hogsmeade, Harry had grown fond of butterbeer. It was lighter than the brandy Sherlock usually favored, just perfect for Harry's taste. He raised the mug to his lips, paused, then frowned slightly. Wait a second, did you actually go to Hogsmeade again? Ron chuckled. You'd think so, but no, our house elves have been experimenting in the kitchens. They've mastered the recipe. Harry took another sip, eyes brightening. Well, that's incredible. Who knew house elves made such good brewmasters? As laughter and chatter filled the common room, none of them noticed the figure watching from the portrait hole, a tall, sharp-eyed boy who had never been normal in anyone's book. Sherlock Holmes simply smiled to himself. After all, he had plans of his own for this unusual holiday gathering. Although it's not quite on par with Madame Rosmerta's hand-brewed batches at the Three Broomsticks, Ron said, handing Harry a frothy mug, it's pretty decent for something we made at school. Remember how Neville was frantic about Trevor 2 days ago? Harry took a careful sip and nodded. Neville's seasonal toad hunts had almost become a Gryffindor tradition. Every holiday, he'd lose Trevor somewhere in the castle. Usually Trevor only wanders around Gryffindor Tower, Ginny chimed in with a grin, but this time he somehow ended up in the Hufflepuff girls' dormitory. What? Harry's eyes shot wide. Yeah, Ginny laughed. Luckily Hannah Abbott spotted him among the four-poster beds and brought Trevor right back. And that's not the best part, Ron interrupted, practically bouncing in his seat. I was just talking to Neville about butterbeer when Hannah dashed off to the kitchens and returned with a few extra cups. I've been saving them for us ever since. Hannah Abbott? Harry repeated, raising an eyebrow. Of all the first years, she'd been the only one in Harry's class sorted into Hufflepuff. And like the Longbottoms, the Weasleys, the Malfoys, and the Blacks, she hailed from one of the legendary Sacred 28 pureblood families. Harry was surprised by just how gracious she was. Harry, you've forgotten, haven't you? Back in first year, Sherlock did Mr. Abbott's family a huge favor, Ginny reminded him gently. Harry's eyes widened as the memory came back. Just before that Christmas, Sherlock had used the Ministry's own investigation report to clear Mr. Abbott's name. Ginny grinned. We're lucky to call him a friend, so we're basically riding on his coattails this time. I asked what he'd like, and he said brandy, so that's what we brought. Of course, Harry said, though he couldn't quite hide his frown. Noticing the furrow between his brows, Ron gave him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Don't worry about it, mate. We already agreed. During the holidays, we each head home to our own mums. You'll be spending Christmas with the Weasleys at the Burrow. 2 weeks with Percy might sound rough, but if you're not there, Ron and I won't have half the fun. Ginny bit her lip, surprised at her own boldness. When had she gotten so forward? Then it hit her. Lately, Harry and Cho Chang had been spending a lot more time together. Since Sherlock exposed Peter Pettigrew, Cho, ever the inquisitive Ravenclaw, had been fascinated by Sherlock's detective work, and Harry had been all too happy to share it with her. As Harry's friend, Ginny couldn't help but worry about him. They might not have been officially to get her yet, but Luna's gentle prodding had given her the courage to speak up. I promise I'll stay at school, Harry protested, glancing at Ginny with those familiar green eyes. Oh, stop being so conflicted, Ron said, waving a hand. If you were heading home on your own and leaving us behind, sure, you might feel bad, but we're all going with you this time, so there's nothing to feel guilty about. Ron's right, Ginny chimed in. She had felt a pang of guilt when she first learned Harry planned to leave Hogwarts, and she'd even teased Ron for being an unreliable comrade. But once she realized how much Harry longed to return to the Dursleys at Privet Drive, her own reservations slipped away in an instant. She stepped closer and spoke with gentle firmness. Harry, you're always so selfless. Sometimes you need to see things from a different angle. Before she could finish, a streak of yellow exploded out of nowhere, hurtling toward the three of them. Ginny's heart leapt into her throat as she braced for impact. They'd barely had time to gasp when the fast-moving shape revealed itself, a small, bright-feathered creature with curious amber eyes. It skidded to a halt at Harry's feet, tilting its head as though sizing him up. Ginny and Ron exchanged astonished glances, and Harry knelt down, extending a cautious hand. The creature chirped, a sound like silver bells, and hopped onto his palm without hesitation. All thoughts of Privet Drive and lingering doubts vanished in that instant. Whatever this unexpected visitor was, it had just made their journey home far more interesting than they'd ever imagined. Crookshanks! Harry froze. The large, ragged cat stalked forward, claws flexing, amber eyes locked on them. Scabbers, no, he muttered, heart pounding. Peter Pettigrew's already in Azkaban. How? Why is he here? Ron felt a surge of conflicting emotions. All those arguments with Hermione over Scabbers, no, over Peter in disguise, flashed through his mind. They'd barely spoken for days afterward. Hermione had stopped listening outright when Ron tried to defend himself, and Harry had been so frantic he might have burst into flames. In the end, Hermione had apologized, admitting she'd never paused to see things from Ron's point of view. But the thought that the rat who'd been his pet for 3 years had actually been a man, the man he'd shared a bed with every night, sometimes even ruined the sheets, well, that was a brutal blow. "Oh, he's got a letter in his mouth," Ginny exclaimed. Startled from his reverie, Ron crouched and gently pried the scrap of parchment free from Crookshanks's jaws. Hermione and Ginny gathered around as Crookshanks settled himself by Harry's feet, his tail flicking expectantly. Harry took the letter, heart still thudding. Whoever had sent this must have known exactly where to find them, and why. Carefully, he unfolded the paper and began to read. "Harry, Ron, Hermione, I'm sorry it had to be me in Pettigrew's place. I've been watching over you all along. Meet me tonight at the old lighthouse by the shore. Come alone. Trust no one else. A friend." Hermione gasped. Ron's grip on the cat tightened reflexively. Harry's eyes darted from the bold handwriting to his 2 best friends. "We have to go," he said quietly, "but we can't let anyone know, not even the Order." Crookshanks blinked at them, almost as if he approved. The 3 exchanged determined looks. No matter what lay ahead, they'd face it together. Crookshanks leapt nimbly into Harry's lap, tilting his broad head to present the letter. Harry blinked in surprise. "Crookshanks, is this for me?" The cat purred as he settled against Harry's legs. Gently, Harry pried the envelope from Crookshanks's grip and ripped it open. The moment he did, he sprang to his feet, unwittingly sending Crookshanks tumbling to the floor. "Ow!" Crookshanks complained, fluffing out his tail. "Sorry, buddy," Harry said, clutching the letter. He bent to scoop the cat back up, but found himself awkwardly juggling both cat and parchment. I'll get him." Ginny moved behind Harry, lifting Crookshanks into her arms. The cat mewed indignantly before settling under her gentle strokes. Harry held up the letter. "It's from Sirius Black." Ginny froze mid-pet, eyes wide. Ron's eyebrows shot up. "Sirius, why would Crookshanks be delivering something from him?" Ron leaned forward, impatience written across his face. "Well, what does it say? Read it to us, Harry." Chapter 10. Meow. A sleek, coal-black cat padded across the stone floor of the Burrow's kitchen, a rolled piece of parchment clutched in its jaws. Ron nudged Harry excitedly. "See? I told you Sherlock's prediction was spot on." Ginny crouched beside the cat and carefully untied the black ribbon. Harry took the letter, smoothing out the parchment as everyone leaned in. "Dear Harry, by the time you read this, the cat before you will have delivered all my anxieties and hopes. He is the cleverest creature I have ever known and has guided me through these dark days. Though the Ministry's proclamation has officially cleared my name, its carefully chosen words taste hollow and false to me. What I desire more than anything is to see you again. Choose a time and place, invite any professors or friends you trust, and send me word. This cat will find me and carry your reply. If you decide it's too soon, I understand your caution. This meeting should have happened 12 years ago, but was thwarted by my own foolishness and Peter Pettigrew's betrayal. The guilt over your parents' fate haunts me day and night. Your bright green eyes remind me of Lily's, and your bravery would have made James proud. Whatever you decide, know that I will always be your godfather and your family. Yours devotedly, Sirius Black. Silence fell over the kitchen as the final words sank in. Ron let out a low whistle. Blimey. Ginny turned to Harry, her voice soft with concern. Harry, what do you think? Do you want to meet him? Harry's gaze lingered on the elegant signature. Thoughts tumbled through his mind. Betrayal and loyalty, past regrets and future hopes. Finally, he lifted his eyes to his friends, the weight of the decision settling on his shoulders. But for now, he said nothing. Be careful, Ron said, frowning. Even though they've cleared Black's name, who knows what he went through in Azkaban? Dad says the place drives people mad in a matter of weeks. 12 years must have been hell. And remember, he did smash through Gryffindor Tower and tear down the fat lady's portrait. Ginny shot him a sympathetic look. But he's Harry's godfather. If that hadn't happened, Harry should have grown up with him. Harry kept his expression neutral, but inside his mind spun. No, things would never have been that simple. He remembered how, on the night his parents died, Hagrid had hoisted him from the smoking ruins. At that moment, Peter Pettigrew hadn't yet framed Sirius. Sirius had even asked Hagrid to take Harry with him. But Dumbledore had insisted the boy be raised away from magic, and Hagrid had refused Sirius's plea. Afterward, everyone assumed Sirius wanted to harm the baby. Now Harry wondered if the godfather's request had been sincere, if Sirius had truly wanted to protect him. Had Hagrid handed him over that night, Harry's destiny might have been completely different, but it was all in the past, and Harry had no intention of explaining it to Ginny. He merely forced a small smile and let the conversation move on. Ginny folded her arms and leaned forward. "Come on, you heard what Sirius said in his letter. You can bring a teacher or anyone else you trust. With Dumbledore there, Harry will be perfectly safe." Ron snorted. "That's assuming Dumbledore can guard against every threat. Have you forgotten what happened in our first year? You know who was in the school attached to Quirrell's head. Second year, he slipped back in through Tom Riddle's diary, and last year, his followers were already inside Hogwarts before anyone realized it. Dumbledore didn't know about any of that. If Sherlock hadn't been here, Harry's survived just Ginny interrupted, because Dumbledore's always looked out for him." Ron threw up his hands. "Survived fine? He ends up in the hospital wing at least once every year. That isn't exactly fine and dandy." "You're yelling at me." Ginny's cheeks flared red. "You're actually yelling at me." The two of them glared at each other in silence. Harry, caught between his sister's optimism and his best friend's caution, said nothing. He just stared at Sirius's letter, the parchment trembling slightly in his fingers. He could feel Sirius's earnest hope in every line. Sirius truly wanted to see him. Should he go? Ron made a solid point about past dangers, and Ginny wasn't wrong either. Harry closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Then, just as his heart raced from indecision, a thought struck him. Harry looked up just as Ron and Ginny, having paused their friendly argument, met his gaze. In perfect unison they called out, "When in doubt, ask Sherlock. If you need advice, go find Holmes." Nearby in the library, Hermione smiled at Sherlock. "You've got everyone talking," she said. "Your reputation as the campus consulting detective is spreading like wildfire." Sherlock leaned back in his chair. "It's not only Hogwarts anymore," he admitted, "and to be honest, it's not entirely a good thing." "Why not?" Luna Lovegood asked, perched on the other side of him. He rubbed his fingertips together, elbows on the table, and looked at them both. "I've never been what anyone would call normal," he began. "I crave activity. I can't stand idle moments. If I have nothing to occupy my mind, I grow restless, twitchy in every limb. Only when I'm handed a case, something deep, something that truly challenges me, do I feel comfortable. That's when I don't have to force myself to seek excitement." "Do you know," Sherlock mused as he strolled along the Thames embankment, "I've always found London dreadfully dull. Ever since local crime was ruthlessly stamped out in the name of EU unity, there isn't a single case left to pique my interest." "Sherlock!" Hermione's tone snapped with reproach. "I don't think most citizens would agree with you." He flashed her a wry smile. "You're right. I shouldn't be so self-absorbed. The disappearance of criminals is obviously great for public order. Only I, the consulting detective, am left twiddling my thumbs." Fortunately, an owl delivered my Hogwarts letter not long after. Discovering the magical world opened up an entirely new arena for me. No more self-manufactured mysteries. These past 3 years at Hogwarts have been thoroughly satisfying. Alas, now that I'm in my third year, I've unraveled the very fabric of this magical realm, and what remains is mere routine. I'd hoped Lord Voldemort would present a worthy challenge, but he's shown himself to be as dull-witted as they come. Oddly enough, it was Tom Riddle from 50 years ago who posed the most intriguing match for my skills. Now that both incidents, the deaths of the professors and the Azkaban escapee, are finally behind us, the only mysteries left are the petty ones at Hogwarts. Even those have dwindled ever since word spread that Mr. Holmes can solve cases without so much as a flutter of magic. I haven't even heard of an eyeshadow theft in ages. Sherlock mused, leaning back in his chair. Hermione sank into her seat beside him, dumbfounded. Sherlock, honestly. Luna Lovegood, perched on the other side, simply closed her eyes and let a dreamy smile spread across her face. Moments later, Sherlock shot upright, his eyes bright with excitement. You know, he declared, befriending the Chosen One was my best idea yet. There's fresh material on the horizon. Hermione and Luna followed his gaze to see Harry, Ron, and Ginny hurrying across the courtyard. Harry had Crookshanks tucked under one arm. Ron was juggling half a dozen parchment scrolls, already muttering about homework, while Ginny chattered animatedly about last night's Quidditch practice. They made their way over, clearly unbothered by the unusual seating arrangement. Ginny and Luna were inseparable these days, and Hermione had long ago grown used to witty commentary from the world's only consulting detective. "Hello, Sherlock," Harry greeted, slipping onto the bench opposite him. Crookshanks peered curiously at Sherlock, his tail twitching. Ron and Ginny settled in beside Harry, exchanging friendly nods with Hermione and Luna. Sherlock inclined his head. "Good afternoon, Harry. To what do I owe the pleasure?" Harry glanced at Ron and Ginny, then back at Sherlock. "There's been another strange disappearance in Gryffindor Tower. Ginny's missing her favorite quill. Again. We thought maybe you'd want to take a look?" Sherlock's lips curved into a satisfied smile. "Extraordinary," he murmured. "Since magic's out of the question, we must consider more earthly explanations." He tapped his temple. "Gather the suspects and their alibis. I suspect we're just getting started." Hermione rolled her eyes fondly. Luna squealed in delight, and Crookshanks hopped off Harry's lap, determined to inspect the scene of the crime. It seemed Hogwarts might once again have its Sherlockian detective on the case. Luna Lovegood couldn't help herself. The moment she discovered that it was Sherlock Holmes, not the Ministry of Magic, who had unmasked Peter Pettigrew, she found herself irresistibly drawn to him, even when Ginny hadn't asked for her help. She hovered at Sherlock's side, offering cryptic observations and half-heard clues that puzzled everyone, but delighted her. Hermione Granger, in particular, felt a headache coming on each time Luna launched into one of her eccentric monologues. The more Luna spoke, the more Hermione felt sidelined, like an outsider in her own common room. At that point, Harry was recounting another odd twist in the tale. How Crookshanks had retrieved Sirius Black's letter and delivered it into Sherlock's hands. Seated on the edge of an armchair, Harry described how the ginger cat had slipped through empty corridors, scuttled past sleeping portraits, and finally popped the letter directly onto Sherlock's desk. Sherlock listened impassively, while Luna leaned forward, eyes shining with excitement. Hermione glanced between them, torn between frustration and the undeniable thrill of witnessing a mystery unravel at Hogwarts. Chapter 349, A Good Person. "Wait, are you saying Crookshanks delivered this letter to Sirius Black?" Hermione stared at Harry in disbelief. Of all the weird things that had happened at Hogwarts, a cat acting as postman for a convicted mass murderer was easily the strangest. Even for a 14th birthday present half-Kneazle, Crookshanks had never disappointed her, but this was beyond belief. Harry nodded. "It's because Crookshanks's whiskers have these faint, silver-glowing strands." Hermione blinked. "Silver, glowing strands?" Luna Lovegood, reclined by the window and idly twirling her radish earrings, looked back at Hermione with dreamy conviction. "Yes." He pressed his paws onto Sirius's shadow and sensed a ray of light hidden under the darkness, just like the silver threads in his whiskers. Night must come before dawn, you see. Their meeting was fated. Hermione pinched the bridge of her nose. "Could one of you translate that into English?" Before Luna could answer, Sherlock Holmes, who had been silently reading the letter, stepped forward and handed it back to Harry. His voice was calm and precise. The contents of this letter, combined with Sirius's conduct since his escape from Azkaban, establish his sincerity beyond any reasonable doubt. Furthermore, Peter Pettigrew's own testimony aligns perfectly with my deductions. Sirius Black is on our side. Hermione exchanged a glance with Harry. Maybe, after all, some impossible things really could be explained by logic and by a cat with silver-lit whiskers. "His mind isn't always sound," Sherlock said evenly. That much was clear long before he ever set foot in Azkaban. Harry's cheeks went pink at the unvarnished assessment. "So, you think we should go?" Precisely, Sherlock grinned. My dear Harry, if you're willing, I intend to accompany you. That would be fantastic. Relief flooded Harry's face as all his lingering doubts evaporated. Hermione, however, looked uneasy, momentarily forgetting how Crookshanks had first alerted them to Black's presence. She spoke up, her voice trembling with concern. But isn't that dangerous? Sherlock, shouldn't we alert Dumbledore or Professor McGonagall? Or ask Professor Lupin? He's friends with Sirius, isn't he? Sherlock offered her a calm, reassuring smile. My dear Hermione, I've already explained my deductions. There's no need to repeat them now. Trust your pet. Crookshanks has a keen sense for hidden malice. He let the words hang for a moment, then added quietly, and if you still hesitate, trust me, your friend Holmes's judgment on this matter. A warm flush crept into Hermione's cheeks. Of course, caution is a virtue, and courage is no substitute for recklessness, Sherlock observed crisply, tapping the parchment in his hand. We must inform them of this invitation, but there's no need to bring anyone along. He pointed to a passage in the letter. From these lines, it's clear that Mr. Sirius is intent on some private time with Harry. First impressions are crucial, and once established, they take far more effort to reverse. If a professor escorted Harry, it would signal nothing but distrust. Not even Professor Lupin? Hermione asked hesitantly. Remus Lupin is indeed a professor, Sherlock replied evenly, but Sirius's level of trust in him isn't what you might expect. A stunned silence fell over the room. But they were best friends at school, Ron protested. Harry frowned, recalling the old nicknames. Padfoot, Moony, Prongs. His voice trailed off as he realized. And Wormtail. A faint smile curved Sherlock's lips. I see you've put the pieces together, Harry. With his new plan now taking shape, he sat back and waited patiently for the other's next move. Then why didn't Sirius insist that Lupin be the secret keeper instead of Wormtail? Ron asked, frowning. Because trust isn't measured by how inconspicuous someone is, Sherlock replied softly. But wasn't Wormtail chosen precisely because he could slip in and out without anyone noticing? Ron pressed. That's only one consideration, Sherlock said. He paused, steepling his fingers. Even if Peter Pettigrew was, on paper, a more reliable secret keeper than Remus Lupin, neither your parents nor Sirius ever offered Lupin that role. From the start, the only person Sirius Black truly trusted was your father. His feelings toward Wormtail weren't respect, they were contempt. And there's another piece of the puzzle. Both your father and Sirius harbored doubts about Dumbledore's trustworthiness. Ron blinked. He didn't trust Dumbledore either? Precisely, Sherlock said, leaning back. An outsider might assume that Albus Dumbledore, the most powerful wizard of his time, would make the ideal secret keeper. Yet Sirius and your father understood something most people overlooked. James Potter had originally chosen Sirius as his animagus partner, and then, without so much as a word to Dumbledore or to his closest friend Remus Lupin, switched to Peter Pettigrew. Harry stared at Sherlock in stunned silence. At last he said, his voice barely above a whisper, "So that's why you insisted on coming with me." Sherlock nodded. "When you and your classmates stand before Sirius, he'll instinctively assume the role of the elder brother. His initial suspicion will give way to trust and understanding." Harry folded his arms, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. "Sherlock, is Sirius a good person?" "My dear Harry," Sherlock replied, leaning back thoughtfully, "good and bad are always matters of perspective. Severus Snape would never consider Sirius a paragon of virtue. He might still write him off as reckless or irresponsible. But by your standards, and certainly by your father's, Sirius is without question good." Harry exhaled, relief washing over him. "All right, I'll go." In that moment, excitement bubbled up inside him. "I should write to him now," he said. "I'll have Crookshanks deliver the letter. Should I let him know that you'll be with me?" Sherlock offered a small smile. "Yes, do mention it. Sirius will appreciate knowing you have an ally at your side." Harry nodded and set quill to parchment, eager to reconnect with the one friend who had meant so much to his father, and who now might mean everything to him. "Where should we arrange the meeting?" Harry's voice quivered with anticipation. Sherlock laid a steadying hand on his shoulder. "Relax, Harry. We'll sort it out." Harry swallowed hard. "Sorry, It's fine. Completely understandable." Sherlock offered him a reassuring nod. Harry's friends exchanged knowing looks. They all recognized the excitement beneath his polite phrasing. Harry really did want to see his godfather. Meanwhile, Sherlock withdrew a fresh sheet of parchment and a quill, and within minutes a neatly penned letter lay before him. Harry assumed Sherlock would send it by Crookshanks, but instead Sherlock handed it to Hermione. "Hermione, please give this to Professor Dumbledore via Mr. Weasley." "I've explained everything in it," Sherlock said quietly. Harry blinked in surprise. This letter wasn't a reply to Sirius at all, but a message to Dumbledore. He'd meant to answer Sirius himself. He'd been looking forward to that. The thought stung. As long as he'd known Sherlock, Harry's reliance on him had only grown. He clearly still had a mind of his own, but lately he hadn't bothered to use it. Hermione tucked the parchment under her arm and nodded. Luna Lovegood, who had been hovering nearby, leaned in eagerly. "May I see it too?" Hermione raised an eyebrow. Luna's unabashed curiosity never ceased to astonish her. Harry flushed. Even now, he could hardly bring himself to write his own letter. And here was Sherlock, always one step ahead. Sherlock's voice was calm and measured. "If you want to see it, go ahead. Once you've finished reading, deliver it to Dumbledore right away." He rose and gave Harry a firm pat on the shoulder. "Come on, brother." Harry sprang to his feet, then paused. "Wait, where are we going?" "To visit your godfather, of course," Harry frowned. "But shouldn't I write him a letter first? Only Crookshanks knows where he's hiding." Sherlock laughed softly. "That's wishful thinking. We'll go straight to him and see how he's been living all this time." Harry's eyes brightened. "The Marauder's map. You must have seen his name on it, just like you've seen Peter Pettigrew's." He patted his robes, then sighed. "Damn it, I left it in the dormitory. I'll have to run back and get it." "Map? What map?" "I am the map." Sherlock grinned and strode toward the library door. "After me, Harry." Harry hurried to catch up. As they left, Ron and Ginny rose from their chairs. They exchanged quick goodbyes with Hermione and Luna, then slipped out themselves, eager to return to their dorm and pack for the journey home. Luna looked up from the letter and met Hermione's eyes. "You want to go with them, don't you?" Hermione hesitated. "I didn't. Well, okay, I do want to go." She'd been reluctant to admit it, but Luna's steady gaze, so unlike Gemma's, made honesty impossible. "Then you should have said so back there," Luna said with a small smile. They wouldn't have refused. "Thank you, Luna, but actually, it wouldn't be a good idea," Hermione whispered. Luna tilted her head, curious. Hermione leaned closer. "You noticed, just now, Harry really wants to meet his godfather, but if too many of us tag along, it might give Sirius the wrong impression, like Harry doesn't trust him." Since the whole Crookshanks incident, Hermione had spent a lot of time reflecting on her own behavior. She was learning, slowly but surely, to step outside her own viewpoint and see the world through someone else's eyes. "Why does it matter what he thinks?" Luna asked, her voice perfectly even. Hermione frowned. Luna's calm assurance took her by surprise. Sherlock Holmes had once given her the same advice long ago, and Hermione had failed to follow it. Now Luna echoed it almost to the letter. She really was just like Sherlock. "All right," Hermione said, forcing herself to move on. "Let's leave that for another time. Have you finished reading the letter?" She held out her hand. "When you're done, pass it back to me. I'll have Watson deliver it to Professor Dumbledore." Luna blinked. "Aren't you going to read it first?" Hermione hesitated, then curiosity won out. Sherlock had said she could read it, after all. She took the folded parchment from Luna's hand and unfolded it. She had expected a long, detailed report, but instead, the note was startlingly brief. "I will accompany Harry to meet Sirius as both student and friend. Everything is under control, awaiting good news." Hermione stared at the words. "Everything? Under control?" She lifted her head, her expression shifting into something unreadable. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the castle, Harry's own situation was far from settled. Chapter 350. You may not emit light, but you are a conductor of light. Sherlock and Harry stepped out of the shadowed arches of Hogwarts and onto the castle grounds. Patches of last week's heavy snow still clung stubbornly to the grass, a cold reminder that December was drawing to a close. Yet today's weather was surprisingly pleasant. A gentle breeze stirred the air, and warm sunlight spilled across the grounds. Harry pulled Cho Chang's hand-knit scarf tighter around his neck, matching his buoyant mood to the bright day. Sherlock moved with his usual purposeful stride, guiding Harry northward. They passed the greenhouses where herbology students tended to their winter blooms, then skirted the edge of the forbidden forest, its dark tree line whispering secrets. At last they came to a halt before a colossal tree. Its thick, knotted branches whipped back and forth with alarming force, even though the surrounding air was perfectly still. Harry's breath caught in his throat. "The Homping Willow," Sherlock said quietly. Harry instinctively took a half-step back, slipping behind Sherlock's broad frame. Memories of that violent, unforgiving trunk, how it had once swung its limbs without warning, made his heart pound. He'd never been able to forget just how dangerous that tree could be. Sherlock studied the quivering branches with cold curiosity. "It's as temperamental as ever," he observed. Harry nodded, swallowing hard. Standing here now, so close to the willow's thrashing limbs, he felt that old mixture of awe and trepidation. But with Sherlock by his side, he knew they would find a way past it, whatever lay beyond those writhing branches. It was at the Homping Willow, Hogwarts's most infamous tree, that in the span of a single month, both Malfoy's Nimbus 2001 and Harry's own Nimbus 2000 had been reduced to kindling. The wreckage was indisputable. Professor Lupin had once told them that in his day, students dared one another to press a hand against that very trunk to prove their courage, until Davy Gudgeon nearly lost an eye. After that incident, no pupil was ever allowed near it again. Harry stared up at the gnarled branches, baffled. Why on earth had Sherlock brought him here? Sirius Black couldn't possibly be hiding inside that thick, twisting trunk. Could he? "My dear Harry," Sherlock said with an almost mischievous tilt to his voice, "it seems your powers of recollection could use a bit of sharpening." Harry's instinct was to step forward, arm raised in defense of his companion. Sherlock gently grasped his elbow and drew him closer, ignoring the protective gesture. "Think back," Sherlock continued, meeting Harry's baffled gaze. "The moment you got your hands on the Marauders map, the Weasley twins whispered a very specific instruction. They told you exactly why you should come to this tree. You simply misplaced the memory." "There are 7 secret passages leading to Hogsmeade," Sherlock reminded him, "and one of their entrances is right here, by the Homping Willow." Harry's eyes widened. "You really mean Sirius is hiding inside that?" "Exactly," Sherlock replied, glancing at the wildly thrashing tree. "Well, if your eyesight were better," Harry interrupted, wincing. "My eyesight isn't the problem." Sherlock simply smiled. "All you need to know is that the entrance is here, but you're probably wondering how we're supposed to get close without being swatted to bits." Harry frowned at the Homping Willow's flailing branches. "There's no way we can approach it in this state." "Ah," said Sherlock, "but if you couldn't get close, how do you think Sirius got in?" "I have no idea," Harry admitted, eyeing the trunk warily. "Look there," Sherlock said, pointing to a small raised knot on the bark, easy to miss in the bright sunlight. "Press that, and the tree stops attacking." Harry stepped forward, heart pounding, and found the protruding knot Sherlock had described. He placed his hand against it, bracing for impact. The Homping Willow's branches paused mid-swing. For a heartbeat, everything stood still, and then, like a well-rehearsed guardian easing its guard, the tree relaxed. Sherlock gave him a nod. "After you." Taking a deep breath, Harry slipped past the now calm tree and into the hidden tunnel beyond, on his way to finally rescue Sirius. He didn't ask Sherlock how he knew. It hardly mattered. Instead, Harry turned to his older brother, pointed at himself with a hesitant look, and asked, "You mean me?" "Give it a try," Sherlock replied, his tone encouraging. "Sirius and Crookshanks managed it, and so can you." Harry swallowed, then nodded. "Okay." He stretched his arms and legs, drew in a steadying breath, and sprinted toward the knot in the trunk. Believe in yourself. A human can be just as nimble as a cat. But reality proved harsher than hope. No sooner had Harry taken a step than a thick branch lashed down toward him with terrifying speed. He'd anticipated it, though, and darted aside just in time. Relief was short-lived. Another branch swung in from the opposite side, forcing him back into his starting spot. Harry refused to be deterred. He leaned on the stealth techniques Sherlock had patiently taught him, combined with the evasive footwork he'd learned under Dudley's fists and on the Quidditch pitch. He weaved left and right, slipping past the branches as they whipped around him. His lungs burned, His heart hammered, yet inch by inch, he still couldn't close the distance to the tree's base. Exhausted and gasping, Harry planted his feet and stared up at the tangled branches above. He would have to find another way. Harry waited for a lull in the branches' frantic flailing, and gathering his courage, darted forward, ready to take a hit if it came. But a gnarled limb lashed out like a clenched fist, and he had to skitter back to avoid it. Holding his sore right shoulder, he gave Sherlock a helpless look. He couldn't help wondering if he was hopelessly inept, but honestly, who could blame him? No one enjoys being smacked by a tree. Sherlock merely smiled. "Watch me," he said calmly. Then, exactly as Harry had tried before, Sherlock lunged straight for the knot. Harry's eyes went wide, and he studied Sherlock's every step. The whomping willow's branches swung left and right in a relentless assault, but Sherlock moved with astonishing grace. He slipped through the blows as if dancing, each narrow escape slowing the tree's fury only for a moment. Branches whipped past his shoulders and ankles, yet he never faltered. In a matter of seconds, he stood at the base of the stern, ancient trunk, unscathed. Sherlock bent low to evade the last swinging branch and pressed his hand against a knot on the tree's trunk. Instantly, the furious thrashing of the humping willow froze as if someone had hit pause. Every leaf hung motionless. "Go on, my friend," he said. Harry stared in disbelief. "That was all it took?" "Sherlock, how did you do that?" he asked, stepping closer. "And how are you so agile?" Sherlock straightened. "Years of training. That's what sets me apart from Poirot. Remember the detective I told you about in that novel?" Harry nodded. "Having a strong, nimble body means you can hunt down clues yourself instead of staying in an armchair, relying on your little gray cells to piece together evidence brought to you by others." Harry studied Sherlock for a moment, then allowed himself a small smile. "You really think I could?" Sherlock gave him an encouraging look. "With your talent and a bit of effort? Absolutely." Harry drew in a steadying breath. "All right, I'll do my best." Sherlock motioned toward a wide opening among the tree's gnarled roots. "Shall we?" Neither of them was a stranger to crawling through tight spaces. Don't get the wrong idea. They weren't exploring for sport. In their first year, they'd slipped past Fluffy, the three-headed dog, via a hidden trapdoor to confront the challenges guarding the Philosopher's Stone. In their second year, they'd uncovered the secret entrance in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom and ventured into the Chamber of Secrets. Now, in their third year, it was simply a repeat of past exploits. Harry went in first, squeezing through the narrow opening and carefully descending the sloping dirt floor. Before long, he found himself in a cramped, low-ceilinged tunnel. He paused, and Sherlock soon materialized beside him, stepping forward without hesitation. "Follow me," Sherlock whispered. Harry nodded, and recalling their previous adventures, raised his wand. Lumos. The tip flared with light, revealing rough earthen walls, just high enough for them to shuffle forward with bated heads. Both boys had shot up in the past year, Harry especially, who'd once been noticeably shorter than his classmates, so now they moved side by side, nearly the same height, inching deeper into the darkness. Fred and George said they've never taken this tunnel and have no idea where it leads. "The Marauder's map only shows the entrance," Sherlock explained, "and halfway down the corridor it simply vanishes from the parchment. For them to conclude it heads toward Hogsmeade is already impressive. But they warned me not to use it if I actually wanted to get to Hogsmeade," Harry reminded him. "I agree," Sherlock replied. "If you're looking to save both time and effort, the direct passage to Honeydukes is far more sensible." Harry's face brightened. "Lucky for me, I don't have to sneak into Hogsmeade anymore." Sherlock's voice grew teasing. "That remains to be seen, little brother." He didn't turn around, but Harry could picture the half-smile on his face. "Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if you got grounded again." Harry scowled. "So in your mind, I'm just a walking disaster?" They picked up their pace and pressed on. Although this route was shorter than last year's expedition into the Chamber of Secrets, it was far trickier. Back then, they'd slid down a long chute into a spacious corridor. Here, the walls constricted around them, and every step required careful balance. They crouched as low as they could, hunching against the tunnel ceiling. At first it wasn't too bad, but minutes turned to quarters of an hour, and every step grew more agonizing. Harry's lungs burned, his chest tightened, and he feared he'd collapse before they ever saw daylight again. Just as he teetered on the edge of giving up, the tunnel floor tilted upward, the vaulted ceiling lifted, and the passage widened. "We're almost there," Sherlock announced, voice calm but eager, as a pale glow spilled in from ahead. Harry straightened, drawing in deep, rattling breaths. His legs trembled, but relief flooded him. He'd kept up, thanks to months of training, and perhaps a little terror. He glanced at Sherlock, who looked perfectly composed, striding forward without so much as a sweat stain. Harry's chest swelled with grudging admiration, and the resolve to push his fitness even further. Sherlock stepped free of the last rock outcrop and paused. They stood in a square chamber, dust-choked and littered with debris, as though no one had set foot inside for years. Beyond the tunnel's gloom, this empty room felt forsaken, waiting for them to uncover its secrets. Sherlock stepped into the room and paused. Jagged strips of wallpaper peeled away from the walls like open wounds. Dark stains on the floor spread out in irregular pools, glistening like fresh ink under his wand's glow. Even the battered furniture bore the ragged scars of a furious struggle. Every window was shuttered with boards so roughly nailed that the scant light that filtered through was cut into sharp slivers. Floating dust motes wove a thin, hazy web in the pale illumination. Despite the thick coating of dust that clung to almost every surface, the floor around the center of the room was eerily clean. Fresh footprints and scuff marks marred the dust. With a single, discerning glance, Sherlock deduced that someone had not only been here recently, but had also left in haste. He even knew, or thought he knew, exactly who it was and what had occurred in this wreckage. At that moment, Harry emerged from the tunnel behind him. He cast a quick, puzzled look at Sherlock. "This place," he began. Sherlock nodded toward the battered furnishings. "This is the Shrieking Shack." Harry's eyebrows shot up. "The Shrieking Shack? The most haunted house in Britain? Hermione's favorite ghost story?" "My dear Harry," Sherlock replied, voice cool and certain, "no ghost in its right mind would tear a chair's leg clean off like that." He pointed to a splintered chunk of wood lying on the floor where a chair leg should have been. Harry's gaze followed the gesture. Sure enough, a jagged piece of oak lay discarded, as though wrenched free by supernatural or very human force. Behind them, the boarded windows cast long, fractured shadows across the ruin, and in that moment, both of them understood that the truth of the shack's horrors was far more tangible and far more dangerous than any ghost story. Sherlock stepped into the dusty remains of the Shrieking Shack and fixed Harry with a knowing look. "More than 10 years ago, on certain nights, a few familiar visitors slipped in here. You know exactly who I mean." Harry's eyes brightened. "Professor Lupin?" Sherlock nodded. At once, Harry's face lit up. Of course. It was Lupin after he'd triggered his werewolf transformation, and it was my dad and the others who came to secure him. "Exactly," Sherlock said, a note of pride in his voice. "Now what about the terrifying howls the villagers swore they heard?" Harry straightened, confidence growing. Those were the sounds of Lupin changing. And, Harry thought for a moment, then answered, "I'm sure Dumbledore let the rumors of a haunted shack circulate." "Why?" "To keep Lupin safe. If everyone believed the Shrieking Shack was haunted, they'd never dare approach it. Even now, long after Lupin left Hogwarts, nobody sets foot inside. Just look around." "Precisely," Sherlock said, smiling warmly. "Harry, you've come a long way. In all the time we've worked together, you've learned to sell yourself short. No longer. You may not shine on your own, but you conduct light wherever you go. Some people lack natural talent, yet they can ignite brilliance in others. My dear friend, I'm truly grateful to you." Harry felt his cheeks warm. He knew Sherlock's praise was sincere, even if it felt strangely new, but it still lifted his spirits. After all, this was the first time he'd mastered one of Sherlock's techniques in practice and won his approval. Pride swelled in his chest. Before Harry could answer, a slow creak echoed from above, as though someone or something was moving on the upper floor. Both men froze and stared at the ceiling. Sherlock was the first to look away. "Come on, little brother," he said quietly. "I believe the meeting you've been waiting for is about to begin." Harry swallowed, nodded, and followed Sherlock up the worn timber staircase. Chapter 351. Crossing the Ocean to See You. Sherlock and Harry climbed the narrow stairs to the shrieking shack's second floor and froze at a half-open door on the landing. Harry glanced at Sherlock, brow raised in silent question. Without a word, Sherlock took a decisive step forward and pushed the door ajar. Inside, a faded grandeur greeted them. A four-poster bed draped in sumptuous velvet, its once luxurious linens undisturbed, while the heavy curtains around the room lay thick with dust. Beneath the bed, a lone figure knelt, rifling through an old wooden box. At the sound of the door swinging open, he snapped upright and then stopped in his tracks. Sirius Black stood illuminated by the dim light, his gray eyes widening in astonishment. Years in Azkaban had dulled his features, but in that instant, all he saw was the boy in the doorway. Harry's posture, wand held firmly in his hand, mirrored his late father James Potter in every detail. The defiant tussle of jet-black hair, the same determined tilt of his head, even the familiar round glasses. Sirius felt his breath catch as past and present collided in that single silent moment. Behind the lenses of his glasses shone green eyes, the very same shade Lily's had been. Anyone who had known Lily would have recognized them without a second thought. But Sherlock and Harry needed no reminder from her son to confirm the man before them was Sirius Black. He looked every bit as dreadful as the wanted posters suggested. His once sleek black hair was matted and filthy, twisted into tangles that fell past his elbows. His waxy skin hugged the hollows of his skull, and deep, shadowed sockets made his face resemble a skull more than a living man's. Even hunched over, he stood an imposing 6 feet 2 or 3 inches tall. Harry? The single word rasped out of him like sandpaper. It was clear he hadn't spoken in weeks. Yet despite the rawness of his voice, Sirius managed a strained smile that revealed yellowed teeth. You actually came. How did you find me? And who are you? He pressed his gaze on Sherlock, who at that moment was examining a half-eaten sandwich under a magnifying glass, gloved fingers steady as he turned it this way and that. Sherlock looked up without missing a beat. Sherlock Holmes, he said softly. I imagine you've heard the name, Mr. Black. Sirius. Sherlock set the half-finished sandwich back on the battered wooden crate that served as his makeshift table. He studied the spread of dandelion jam with just a whisper of hellebore and raised an eyebrow. Anxiety-relieving herbs for your escape provisions. Very thoughtful of you. Sirius froze at the unexpected courtesy. His steel-gray eyes, so like Sherlock's own, narrowed as he took in this astonishingly polite stranger. Sherlock Holmes, he repeated softly, as if the name were a whispered spell. He scrutinized Sherlock from head to toe, brows knitting together before he finally nodded. Of course, you're Harry's best friend at Hogwarts, Gryffindor's self-styled Lion King. At Sherlock's quiet confirmation, relief washed over Sirius's features. He exhaled and slumped against the cold stone wall. I didn't expect you two to come for me in person, he admitted, voice low. I thought you'd send word by that cat of yours. He folded his arms. We could have picked a safer rendezvous. So tell me, how on earth did you find this hideout? A faint, knowing smile curved Sherlock's lips. Harry believes I used the Marauder's map. He's only half right. After all, this place isn't exactly Hogwarts anymore. Harry's heart pounded as Sirius Black's voice cut through the hush of the clearing. The Marauder's map is in your hands, he exclaimed, before Sherlock could finish his own sentence. Startled, Sirius stared at them. When I saw your name vanish from beneath the Whomping Willow, I knew you were safe, and that the map was at work. I'd have sent an owl, but I wanted to meet you face to face. Sherlock gave a small, wry smile and picked up the thread. Yes, the Marauder's map saved Harry more than once, and it was pivotal in exposing Peter Pettigrew. Ironically, Pettigrew helped create the map with James, Sirius, Remus, and me. He never expected it would be his undoing. Poetic justice, I suppose. Harry stepped forward, unbuttoned his cloak, and withdrew the crumpled note Crookshanks had delivered that afternoon. In uneven handwriting it read, If you agree, send a reply. My cat can find me. He held it out for Sirius to read. Sirius glanced at the paper, then at Harry's steady gaze. Sherlock always uncovers truths that others overlook, he said softly. Relief and wonder flickered across his face as he folded the note and slipped it into his pocket. For a moment, the three of them simply stood there, past and present, converging in the moonlit clearing. Then Sirius offered Harry a warm, grateful smile. Welcome home, he said. Harry's green eyes met Sirius's stormy gray ones as he spoke with quiet conviction. I trust you, just as my father trusted you all those years ago. Truth, trust, Sirius echoed, his voice trembling. Tears gathered at the corners of his eyes. Harry, you're so much like your dad. He never hesitated to stand by his friends. You're willing to risk everything to prove my innocence, and I'm deeply grateful. Why wouldn't I? Sherlock tilted his head, his expression calm but firm. The real traitor was Peter Pettigrew, not Sirius Black. The evidence is clear. Sirius's shoulders shook. But I came so close to killing them, he choked out. I was a fool, completely blind. I'd never dreamt Pettigrew would betray us. It was me who suggested making him the secret keeper instead of myself, and Lily and James agreed because they trusted me. The night they were attacked, I went to see Peter to make sure he was safe, only to find his hiding place empty. No signs of struggle, nothing. Fear gripped me, and I rushed to your parents' home. What I found there, their house was in ruins, and their bodies. He broke off, overcome by grief and guilt. In the hush that followed, Harry took a steadying breath. You did everything you could to protect them. The fault lies with Pettigrew, not you. Sirius looked up, hope and shame warring in his eyes. At that moment, the past and the present converged, bridging the gap between father and son, friend and friend, rewriting a story long haunted by betrayal. Sirius's voice broke. He buried his face in his hands as tears streamed down his cheeks. I knew Pettigrew must have done something terrible. I understood, and hated, how deeply I'd been deceived. Harry's eyes glistened with tears too. A heavy sorrow settled over the room. No one spoke for several heartbeats. Then Sherlock cleared his throat, his tone startlingly abrupt in the midst of such grief. If you don't mind my asking, Mr. Black, he said, how exactly did you manage to escape Azkaban? Was it simply by relying on your animagus form? Sirius looked at Sherlock, surprise mingling with exhaustion. He glanced at Harry, who gave him a small, encouraging nod. Sirius drew in a long, shuddering breath, as if bracing himself. The question, oddly practical in that moment, broke the tension and shifted the mood. I'm not entirely sure how I did it, he began slowly, searching for the right words. The only thing that kept me from losing my mind was that I knew I was innocent. Dementors drain every happy, comforting thought from you, yet I clung to the certainty of my own innocence like a lifeline. Because I held on to that truth, they couldn't break my spirit, and I was able to preserve enough magic to transform. He wiped at his eyes and forced a small, wry smile. When the despair became too much, when the guards were as careless as they ever were, I slipped into my dog form. Sherlock leaned forward, keenly interested. So Dementors can't detect an animagus in animal shape? Sirius nodded. Apparently not. In dog form, less of a human mind for them to feast on. Less despair, less thought. It let me hide. Harry reached out, placing a gentle hand on Sirius's arm. The sorrow in his eyes remained, but behind it lay fierce relief. Together they sat in the uncertainty of daylight slipping into dusk, bound by grief, by hope, and by the fragile promise of justice yet to come. Sirius swallowed hard, his voice rough from disuse and his accent thickening as he spoke. I still don't understand, he admitted. Dementors feed on human emotions. They sense our fear, our despair, and they're drawn to it. But when I was in my dog form, they treated me like any other crazed beast. My emotions weren't complex enough to matter, so they left me alone. I was completely helpless. No wand, no strength left to conjure even the faintest Patronus. Sherlock's eyes flickered with recognition. Expecto Patronum? Sirius's jaw dropped. You know that spell? Of course, Sherlock said quietly. Had nothing unexpected happened, I doubt you'd have lasted another day. Sirius's gaze went distant. Until you spotted Peter Pettigrew's face in that photograph published in the Daily Prophet, Sherlock finished. You recognized his animagus form instantly, better than anyone, even Professor Lupin, who didn't see it at first glance. That realization gave you the clue you needed to plan your escape. Relief washed over Sirius's features as Sherlock, speaking swiftly, filled in the final pieces of his story. You're right, Sirius Black started, his eyes widening as he stared at Sherlock Holmes. For the first time, he truly understood how exceptional this generation's Lion King was. He actually had a mind of his own. But how did you figure that out? I haven't told a soul. Sherlock shrugged, as if the answer were obvious. It isn't hard to deduce. Everyone assumed your break from Azkaban was aimed at hunting Harry Potter, but that explanation falls apart under scrutiny. You spent 12 years in Azkaban. If Harry really were your target, you wouldn't have waited this long to act. It was only after Peter Pettigrew resurfaced that it became clear your real quarry was him. Of course, you wouldn't move until you were certain Pettigrew was alive. He paused, steepling his fingers. As a prisoner in Azkaban, your channels for outside information were extremely limited. Newspapers were one of the few sources you could access. Pettigrew, disguised as the Weasley family's pet rat, seldom appeared in public, and even less likely to show up in front of a distant Azkaban inmate. Putting these facts together, I realized there was only one way you could have confirmed his survival: the photograph of the Weasleys during their trip to Egypt. On the other hand, Sherlock said, leaning back in his chair, Minister Fudge himself admitted to Harry that when he met you earlier this year, he handed you a newspaper under the pretense of a crossword puzzle. Not long after that, you broke out of Azkaban without so much as a whisper to the authorities. It's almost too neat, a child's trick, really. Sirius froze, staring at him as if struck dumb. Holmes, that's incredible. He blinked, trying to regroup. If I didn't know legilimency was impossible, I'd swear you just read my mind. Sherlock offered a faint, cool smile. I won't be surprised if you're neither the first nor the last to suggest it. Harry, standing nearby, couldn't help but admire the serene arrogance in Sherlock's voice. His friend seemed to shine with self-assurance in that moment. With deliberate slowness, Sirius reached into his cloak with his bird-like hand and withdrew a crumpled sheet of newspaper. He flattened it on the table, the edges still curled, and looked from the paper to Sherlock, waiting. Sherlock and Harry immediately recognized the issue of the Daily Prophet, the one headlined, Ministry of Magic Employee Wins Grand Prize. Looking back at the photograph now, there was Scabbers in the center, perched on Ron's shoulder, still plump and blissfully unaware of the fate that awaited him. So you saw that picture and then asked Fudge for the newspaper? Harry pressed. Exactly, Sirius replied, tilting his head as if recalling every detail. When Fudge inspected Azkaban earlier this year, he was chatting with me while idly flicking through this very paper. I've tangled with that creature in its animagus form more times than I can count, so the moment I saw the rat on the boy's shoulder, I knew it was Pettigrew. The clincher was the missing claw. No one else has that telltale mark. Sirius leaned forward. I told Fudge I wanted to do the crossword and borrowed the paper. He never suspected a thing. Then, just as Holmes predicted, I read the caption. The boy would be heading back to Hogwarts with Harry. The moment I knew Pettigrew was alive and walking free, I realized I had to act, because I'm the only one who ever saw him. Sirius's voice dropped to a whisper. I knew that if I hesitated even a moment, Pettigrew would catch wind of our plan. He'd hand Harry over to our enemies without a second thought, and then who could claim Pettigrew had betrayed the Dark Lord? He'd return with his honor intact. Sherlock absently scratched Sirius's shoulder. It was curious. Wizards were growing bolder this year, speaking the Dark Lord's name without flinching. First Lupin, now Sirius himself. Intriguing, indeed. Leaning closer, Sirius continued. The moment the idea struck me, I couldn't stay imprisoned any longer. It felt as though someone had set my mind ablaze. Even the Dementors couldn't snuff out that fire. Strangely, it wasn't a happy memory fueling me, but it cleared the haze that had clouded my thoughts for years and gave me back my strength. So one night, when the guards slid in my meal, I shifted into my dog form and slipped out. I've always said, Dementors aren't nearly as attuned to animals. Still, I never expected the iron bars to yield so easily. After 12 years in Azkaban, I'd grown so thin I could wriggle right through. By the time they realized what was happening, I'd already slipped into my dog form, swum across the sea to the mainland, and slipped away from Azkaban entirely. Chapter 352, You Won't Even Call Me Godfather Once. Sirius finished recounting his daring escape from Azkaban. Sherlock couldn't hide his satisfaction. He let out a low whistle and leaned back in his chair, eyes alight with curiosity finally sated. Harry, however, found his mind drifting back to the book he had browsed in Sherlock's sitting room, a detailed account of the dreaded prison. He remembered the passage clearly. Azkaban was the most feared prison in the wizarding world, built on a lonely island surrounded by a roiling sea. Yet the true horror of Azkaban wasn't its forbidding walls or the isolation enforced by the ocean. It was the Dementors who patrolled its battlements. Harry could picture the cold gray stones and the relentless waves lashing the shore, but he felt those descriptions keenly only in his imagination. The Dementors, on the other hand, haunted his every waking thought. He'd encountered them twice and collapsed both times, overwhelmed by a terror so profound that he awoke in a cold sweat, his limbs stiff and numb. The second time, he'd wept uncontrollably, tears he could neither stop nor explain. If this was the surface of their power, he shuddered to think what it must do to the inmates trapped behind Azkaban's iron bars, prisoners stripped of every shred of hope, unable to conjure a single happy memory. Harry caught himself shivering and forced his gaze back to Sirius, who met his eyes with a wry, knowing smile. The reality of Azkaban had never been more chilling, and the price of freedom more profound. Chapter Revision. Everyone knew Azkaban was hell on earth. Even without suffering the Dementor's kiss, most prisoners descended into madness within weeks. Minister Fudge's own inspection turned up inmates babbling incoherently to themselves. Yet Sirius Black proved the exception. For 12 long years, he survived by remaining in his animagus form. Then, upon discovering that Peter Pettigrew was still alive, he accomplished the unthinkable, the first and only successful escape from the wizarding world's most feared prison. His endurance and daring sent shockwaves through the magical community. "Unbelievable," Sherlock remarked, leaning forward. "Who would have thought our Minister for Magic could accidentally achieve something so, right?" Harry gave a wry nod. Inadvertently, Fudge's decision to hand Sirius a newspaper had provided the crucial clue that sparked his escape plan, and judging by the minister's cheerful obliviousness since then, he still has no idea what he set in motion, though, frankly, that's hardly surprising. The Ministry of Magic was desperate to spin Sirius Black's breakout from Azkaban, the first in the prison's grim history, as an officially sanctioned operation. Admitting that a Death Eater had slipped its clutches would have been an embarrassment too great to bear. "Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Black," the senior official said, closing his file. Sherlock Holmes stretched, leaning back in his chair. "That settles everything. You're free to go." "Free to go?" Sirius asked, brow furrowing. "Where exactly am I supposed to go?" Holmes offered a faint, inscrutable smile. "Wherever you'd like. With Pettigrew finally in custody and the truth laid bare, your name is cleared. The former Death Eater, traitor, and murderer Sirius Black is officially a free man." Sirius let out a short laugh, the tension easing from his shoulders. "You needn't be so eager to recite the Ministry's wording, Mr. Holmes." Holmes inclined his head. "I'm merely stating the facts." He folded his hands behind his back, gesturing toward the door. "Shall we?" Outside the door, the world waited, no longer under the shadow of false accusations, but bright with the promise of a second chance. "Sirius," Sherlock said gently, noticing the wariness still flickering in the older wizard's eyes. "From this moment on, you don't have to skulk through the shadows anymore. You can walk in the sunshine openly, enjoy your meals without sneaking strange ingredients into them, and live without fear." At Sherlock's words, Sirius's shoulders eased for the first time in days. Harry stepped forward, his tone firm. "He's right. In fact, just the other day, and you'll never guess who visited me, Minister Fudge came by personally. He wants you brought to the ministry so they can award you a medal for your service." Sirius blinked. "A medal?" Harry nodded and began to fill in the fuller story. How Minister Fudge, convinced by Dumbledore and the evidence Sherlock and he had compiled, was determined to clear Sirius's name once and for all. Then Harry rewound further, recounting how Sherlock had first tracked the faint threads leading to Peter Pettigrew. He described the night he, Ron, and Hermione slipped into the headmaster's office, how they confronted Pettigrew before Dumbledore and forced out his confession under Snape's Veritaserum. Pettigrew's long record of betrayals was laid bare, the testimony was ironclad, and with the ministry now firmly behind them, there was no possible appeal. When Harry finished, silence fell over the room. Sirius met Sherlock's gaze, newfound admiration shining in his eyes. Even he, and his dear friend James, had never mastered an animagus form at 13, much less unraveled a conspiracy that shook the wizarding world. At last, Sirius offered a weary but genuine smile. "Thank you," he said softly. "I don't know how to repay you." Sherlock simply returned his smile. "Live freely. That will be thanks enough." And for the first time in years, Sirius Black felt the weight of his past lift, leaving him ready to face the future under open skies. In their 20s, the Marauders, once so confident, had still been under Wormtail's control and wound up wasting 12 years in Azkaban. In stark contrast, Sherlock Holmes, not yet 14, had almost single-handedly shed light on the mystery from a dozen years ago. Now that is genius. Sherlock leaned back, steepling his fingers. "I actually knew a fair bit about this from observing that cat. You call him Crookshanks, yes?" Harry nodded. "Yes, Crookshanks belongs to my friend Hermione." "The smartest cat I've ever met," Sherlock agreed. He not only recognized Peter Pettigrew at a glance, but immediately deduced that Sirius here wasn't a dog. Sirius Black's usual bravado faltered for a brief moment, a sheen of emotion in his eyes. "He saw right through my animagus form faster than any of us dared hope." Harry opened his mouth, then closed it again in surprise. Hearing Sirius admit that a cat had outwitted him sounded almost surreal. Sherlock glanced at Harry, who couldn't quite hide his embarrassment. "It did take Crookshanks a while to trust me," Sherlock conceded, "but once he understood what I was after, he became indispensable. He even tried to bring Pettigrew straight to me, though unfortunately that plan didn't succeed." Harry forced a sheepish smile. In fact, it had been his own blundering that repeatedly spooked Crookshanks. If Sherlock hadn't pieced everything together, Harry's well-meaning efforts might have made the situation far worse. "No need to worry, Harry." Sherlock's tone was calm but certain, as if he could read every doubt in his friend's mind. "If we expose Peter publicly, there's nothing to lose, certainly less than having Sirius kill him." Harry whipped his head toward Sirius, astonishment written all over his face. "What? You want to kill Peter?" Sirius Black's eyes flashed. "Of course I do. I've been waiting too long to see that treacherous, shameless rat meet his end." Then, as if recollecting himself for Harry's sake, he drew in a steadying breath. "But perhaps this is even better. Peter's already handed us what we need. I'd planned to go back to Hogwarts after the holidays and capture him myself, but that won't be necessary." With that, Sirius reached inside his cloak and pulled out a small scrap of parchment. He handed it to Harry, who unfolded it to find lines of spiteful insults. "Filthy mongrel, mud-brained toad, traitorous Merlin's beard, bat dung on silver armor, grotesquely skinned." And, at the very bottom, a breathtaking detail. "These," Harry whispered, staring at the few neat words at the page's end, "are the passwords to Gryffindor Tower." He looked up, eyes wide. Without hesitation, he passed the note to Sherlock, whose lips curled into a knowing smile. They both understood the weight of what they now held. Sirius nodded thoughtfully. "I'd wager someone swiped it off a boy's bedside table." Sherlock's eyes flicked to the scrap of paper. "Neville Longbottom." Sirius raised an eyebrow. "How can you be sure?" A faint smile curved Sherlock's lips. "He told me he jots down an entire week's worth of passwords so he won't forget them. Even I never managed to track down that little note, until now." Sirius shook his head in amazement. "In some ways," he admitted, "this cat really is smarter than I am." Harry and Sherlock exchanged a brief, knowing glance, both silent. Sirius continued, "Students these days, truly." He paused, then turned to Sherlock, admiration shining in his eyes. "Before I went to Azkaban, Lily used to talk about detectives in the Muggle world who can see right through people's hearts. I never believed anyone could unmask a 12-year-old lie based on nothing but a few scattered clues." Sherlock offered a small, satisfied nod. "Logic makes no distinction between wizard and Muggle. It only recognizes the truth." Sirius hesitated, then looked back at Harry. "So, you really want me to go to the Ministry of Magic with you?" Harry's nod was emphatic. He glanced at the sandwich Sherlock had absent-mindedly picked up from the table. "Exactly as Sherlock said, Sirius. I want you to live in the sunlight again, free, surrounded by friends, not trapped in shadows." "In the sunlight," Sirius repeated, tasting the words. After a moment's thought, he straightened his shoulders. "All right, I'll come with you." Relief washed over Harry's face. Today's journey hadn't been in vain, after all, and just like that, they became a trio. Sirius strode ahead, leading the way down the stone steps and back into the dimly lit tunnel, Sherlock and Harry following close behind. They walked in silence for several moments, the only sound their footsteps echoing along the tunnel's stone walls. Then Sirius suddenly broke the quiet. "Harry, you might not realize what it'll mean once I actually go to the Ministry of Magic." Harry glanced over, curious. "Isn't it just that the truth comes out and you regain your freedom?" He paused, remembering something. "Oh, after the Ministry's announcement, they did withdraw your wanted poster. They just want you to keep quiet about the escape. I heard the Order of Merlin medal they offered you is supposed to be worth a small fortune. Sherlock even said Professor Flitwick tried to get his hands on one." Sirius shook his head. His tone grew anxious. "That's not what I mean." He stopped, as if measuring his words. "I didn't mention it in my letter to you, and I don't know if anyone's told you." He took a deep breath. "I'm your godfather." Harry blinked. "Yes, I know that," he said, still uncertain where this was going. Sherlock, however, looked on with a spark of recognition in his eyes. Sirius pressed on, voice growing firmer yet still edged with nerves. "Your parents named me your guardian." His revelation hung between them, the flickering torchlight catching the anxious tension on his face as they continued down the corridor, each lost in thought. Sirius's speech, which had only moments before sounded almost normal, grew hesitant again as he spoke in the dim light of the shrieking shack. "If something unfortunate were to happen to, you two." Harry said nothing, but this time he understood exactly what Sirius was getting at. Could it really be as he feared? He risked a quick glance at Sherlock, standing just behind Sirius. The detective met his gaze with a knowing half-smile. Sirius drew in a breath, steeling himself. "Of course, if you'd rather stay with your aunt and uncle, I'd understand entirely. But," he went on, "once I've cleared my name and regained what's been taken from me, you could consider living somewhere else." Harry's heart leaped. He couldn't hold it in any longer. "You mean, you want me to live with you?" In his excitement, he ducked and bonked his head on a low rock jutting from the ceiling. He rubbed his sore spot and looked up at Sirius eagerly. Sirius's eyes widened at Harry's outburst. "Oh, no, that's not what I meant. Well, not exactly. I understand. Of course I understand. After all, they're your family." He trailed off, helpless to disguise the hope in his voice. Sherlock's half-smile deepened as he watched the two of them, waiting to see how Harry would reply. Sirius ran a hand through his hair, his voice heavy with regret. "Harry, I've made so many mistakes. Telling Lily and James to swap secret keepers, putting their trust in Peter, seemed clever at the time. I thought Voldemort would come after me, not them. I never imagined he'd exploit that plan so ruthlessly. I don't mean to shirk responsibility. Yes, Peter betrayed them, but I feel like I killed your parents with my own hands." He let out a long, shuddering breath. "If you can't bring yourself to call me godfather, I'll understand. I deserve whatever distance you need." Harry stared at him, stunned. Then, almost without thinking, he blurted out, "Are you insane? Of course I want to leave the Dursleys. Do you actually have a place I can stay? When can I move in?" The words surprised even Harry. He'd only just finished his 3rd year at Hogwarts, but already the wizarding world felt like home. Thanks to Sherlock's help, he'd patched things up with the Dursleys. Yet he knew in his heart that his true family and his true life belonged here, with people like Sirius. Actually, Harry had already made up his mind even before Sirius arrived. He'd planned that during the winter holiday, he would finally tell Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon the real story behind his parents' deaths. But if it ever came to choosing between the Dursleys and Sirius Black, there was no question which home he would pick. Harry bore no ill will toward Muggles, but he identified so completely with his wizarding heritage that he felt an immediate kinship with Sirius, a fellow wizard. Besides, despite this being their first meeting, there was something in Sirius's bearing that reminded Harry so strongly of his father, the easy confidence in his stride, the warmth in his smile, the familiar twinkle in his eyes. More than a feeling, it was fact. James and Lily had named Sirius as Harry's guardian, expressing their last wish that their son be cared for by his godfather. To Harry, a godfather was almost like having a real father. Sirius came to a halt, turned, and stared at Harry with genuine surprise. his eyes searching the boy's face as if to confirm he'd heard right. "Are you certain?" he asked, his voice a mixture of hope and disbelief. "You really want that?" Harry met his godfather's gaze without hesitation. "Yes, absolutely. I want to live with you." And then, quietly, but with all the longing he'd felt for so long, he spoke the word that mattered most. Godfather. Chapter 353. In the Name of the Father. The moment Harry called him Godfather, Sirius Black's gaunt face, hollowed by years of neglect, lit up with a brilliant, almost boyish smile. Though Sirius had smiled genuinely on other occasions since their reunion, this one felt different. It banished the last traces of his inner torment and made him look 10 years younger, as though the weight of the past had slipped from his shoulders. Harry stared in awe, finally seeing in Sirius the same warm-hearted friend who had laughed at James and Lily's wedding. "Sorry to pour cold water on you both," a measured voice interrupted. Harry and Sirius turned to find Sherlock Holmes watching them coolly. "Mr. Black," he began, "Harry cannot live with you permanently, at least not until he comes of age." "Why not?" Sirius demanded, his voice cracking with indignation. "Who's going to stop me?" Sherlock's expression remained impassive. "The Ministry," he said quietly. "Under current regulations, guardianship can't be transferred without a formal hearing. Until Harry is 18, he must remain in the official care of a designated guardian, and that's not you, at least for now." Sirius bristled. He strode forward, eyes blazing. "I don't care about regulations. Harry is my godson, and I'm the only family he has left." Harry stepped between them. "Please, gentlemen, there has to be another way." Sirius softened his tone and turned to his godson. "Don't worry, Harry. I'll do whatever it takes to make this right." He looked back at Sherlock. "If there's a hearing, I'll be there. We'll win it." Sherlock inclined his head. "Very well. I'll begin the paperwork. But until then, Harry stays where he is." Sirius clenched his fists but nodded. "Understood. Let's get this done." Together, they braced themselves for the legal battle ahead, united, for the first time, in a fight for Harry's future. Chapter 8. The Unbreakable Bond. Harry sat stiffly between Sherlock Holmes and Sirius Black in the smoky drawing room of 12 Grimmauld Place. A single candle flickered on the polished oak table, casting long shadows against the peeling wallpaper. He could feel Sirius's eyes, dark, intense, impatient, boring into him. Sherlock broke the silence. "So your legal guardian should be one of 3 parties. The Dursleys, Dumbledore, or—" Harry met Sirius's gaze. "Unfortunately, none of them." Sirius's expression twisted. He leaned forward. "Then who?" Without hesitation, Sherlock answered, "Lord Voldemort." The words hit Sirius like a physical blow. His jaw dropped, and for a moment he looked as if he might leap across the table. "Voldemort, but he vanished years ago. How could he still bind you?" Harry held up a hand. "That's not even the strangest part. Godfather, I'm sorry. I should have mentioned this earlier." He cleared his throat, forcing his voice to sound casual. "Because of a protective charm my mother cast, I'm required to spend at least 1 month each year living with Aunt Petunia." Sirius blinked, then shook his head in bewilderment. "I don't understand. Why would Voldemort have anything to do with that?" Sherlock straightened his shoulders and laid out the facts. Just before Lily Potter died, she performed an ancient blood charm, one powerful enough to shield Harry from Voldemort's magic until he came of age. However, its protection only endures while Harry remains under the roof of someone who shares Lily's bloodline. Since Petunia Dursley is Lily's sister, the spell compels Harry to return to her every year for a month. Outside her household, the charm falters. Sirius ran a hand through his hair, pacing in tight circles. "So Dumbledore isn't controlling this, and the Dursleys only have him grudgingly, because of the charm." Harry nodded. "Exactly. For all these years, that's what's kept me tethered there. It's not a will of Dumbledore's, nor a whim of the Ministry's. It's Mum's magic, and Voldemort's hidden hand trying to twist it to his advantage." Silence settled once more, heavier than before. Sirius finally stopped and looked at Harry with fierce affection. "We'll find a way around it," he vowed. "No ancient magic or dark wizard will stop me from keeping you safe." Harry managed a small, grateful smile. At least now he wasn't facing his future alone. "Sirius, Aunt Petunia is the only one who meets the requirements," Harry said, his voice steady. "Magic cast at the cost of a life. I understand," Sirius murmured. Once one of the most powerful wizards of his generation, Sirius Black had spent 12 years in Azkaban, his mind dulled by Dementor's torment. From the moment he escaped, freed from their influence, he had been slowly reclaiming his strength. Now seeing Harry safe and sound filled him with such relief that his thoughts snapped into focus. When Sherlock finished explaining the fatal enchantment, Sirius grasped the spell's true cost. He ached to shoulder the responsibility of raising his godson himself, but those long years in prison had taught him his own limitations. If Voldemort had indeed returned, Sirius alone could not protect Harry. It was precisely because of that danger that the ancient magic Lily had woven for her son was so essential. A flicker of regret crossed Sirius's face. If that's our only option, Harry cut in with a bright grin. It's all right. We have the whole summer. I only need to spend 1 month on Privet Drive. I've been doing this the past 2 years, visiting for exactly a month each summer, then heading back, Harry explained, anxiety tightening his voice. The first summer I stayed with Ron, this one I stayed with Sherlock. Of course, there are Christmas and Easter breaks, too. Other than that 1 month each year, whenever I'm not at Hogwarts, I'm free to stay with you. Sirius's face broke into a genuine smile. Then it settled Harry. He felt a surge of relief at the thought of officially resuming his role as Harry's guardian. All those subtle deceptions to keep the Ministry off his trail suddenly seemed worth it. For the remainder of their walk back, they didn't speak, but Sirius's pace grew brisker, almost eager. Harry noticed how much quicker and easier the journey felt this time, perhaps buoyed by the happiness of the moment. "I'll go ahead and deal with that fellow," Sirius called, nodding toward the tunnel's entrance. They halted just outside, the whip of branches echoing from within. The notorious Humping Willow was in fine form today. Sirius strained to listen, then turned back to Harry and Sherlock with a confident grin. "All right, let's see what tricks this tree has up its sleeve." Sirius turned to Harry, his expression apologetic. "There's one more thing I wanted to say sorry for. At your Quidditch match, I only meant to watch you fly. I never meant to frighten you." Harry shook his head. "No, it wasn't you at all. It was the Dementor. That's what terrified me." With a low rumble, Sirius's form shimmered and blurred. Almost before they could blink, he had shifted into the enormous black dog Harry had seen twice before. Yet despite his size, the creature moved with uncanny agility, springing up the trunk of the Humping Willow as if it weighed nothing. Sherlock watched the transformation with interest. "He's huge," he murmured, "and still so light on his feet. No wonder he managed to cross an ocean just to get here." Harry met Sherlock's gaze, his own eyes soft. "Thank you, Sherlock. I honestly don't know what would have happened if you hadn't been here." "Enough of that," Sherlock interrupted gently. "You don't need to keep thanking me, my friend. Besides, this winter break you'll have a new home to look forward to." "A new home?" Harry repeated, a smile spreading across his face as he pictured the future. At that moment, the willow's furious thrashing finally ceased. Sirius led the way upward. Harry and Sherlock scrambled after him. Together, the three of them emerged beyond the Humping Willow's range, free at last of its wrath. Sirius stood in his restored human form and tilted his head back, drinking in the vast expanse above him. It felt as though he'd been reborn. Since he broke out of Azkaban, he dreamed of freedom, but even free, he was haunted. Wanted posters bearing his face lined every street in both the Muggle and magical worlds, and the memory of the Dementor's chilling embrace had draped him in constant dread. Sherlock's quiet act of kindness, slipping calming herbs into Sirius's rations, had saved his sanity. Without them, he might never have held on. But today was different. Today he was free at last. Not just in body, but in spirit. Dusk was settling, yet the windows of the distant castle glowed warmly against the sky. Sirius exchanged glances with Harry and Sherlock, their silhouettes bathed in that soft light. "Where to now?" he asked. Harry looked to Sherlock. "First, we're going to see our old headmaster. I sent him a letter before we left, though it seems we won't need it. Someone's come to fetch us already." "Who?" Sirius followed their gaze and turned around. At the sight of that familiar figure stepping out of the carriage, his entire body went rigid, and then a tremor ran through him. Remus Lupin stood a few paces away, watching Sirius with a quiet intensity. Moonlight glinted off his worn robes and tired eyes as he let out a soft chuckle. "My old friend," he said, voice gentle, "had I not seen you with my own eyes, I'd never have believed you'd end up looking like this." Sirius's breath caught. He strode forward, clasping Lupin's hand and pulling him into a fierce, brotherly embrace. Tears streaked down Sirius's face, dampening Lupin's sleeve. "Oh, Remus, please forgive me," Sirius sobbed. I doubted you. That's why I never told you James and Lily changed their secret keeper. I'm so sorry." Seeing Lupin's tattered robes and weary expression, Sirius felt the full weight of his mistake. He pressed his forehead against Lupin's shoulder, ashamed. "Padfoot," Lupin murmured, smoothing Sirius's hair. "Old friends forgive each other." Sirius looked up, uncertainty and relief in his eyes. Lupin gave a small, rueful smile. "And forgive me for once thinking you'd turned spy." A tentative grin broke across Sirius's face. Of course. They let go of each other, and for a long moment they simply met in silence. Then, as if the years of mistrust had melted away at that soundless understanding, they both laughed, two friends reunited under the calm glow of the moon. In that moment, the last trace of awkwardness between Sirius Black and Remus Lupin melted away, and the two men finally reached a genuine understanding. Harry watched, utterly astonished. They actually suspected each other? Sherlock Holmes smiled at Harry's incredulous expression and gave his shoulder a gentle pat. "Great friendships are forged in adversity," he said. During the war, several werewolves allied themselves with Voldemort. Lupin's lycanthropy made Sirius uneasy. He worried Lupin might turn on them in his animagus form. That's why, when he helped your parents choose a secret keeper, he quietly recommended Peter Pettigrew over Lupin. Pettigrew seemed harmless. Lupin did not. Sirius never told Lupin, trusting only his own judgment. And Lupin, for his part, harbored doubts about Sirius simply because he was a black. He paused and let the weight of his words settle. Neither man's suspicion was entirely unfounded. After all, the Order of the Phoenix did have a traitor in its midst. Unfortunately, they'd pointed their suspicion at the wrong person. In that respect, Wormtail was a complete success. He not only duped the handful of friends closest to Potter, but fooled the entire Order of the Phoenix. Yes, even the famously sharp-eyed Dumbledore. And this deception endured for a full 12 years. Sherlock's words hung in the air as Harry fell into a pensive silence. One betrayal could wreak permanent damage. Pettigrew, the name alone made his blood boil. The man deserved 1,000 deaths for the havoc he'd wrought. Professor Lupin, who'd been watching them, stepped forward. "After the headmaster received your letter, he sent me to collect you," he explained. "He also guessed where Pa Defoot was hiding. I thought about going down to fetch you myself," he added with a wry smile, "but then decided to wait here. Honestly, the air's much fresher up this way." He let the half-joke settle before adopting a more serious tone. "Dumbledore says that when you're ready, you can come straight to him." "Oh, by the way," Lupin added as he stood, "Minister Fudge has just arrived." Sirius looked up, surprised. "Fudge? Did Dumbledore call him in?" Lupin shook his head, his jaw tightening for an instant. "No, he's here to ask Dumbledore for help." "For help?" Sirius echoed. Lupin waved away the question. "You'll see when you meet him." "Sherlock, shall we be off?" Sirius paused, struck by how respectfully Lupin treated Sherlock. Apart from that one awkward moment of doubt, he always knew Lupin to be fair, but a professor showing such deference to a student was still remarkable. Yet Sherlock had single-handedly unraveled a mystery that had baffled everyone for 12 years. In that achievement alone, he had more than earned Lupin's esteem. A wave of relief washed over Sirius. Resolving the misunderstanding between himself and Lupin was one thing, but Sherlock's triumph went far beyond that. Glancing down at Harry, Sirius offered him a proud, affectionate smile. "Truly, my brother is extraordinary." "Let's go," Sherlock said, answering Remus Lupin's question without a moment's hesitation. "If we hurry, Harry can go home with Mr. Black tomorrow." The instant Sherlock spoke those words, Sirius felt the ache in his back dissolve and the stiffness in his legs vanish. He strode forward with renewed energy. On the path to the headmaster's office, Sirius and Remus walked side by side, eager to catch up after so many years apart. "So you really intend to have Harry live with you?" Remus asked, the concern clear in his voice. "Absolutely," Sirius replied. "That was James and Lily's wish from the start, but I failed them once before. Don't be hard on yourself, old friend, Remus said gently. None of us could have foreseen what happened. And Peter? He would have died before betraying a friend, Sirius interrupted fiercely. He got exactly what he deserved. Remus gave a rueful nod. Yes, his fate was worse than death. Sirius's expression softened into determination. All I can do now is honor their memory as Harry's godfather. Remus, tell me, what kind of boy is he? Is he anything like James? Brave, fiercely loyal. Remus smiled. There's courage in him, no doubt, but there's also Lily's kindness and generosity, an innocence that's entirely her own. A few paces behind, Sherlock and Harry trailed quietly, feigning disinterest while listening to every word. Sherlock shrugged. Well, with the biggest threat of first semester dealt with, I suppose I'll be bored for quite some time now. Harry laughed. You sound as though you're hoping for something extraordinary to happen at Hogwarts every year. Sherlock arched an eyebrow. My dear Harry, before your godfather's escape, I truly believed Azkaban was safer than Hogwarts. Harry opened his mouth to argue. Hogwarts was a school, a place of learning and wonder. Surely it couldn't be compared to the world's most dreaded prison. And yet, he couldn't shake memories of his first 2 years, when Lord Voldemort himself showed up at the end of term to give hands-on defense against the dark arts lessons. Suddenly he realized Sherlock might just be right. Chapter 354, Rita Skeeter's Exclusive Scoop. The headmaster's office sat in its own slender tower, much like the common rooms of the 4 Hogwarts houses. Professor Lupin led Sherlock, Harry, and Sirius to the base of the tower, where a massive stone gargoyle loomed, barring their way. Sirius glanced up at the familiar yet formidable creature. Still need a password to get in, I take it? Lupin nodded. Exactly. He looked the gargoyle squarely in the eye and spoke clearly. Toffee eclairs. With a grinding rumble, the gargoyle leapt aside. The wall behind it cracked open, revealing a narrow, torchlit spiral staircase winding upward. How nostalgic, Sirius murmured, stepping onto the first worn stone. He let out a soft sigh. Don't worry, old friend. You'll feel right at home here again soon enough. As they climbed in comfortable silence, Sirius cast Lupin a sideways glance. All this sugar. Dumbledore still uses confectionery for passwords? I hope his teeth held up. Lupin chuckled. Snape brewed him a special potion to strengthen his enamel. Of course Snape did, Sirius said with a laugh. We really are lucky to have him as our potions master. Together they continued their ascent, the torches flickering on the walls as old friends made their way back to familiar halls. I've received quite a bit of help from him, Lupin admitted, leaning back on the edge of his desk. Sirius stared at him in disbelief. You? From Snape? And what exactly is this wolfsbane potion you keep mentioning? Lupin offered a patient smile. It's a recent invention, quite advanced and extraordinarily difficult to brew, because its ingredients are so rare and expensive, and because only a handful of potion masters can get it right, most wizards never even attempt it. Severus happens to be one of the few. He paused to let that sink in, aware that Sirius had spent 12 years incarcerated in Azkaban and might have missed developments in the magical world. If I start taking the potion about a week before each full moon, it prevents me from losing my mind when I transform. Then, instead of running wild, I simply lock myself in my office and wait for the moon to pass. Sirius's eyes widened. No wonder I haven't seen you at the Shrieking Shack since school began. He looked Lupin up and down, noticing the threadbare sleeves and the worn elbows of his professor's robes. I suppose all your galleons go toward that potion, don't they? Lupin shrugged. Money, or lack thereof, is only half the battle. The real challenge is finding someone willing and able to brew it correctly. I'm just fortunate Severus agreed to help. Sirius nodded, newly respectful and surprisingly grateful to Snape. Well, if he's doing you this favor, I'll be sure not to bother him. Thank you for explaining. It certainly clears up a lot. With that, Sirius settled back into his seat, his expression a mixture of relief and newfound admiration for the quiet sacrifices his friend had made every month. Sirius Black hated Severus Snape more than almost anyone at Hogwarts, yet even he had to admit that Snape's skill in potions was something to fear. Only Horace Slughorn, the former Slytherin dean who'd once taught them all, could rival him. Now Sirius, Remus Lupin, Sherlock Holmes, and Harry Potter stood at the top of the spiral staircase leading to the headmaster's office. Lupin stepped forward and rapped on the brass griffin knocker set into the heavy oak door. "Professor Dumbledore, we're here," he announced. "Come in," came the familiar gentle voice from inside. Lupin pushed the door open and beckoned the others forward. Sirius hesitated, still astonished that Sherlock strode in, clutching Harry's hand as if this were their own private sitting room. Catching Sirius's startled look, Lupin smiled and gave his shoulder a reassuring squeeze, then led him into the bright, spacious office. Inside, 4 professors waited for them, just as they had the last time Peter Pettigrew's treachery was revealed. Professor Albus Dumbledore stood behind his desk, flanked on his right by Professor Minerva McGonagall and on his left by Professor Severus Snape. Off to one side, Professor Slughorn observed the newcomers curiously. Sirius took a steadying breath. Whatever had drawn them back here, the stakes were bound to be just as high as the night their old friend's betrayal had nearly destroyed them all. Only one person was missing from the gathering, Remus Lupin. In his place stood Minister for Magic Cornelius Fudge, freshly arrived and clutching a newspaper. His cheeks were flushed, as though he'd just stormed in from a tense meeting with Professor Dumbledore. Dumbledore regarded him patiently, though his eyes hinted at divided attention. Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape watched with stoic reserve, McGonagall's expression faintly triumphant, Snape's tightly controlled but simmering with undisguised resentment. Sherlock Holmes quietly surveyed the room, noting every glance and gesture. He guessed that Fudge, furious at some headline, had cornered Dumbledore for an explanation and left frustrated. In truth, Dumbledore was only half listening. His mind was already on Sirius Black, who had just entered the room. McGonagall's and Snape's gazes shifted immediately to him as well. McGonagall's triumphant, Snape's dark and brooding. "Splendid! There you are!" Fudge cried, as if spotting his long-awaited champion. He dropped the newspaper on the table and strode across the floor. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he seized Sirius's hand and shook it with animated vigor. Sirius Black met the minister's enthusiasm with a cautious smile, but his eyes flicked to Dumbledore, searching for clues about the morning's commotion. The room settled into a charged silence, as all present awaited news of what had so unsettled the normally unflappable Cornelius Fudge. In the grand silence of the headmaster's office, Cornelius Fudge looked positively giddy. His excitement seemed almost childlike. If one didn't know the story behind Sirius Black's return, they might have assumed Fudge and Sirius were lifelong friends. "Sirius Black, our hero, you're finally home!" Fudge cried, seizing Sirius's hand and pumping it with unabashed delight. Sirius managed a tight, polite smile. "Thank you, Minister." He gently withdrew his hand, his brow darkening. "I only wish you'd greeted me this enthusiastically when you saw me in Azkaban." For the first time, Fudge's grin faltered, his face blanching. All eyes in the office settled on the minister and the man he'd once condemned. Unnoticed until now, Sherlock Holmes drifted over to the desk, where Fudge had set aside a rolled-up newspaper. With serene precision, Holmes unfurled it. The Daily Prophet. The front page was dominated by a magically embedded, color-moving photograph, an expertly looped replay of Fudge's spectacular tumble down the ministry steps. The enchanted image captured every second of the fall, the minister's startled gasp, the helpless flail of his arms, and that final, graceless thud. The sheer clarity of Fudge's mortification made the spectacle impossible to ignore. Beneath the looping image sat a brief article, its headline screaming for attention in bold type. The entire office, everyone from the portraits on the walls to the people standing around, felt the charged hush that followed, as if the prophet itself had just spoken. Cornelius Fudge's ungainly exit. Why did the revered Minister for Magic take a sudden tumble before the entire Hogwarts assembly? Was Sirius Black's escape from Azkaban secretly sanctioned by the Ministry? Has the Ministry of Magic abandoned fairness, justice, and the rule of law to preserve its own authority? Are these the first cracks in the moral foundation of Wizarding Britain? Join us as we lift the curtain on the inner workings of the Minister's office. Reporting by Special Correspondent Rita Skeeter. Earlier this week, Cornelius Fudge paid a triumphant visit to the Hogwarts Great Hall, where he delivered an inspiring address, see our previous coverage, Ministry of Magic's final investigation report on the 1981 Potter murders and the Sirius Black case. Brimming with confidence as he departed, the minister strode down the polished marble steps, only for his expensive dragon-hide boots to betray him. In an instant, Fudge slipped and came crashing to the floor. Without hesitation, Hogwarts head boy Ron Weasley sprang forward and helped the minister to his feet. It's well known that his father, Mr. Arthur Weasley, works in the ministry's misuse of Muggle artifacts office, and Ron's quick reflexes earned warm applause from the assembled students. Arthur Weasley, head of the ministry's office for the detection and confiscation of counterfeit defensive spells and protective charms, has found himself at the center of renewed speculation this week. Director Weasley, fresh from winning the Daily Prophet's coveted Grand Galleon Prize over the summer, was widely praised for his dedication to rooting out illegal enchantments. But some sources now suggest there was more to his victory than met the eye. Renowned gossip columnist Rita Skeeter promises an exclusive exposé on the hidden story behind his award. The drama unfolded at a recent ministry ceremony when a Hogwarts student, fast on his feet and clearly eager to shine, attempted to assist Minister Cornelius Fudge after a minor stumble in the Great Hall. An anonymous eyewitness reports that instead of a gracious thank you, the minister scowled in pain and brusquely pushed the boy aside, refusing any further help. The awkward moment grew more curious still when Minister Fudge discovered that his would-be benefactor was the son of a high-ranking ministry official. The minister's pale, forced smile afterward did little to reassure onlookers. By day's end, Fudge was huddled in a private meeting with Harry Potter, hailed throughout the wizarding world as the boy who lived and the savior who vanquished you-know-who. With rumors swirling around Weasley's celebrated prize and the minister's chilly reaction to the student's good deed, all eyes are now on that closed-door conference. Stay tuned to the Daily Prophet and, of course, to Rita Skeeter's next headline for what promises to be a sensational follow-up. When Minister Fudge eagerly urged Harry Potter to tell Sirius Black to surrender himself to the Ministry of Magic at once, Harry couldn't help but point out a glaring inconsistency. In its own official account of the events 12 years ago, the ministry had claimed it proactively uncovered a historic miscarriage of justice and discreetly authorized Black's actions, an assertion that sits oddly beside Fudge's sudden demand that Black turn himself in. Now, the Daily Prophet has published an exclusive exposé casting doubt on the authenticity of the ministry's final investigation report on the 1981 Potter murders and the Sirius Black case. Insiders reveal that, from the start, the ministry refused to admit any error for fear that acknowledging the truth would undermine its authority and shatter public confidence. The minister did everything he could to bury the facts, confessed a brave ministry employee speaking on condition of anonymity. He only relented when the Muggle Prime Minister applied heavy pressure. But make no mistake, there was never any genuine cooperation or authorization for Black's actions. Chapter 12. The Fault Lines Beneath Power. The morning after Sirius Black vanished from Azkaban, the headlines of the Daily Prophet carried a simple yet damning truth. Azkaban was not, contrary to ministry assurances, the impregnable fortress it claimed to be. Admitting Black's escape, however, would be tantamount to exposing the ministry's failure. So instead, the official line remained steadfast. This matter has absolutely nothing to do with the Ministry of Magic. But beneath that polished facade, the Prophet's investigative reporters had uncovered something far more troubling, an elaborate cover-up at the highest levels of the wizarding world. At the center of it all was Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts, whose close relationship with the Ministry of Magic had long been an open secret. Years ago, in the immediate aftermath of James and Lily Potter's deaths, Dumbledore had sworn before the Wizengamot that Sirius Black was the Potter's secret keeper. Despite murmurings of doubt, particularly about the night Peter Pettigrew vanished, Dumbledore insisted that no other explanation was possible. He then quietly lent his considerable prestige to Cornelius Fudge's campaign for Minister for Magic, helping to secure Fudge's election. The Prophet's editorial was scathing. By suppressing evidence of Black's escape, it declared, Dumbledore has compromised the integrity not only of Hogwarts but of the entire ministry. The very institution charged with protecting us now clings to a lie. An anonymous Hogwarts professor spoke to the prophet about the real cost of that deception. Peter Pettigrew was unmasked and captured entirely through the efforts of Hogwarts staff, the professor said. Yet the ministry insisted on sending Dementors onto school grounds. I disapprove of many of Harry Potter's impetuous actions, but it was those Dementors, thrust upon a schoolyard, that nearly killed him during a Quidditch match. The ministry must answer for that. As the day wore on, Cornelius Fudge strode up the grand marble steps of the ministry, savoring the applause of supporters convinced of his strength. But in that triumphant moment, his dragonhide boot slipped, a brief, very human falter that betrayed the minister's unease. It was as if his own conscience had staged a final desperate protest against the web of secrets he had woven. And so the magician who believed himself untouchable found himself more vulnerable than ever. For in trying to bury the truth of Black's escape, Dumbledore and Fudge had only succeeded in cracking the foundations of the institutions they both claimed to serve. The coming days promised more revelations, and perhaps a reckoning they were ill-prepared for. Dumbledore should think twice before lending his support to a man like this. Whispers already suggest the Ministry of Magic will twist the facts and claim all the credit, bolstering its own authority. And Sirius Black still hasn't shown his face. Sherlock allowed himself a small, knowing smile. No wonder Fudge was so on edge. Rita Skeeter, that insatiable reporter, had outdone herself. She was a master at whipping the public into a frenzy. But how on earth had she gotten hold of those photographs? How did she learn the exact words of Harry's private conversation with the minister? Sherlock was certain no journalists had been in the Great Hall that afternoon, and Percy, no mere figurehead, had followed Fudge's orders to the letter, barring everyone from the area until Harry and the minister had finished speaking. Unless Harry had immediately relayed every nuance of their exchange to his friends, none of this information could have leaked. Sherlock turned his gaze back to Fudge. The minister's face was flushed crimson, a stark testament to the sting of Sirius's offhand mention of their meeting in Azkaban. After all, that encounter had taken place under very different circumstances. Back then, their positions could not have been more different. One was the proud, all-powerful Minister for Magic, the man responsible for keeping the magical world stable and prosperous since taking office. The other was a notorious Death Eater, an outright traitor who'd abandoned his faction and comrades, a cold-blooded murderer responsible for more than a dozen deaths, and someone who'd even been thrown into Azkaban without the courtesy of a trial. Their worlds were light years apart, yet here they were, face to face again, and now it was the former minister who had to swallow his pride and ask a favor of the fallen Death Eater. Strange as it felt, Fudge couldn't help but think how fortunate he'd been. Sirius Black was still in full possession of his wits. He'd merely blinked in surprise when they'd first met, and, remarkably, he hadn't ridiculed Fudge at all. Their entire exchange had been surprisingly civil. Was it truly pleasant? Perhaps pleasant was too strong a word. But then Sirius had even handed over his newspaper at Fudge's request, claiming he needed it to finish a crossword puzzle. Without that small act of cooperation, convincing him to do anything now would be all but impossible. Fudge ignored Sirius's look of annoyance and once again grasped his hand with a boyish grin. "Actually, I've already filled Harry in on this," he said, "but today I've got even more precise news." He paused to savor the moment, chest puffed out proudly. "Honestly, Black, you've arrived at the perfect time. I'll guarantee you the Order of Merlin, 2nd class. 1st class isn't out of the question if all goes well." At this, Professor Snape, standing beside Dumbledore, couldn't hide his contempt. Founded in the mid-11th century by the legendary wizard Merlin, the Order of Merlin is the magical world's oldest and most prestigious honor. Merlin's vision was clear. Witches and wizards must use their magic to protect muggles, never to harm them. Every member swore to defend the non-magical population, and only those who'd made truly outstanding contributions to the wizarding community could earn its distinction. Though the Order of Merlin itself was eventually dissolved, the tradition of awarding its medals to those who made outstanding contributions to the magical world lived on. The awards were ranked in 3 classes, first class as the highest honor, down to third class. Of all the Hogwarts professors, only Albus Dumbledore carried a first-class medal, earned for defeating the notorious dark wizard Gellert Grindelwald in 1945, a crowning achievement in his storied career. Even Professor Flitwick once complained to Sherlock that Gilderoy Lockhart possessed a third-class Order of Merlin, something Flitwick himself had never received. Without question, no honor in the magical world shone brighter than the Order of Merlin. So when Minister Fudge beamed and pressed the medal into Sirius Black's hand, it should have been a moment of triumph. Instead, Sirius regarded the offering with open scorn. Watching Sirius's disdain, Severus Snape's contempt swelled until it threatened to burst from him. Chapter 355, There Must Be a Deal Between Them. Severus Snape's dark eyes were fixed on Sirius Black across the Great Hall, but Sherlock's gaze was trained just as intently on the potions master. He remembered all too well the last time he'd tested Snape's loyalties. On a whim, he'd slipped Veritaserum into Peter Pettigrew's drink. Under its influence, Pettigrew had leapt to accusing Snape of betraying the Order of the Phoenix. Only Dumbledore's carefully chosen words afterward had smoothed over the blow-up, but the whole affair had never left Sherlock's mind. Professor Flitwick had once warned him that everyone at Hogwarts slept on a bed of secrets. If Sherlock really set his mind to it, he could unearth every one of them. Flitwick had been perfectly aware of his talents, and he'd explicitly cautioned Sherlock not to pry into the personal affairs of the faculty. That line, he'd said, must never be crossed. Sherlock had nodded and promised, yet somewhere along the way, that resolve had slipped. 3 years at Hogwarts had taught him what he needed to know without active snooping. There was an unspoken bargain binding Albus Dumbledore and Severus Snape together, something far deeper than ordinary professional trust. And more troubling still, the secrets Snape guarded were intricately tied to Harry Potter himself. Sherlock's mind raced. If he looked closely enough, he was certain he could unravel the truth behind that silent accord, and in doing so, uncover what lay at the heart of Harry's fate. Since the matter involved his good friend, Sherlock simply couldn't look away. Ever since Peter Pettigrew's trial wrapped up, he had been determined to unearth whatever secrets the potions master might be hiding. From the moment Sirius Black entered the courtroom, Snape's dark eyes were fixed on him. And when Cornelius Fudge casually mentioned the Order of Merlin, Sherlock caught that fleeting twist in Snape's expression. Proof, he thought, that the history between Snape and Harry's father's old comrades was tangled with love, hatred, gratitude, and resentment all at once. This was getting interesting. Just then, Dumbledore cleared his throat and interrupted Fudge. "Cornelius," he said gently, "let's invite them to be seated." Fudge bristled, but complied. He released Sirius's hand and gave Harry a warm, fatherly pat on the shoulder. "Well done, Harry. You've truly honored James and Lily Potter. You've made them proud. And anyone who insists you're merely a 13-year-old clearly underestimates you. I've told everyone more than once that you're the magical world's greatest hope." Cornelius. Dumbledore's voice trailed off in mild exasperation. Fudge had a knack for reducing even the most seasoned wizards to speechlessness. From the very start of this term, Cornelius had treated Harry like an unruly child, refusing to warn him that Sirius Black was after him. Of course, it now appeared they'd all been mistaken. Black hadn't been hunting Harry at all, but Peter Pettigrew. "All right, enough," Dumbledore said gently, gesturing toward the empty chair opposite him. "Please, have a seat." Fudge took a hasty step back, ruffling his robes. He looked around as if waking from a daze, clearly embarrassed by his outburst. Frankly, who could blame him? He'd come to Dumbledore hoping for clarity. The Daily Prophet's reporters had been downright merciless, twisting his words, cherry-picking quotes, and sensationalizing every scrap of information to their own ends. The constant headlines were driving him to distraction. Although Cornelius left the meeting without the straightforward answers he'd wanted, Dumbledore did offer him one piece of extraordinary news. Sirius Black was willing to return to the Ministry's custody, and he'd come back with Harry. For Fudge, that promise was nothing short of a miracle. If Black was ready to cooperate with the ministry's investigation, it meant he'd taken Harry's advice, meaning a great deal of trouble, and perhaps even a terrible scandal, could finally be averted. Fudge realized that the Sirius Black mishandled by the ministry 12 years ago, could become his greatest political triumph. He even drafted the speech he'd deliver. Under the previous minister's blind leadership, the ministry exalted a traitor, a cold-blooded murderer, and Death Eater, while imprisoning the true hero in Azkaban. From the day I took office, however, my keen judgment exposed the facts at last. Through personal appeals befitting a gentleman, I won over the man we'd wronged, and together we brought the real fugitive to justice. In a single stroke, the shame of Black's escape has been erased, and our leadership shines brighter than ever across the wizarding world. Fudge winced at the memory of the Muggle Prime Minister's heavy-handed pressure just 2 days earlier, demanding he acknowledge Sirius's service. But with this narrative, he'd flipped the entire story. What had been a blunder would be recast as a masterstroke. And that slanderous reporter? Not worth another moment's worry. Albus Dumbledore was tempted, for a moment, to recommend Sirius Black for a first-class Order of Merlin. But when at last everyone was seated in the High Table's grand chamber, he simply cleared his throat and said, "Sirius." His voice was gentle, but it carried the weight of years spent misunderstanding this man who had once been his student. In his youth, Sirius had been even more striking than Tom Riddle or Gilderoy Lockhart, dark, magnetic, and fiercely alive. Now he looked gaunt, haunted by a past no one could fully bear. Dumbledore's blue eyes softened. "I'm sorry you've carried such a burden all these years." Sirius shook his head, gaze fixed on the carved oak surface before him. "This isn't your fault, Headmaster. It's mine." His tone was flat, devoid of self-pity. "If I hadn't been there, Peter Pettigrew would never have escaped and my friends would still be alive. I deserve whatever comes to me." Professor McGonagall, sitting rigidly beside Dumbledore, winced at his words. Her voice, usually so controlled, broke slightly. "It wasn't his doing, Sirius. It was—" "No," Sirius interrupted, his respect for McGonagall cutting sharper than any rebuke. "I know what happened that night. I could have stopped it. I should have stopped it." He closed his eyes, images of fiery pain flickering behind his lids. "I might as well have killed them with my own hands." Silence fell over the chamber as Dumbledore leaned forward. He saw, more clearly than ever, the remorse eating at Sirius's heart, and knew this gathering was only the first step toward healing. "If I hadn't urged James and Lily to change their secret keeper to him," Sirius began. "Enough!" Professor McGonagall cut in, lifting a stern finger. "This business is closed, the truth is out, and that traitor has at last received his just deserts." "Well said," Cornelius Fudge chimed in, turning to Sirius with a broad, self-satisfied grin. "You're the hero of the hour, Black. Now that the misunderstanding is cleared, your wanted poster has been withdrawn. In recognition of your service, the Order of Merlin is ready and waiting. First class, as I promised. However, I do have a small favor to ask in return, one concerning my assistance in securing your escape from Azkaban so you could hunt down the real culprit." Sirius offered a polite, non-committal nod, though inwardly he couldn't deny the truth. It was Fudge's own newspaper leak, confirming Pettigrew's existence, that spurred his decision to break out in the first place. So, in a way, Fudge had indeed played a part in his escape. The Ministry of Magic had finally come clean about what really happened back then, though untangling the bureaucracy had been nothing short of nightmarish. Still, their highest priority was Harry's welfare. A father would move heaven and earth to grant his son's wish, and Cornelius Fudge was no exception. Sirius Black, however, wasn't about to let Fudge off the hook for his past mistakes. He leaned forward, meeting the former minister's gaze. "More importantly," Sirius said quietly, "when is Peter Pettigrew going to receive the mentor's kiss? I'd like to watch it in person. After all, you did the honors for me." At that, Professor Snape and Professor Lupin both turned toward Fudge with barely concealed eagerness. If anyone in the room wanted Pettigrew put out of his misery, it was them. They would have ended his life themselves, Harry's intervention notwithstanding. Yet to everyone's astonishment, Fudge suddenly looked distinctly uncomfortable. That might prove difficult," he admitted, shifting in his chair. A heavy silence fell. Sherlock's brow furrowed as he stared at Fudge, while Dumbledore's eyes narrowed to sharp points. Everyone waited, but no one quite knew what to expect next. Albus Dumbledore regarded Cornelius Fudge through the rims of his half-moon spectacles, his pale eyes calm but unyielding, and finally spoke in a measured tone. "Minister, if you have something to say, I would ask that you speak plainly." Fudge shifted in his seat, visibly ill at ease under that unblinking gaze. He cleared his throat and ran a nervous hand through his hair. "Well, about Peter Pettigrew's sentence," he began. "There's some disagreement at the ministry. A number of people feel our punishment is unduly harsh. After all, Pettigrew's betrayal is essentially the same as Sirius Black's, and Black was given only a life sentence." Before Fudge could go on, two sharp voices cut in at once. "What the hell?" roared Sirius Black. "What a joke!" hissed Professor Snape. They exchanged a single contemptuous look, then Sirius wheeled back on Fudge, his eyes blazing. "You compare Peter Pettigrew to Sirius Black? That miserable rat's treachery was so vile it would be fitting to kill him 10 times over." "If you won't do it," Sirius Black snarled, "I'll do it myself, and I swear he'll pay with his life. If it's too much for you, then step aside." "Black, you," Cornelius Fudge began, bewildered, but before he could finish, Professor Severus Snape's low, cutting voice silenced him. "Minister," Snape said, every word laced with ice, "let's not forget that it was you who demanded the Dementors give Black their infamous kiss. You signed off on it the moment they captured him." Fudge's face drained of color. He glanced pleadingly at Sirius, who stood rigid with fury. "Circumstances have changed, Professor. Peter Pettigrew has done exactly what you always accused Black of," Snape interrupted. "Given that, it's only fitting that the same punishment be meted out to that treacherous rat." In that instant, the deep-seated animosity between Snape and Sirius vanished. United by their hatred of Pettigrew, they left Fudge with no argument left to make. "Look, Sirius, Severus," Fudge began, forcing a smile, "even as minister, I have to weigh every viewpoint. I'm bound to uphold democracy and the rule of law." He tried to close the gap between them by using their first names, but the effort only made the tension worse. Sirius leaned forward. "Then it sounds like there's nothing left to discuss. I'm sure our friends in the press would be very interested in how the ministry, 12 years ago, celebrated a murderer as if he were a hero without a trial." Snape's voice was cold and precise. Take Rita Skeeter, for instance. The Daily Prophet would kill for a scoop about how a first-class Order of Merlin was handed out to a brutal killer. Fudge's cheeks flushed. "For over a decade," Sirius went on, "the ministry has promoted this convicted criminal as a positive example while refusing to disclose the whole story." Snape supplied the final blow. "Minister, are you prepared to become the laughingstock of the entire wizarding world?" Their words tumbled out in perfect unison, leaving Fudge wiping perspiration from his brow with trembling hands. He shot Harry a pleading look, as though the boy were his last hope. "Harry, you know me. I never intended this. Please, help me reason with your godfather." Harry only frowned. Fudge had always treated him like a child. How could he possibly sway Sirius now? 12 years ago, the Ministry locked Mr. Black away in Azkaban without so much as a hearing. Now that the evidence is rock solid, you hesitate? It's preposterous. "I didn't do that," Fudge blurted. "It was Crouch's decision back then. He was still head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement." He stopped mid-sentence, his eyes widening. The challenge hadn't come from Harry at all, but from the detective standing to the side, Sherlock Holmes. The minister frowned, his gaze fixed on the young man who dared meet his eyes. "And you are?" "Sherlock Holmes, an ordinary third year at Hogwarts." Sherlock offered a polite smile. "Minister, please don't trouble yourself with my name. I'm hardly worth remembering." Fudge's lip curled in response. "Nor did I plan to." He turned away, dismissive. In Fudge's mind, Harry Potter remained a special case, a 13-year-old poster child for the chosen one. Sherlock, on the other hand, was just another student of the same age. Were it not for his association with Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, and Harry himself, the minister wouldn't have deigned to speak to him at all. Fudge couldn't have guessed that his flippant attitude would spark a reaction so quickly. Seated beside Sherlock, Harry's green eyes blazed with indignation. As Sherlock's closest friend, and someone who looked up to him as if he were an elder brother, Harry was the first to lose his composure. "Minister Fudge," Harry said, his vivid green eyes fixed unwaveringly on the minister. He drew in a steadying breath, then continued deliberately. "Sherlock is my best friend. It was entirely thanks to him that we located Peter and persuaded my godfather to come here." Chapter 356. Peter Must Die. When Dumbledore first sent Peter Pettigrew to the Ministry of Magic, he deliberately left Sherlock Holmes out of the equation. He worried that if the ministry discovered a mere third-year student had been behind the entire operation, its notoriously proud and dogmatic officials would scoff and refuse to take the matter seriously. Instead, Dumbledore presented the investigation as his own undertaking, led by Hogwarts's venerable headmaster, with Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Lupin acting as his trusted aides. That explanation seemed entirely plausible, and at first the ministry raised no objections. Yet none of them anticipated the depths of the ministry's bureaucracy and its willingness to bury inconvenient truths. Rather than acknowledge Pettigrew's treachery and the professor's discovery, the ministry quietly tried to sweep the whole affair under the rug. Not even Dumbledore's sterling reputation could force their hand. In the end, it took an unorthodox intervention from Mycroft Holmes, Sherlock's older brother and a formidable figure in his own right, to compel the ministry to relent. Only after Mycroft applied his considerable leverage did they grudgingly admit what had happened and concede that Peter Pettigrew truly must die. Now that the truth was out in the open, Harry saw no reason to keep it hidden. Sherlock might claim he didn't care about fame or profit, but Harry, his friend, couldn't stand by while Minister Fudge dismissed him so cavalierly. He straightened, determination in his green eyes. At Harry's declaration, Fudge's eyebrows shot up. He stared at the boy leaders had so easily ignored until this moment. Sherlock, at just 13, was already strikingly tall and slim, with an aquiline nose, a firm square jaw, and those steely gray eyes that took in every detail. Fudge broke into a faint, patronizing smile and shook his head. "Harry, my dear boy, you must be mistaken. This investigation was clearly led by your headmaster, Professor Dumbledore. Of course, Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Lupin all made significant contributions, but you're telling me it was uncovered by your classmate?" He regarded Harry with a sympathetic, almost pitying gaze. "You yourself said that this Mr. Holmes is your best friend. I understand wanting to sing your friend's praises, Harry, but you can't just make wild claims," Minister Fudge said, arms crossed. Harry's eyes flashed. "It's Holmes, not Holmes, and I'm not exaggerating. You have no idea how remarkable Sherlock truly is." Fudge frowned, then let out a short, dismissive laugh. "He looks so ordinary." "Ordinary," Harry practically snarled. His nostrils flared. "Sherlock can tell everything you've done today just by looking at you, and you call him ordinary?" Fudge shrugged, amusement dancing in his eyes. "Oh, really? Then prove it." Harry's temper snapped. He grabbed Sherlock's arm and jabbed a finger at the minister. "Sherlock, tell us what the minister did before arriving here." "Now!" "Settle down, Harry," Sherlock said with a bemused smile, unbothered by the outburst. Harry steamed, eager for the demonstration. Sherlock's lips curved into a knowing grin. "Frankly, I'd rather we turn our attention to Peter Pettigrew's impending trial. Pinpointing whether the minister indulged in abalone beforehand seems a trivial pursuit by comparison." Harry paused, surprise flickering across his face. He knew Sherlock well enough to recognize when the detective was deliberately steering the conversation elsewhere. Harry watched as his friend basked in the moment, relishing the stunned looks his deductions provoked. Normally, when Sherlock dropped a hint like that, he'd follow it with a rapid-fire, step-by-step explanation. So why, this time, had he only shrugged it off with a casual remark about eating abalone? Before Harry could work it out, Sherlock's voice sliced through the murmur of the courtroom. 12 years ago, magic, devoid of due process, shipped a man of unshakable loyalty, absolute innocence, and rare courage off to the horrors of A.'s cabin. That tragedy remains unresolved. "I've already told you," Fudge snapped, cutting Sherlock off. "It wasn't me. It was Crouch, and for the record, I never ate any abalone." Harry wasn't sure if his ears deceived him, or if Fudge's outrage was genuinely rooted more in the abalone denial than in the wrongful conviction. Sherlock simply ignored the outburst and pressed on, his voice calm but unyielding. And yet, the real culprit stands before us now. The evidence of his guilt is irrefutable, his crimes too numerous even to list. Still, the Ministry of Magic balks at dispensing justice, bound by political calculations and shadowy alliances. A hush fell. Harry realized that, for once, Sherlock needed no elaborate explanation. His meaning was already crystal clear. So if the Ministry can't even see that the villain is getting exactly what he deserves, basic justice, what's the point of its existence? Once public trust is gone, it's nearly impossible to win back. Won't the rule of law become a laughingstock, smeared by every critic? He recognized it in an instant, the Tacitus trap. Cornelius Fudge's eyes flicked from Harry to Sherlock, surprise and unease warring on his face. From the boy's words alone, he could no longer afford to dismiss him as a mere 13-year-old. Each phrase struck at the heart of the matter, sharp enough to draw blood. It was the same crushing certainty he'd felt from the Muggle government these past 2 days. Who was this child, really? You don't understand, Fudge shot back, struggling to regain control. And frankly, it's not for you to worry about. He turned on his heel and addressed Dumbledore, voice clipped with indignation. Albus, are you simply going to stand by while one of your students runs off at the mouth like this? Sherlock raised an eyebrow, unperturbed by Fudge's bluster. A leopard never changes its spots. The moment his argument crumbled, Fudge reverted to wielding his authority, and, to his relief, Dumbledore backed him without hesitation. Cornelius, Dumbledore said softly, tilting his head. Fudge bristled. Unreasonable. It was sheer childishness. What can a boy possibly understand of the adult world's complexities? Dumbledore regarded him with gentle pity. That's precisely why you ought to be cautious. If you insist on treating Sherlock like a child, you risk underestimating him. And who's to say your so-called adult world is any more intricate than his? His voice took on a distant, almost dreamlike quality, as though dredging up some long-buried memory. Sherlock caught every nuance. Minister, Sherlock said evenly, when you're accustomed to looking down on everyone, how could you see us as your equals? From the edge of the room, another voice piped up. Young or old, in his view, we're nothing but a bunch of dusty academics, aren't we? Fudge gave a discreet, self-satisfied thumb to the speaker. No one else need know whose side he was really on. Fudge froze the moment he realized it was Snape who'd spoken. Hastily, he produced a handkerchief and mopped his brow. No, Severus, quite the opposite, he sputtered. You've got the wrong end of the stick. I would never. Great. This school was impossible. Between the headmaster, the staff, and the students, every conversation felt like walking through a minefield. Before Fudge could dwell on it, Sherlock's voice cut through the tension. Fudge spun around. Holmes, what is it now? He wished Dumbledore would simply show this detective the door. Surely nobody needed Sherlock Holmes in a wizarding school. Holmes fixed him with an unblinking stare. When the law fails to deliver justice to the aggrieved, private vengeance ceases to be mere retribution. It becomes honorable. Fudge recoiled as though burned. You can't seriously be suggesting that. Holmes inclined his head. I'm suggesting exactly that. From the back of the room came the sharp clap of applause. Sirius Black strode forward, a gleeful grin splitting his face. Well said, Sherlock. He turned back to Fudge, voice low and earnest. Since the Ministry refuses to grant us justice, we'll have to obtain it ourselves. Minister, tell me, how many Dementors are guarding Peter Pettigrew, and how does that number compare to the force that watched over me in Azkaban? Silence fell, heavy as a spell, as Fudge realized this was far more than idle rhetoric. Justice, or vengeance, was about to be claimed. Consider the irony, Cornelius, Dumbledore said, his tone deceptively light. A criminal, once shielded by the Minister of Magic, is found dead at the Ministry, and in letters of blood scrawled beside him, Murderer Cornelius Fudge. Doesn't that sound exhilarating? Fudge leaped to his feet. Black, you can't. His voice cracked. This was no idle provocation, but a blatant threat. He whirled on Dumbledore, panic plain in his eyes. Albus, surely you'll intervene? He's your former student. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. Cornelius, Sirius Black left Hogwarts years ago. The school has no jurisdiction over alumni. Besides, you insisted the Ministry and Black were partners, and it was you who authorized his release from Azkaban. Shouldn't it be your responsibility to keep him under control? Fudge opened his mouth, then shut it again, his face blanching and flushing in rapid succession. The spectacle was almost comical. A ripple of satisfaction swept through the onlookers. Well played, indeed. Professor McGonagall watched quietly, her brow furrowed in thought. She finally understood what Sherlock had warned her about. Blind faith in rules could be a dangerous flaw. Compared to their last confrontation at the Ministry of Magic, today's meeting at Hogwarts proved infinitely more satisfying. There's a particular thrill in catching rule breakers in the very arena where they feel most confident, and even the ever-benign Dumbledore couldn't help slipping into a touch of sarcasm. Yet as headmaster, he had to keep the wider picture in mind. Noticing Cornelius Fudge's forced smile and restless shifting of weight, Dumbledore leaned forward, his tone steady but firm. "Cornelius, if the Ministry truly intends to cooperate with Sirius Black, you must demonstrate genuine commitment. A token order of Merlin won't suffice." He paused, letting each word land. "And if someone as glaringly culpable as Peter Pettigrew continues to evade justice, then all we've fought for these past years will have been in vain. As Sherlock aptly reminded us, when the law fails those it's meant to protect, private retribution becomes not only justified, but, in a sense, noble." Sirius, who'd been watching Fudge with cold intensity, needed no such circumspection. "Peter must die," he said simply. "There's no bargaining beyond that." "I don't mind delivering him myself," Fudge said, leaning forward, "if you're certain those Dementors can hold me." Professor McGonagall rose to her feet, her green eyes flashing with fury. "Peter must die. It's the only way to honor Lily and James Potter and every innocent victim he slaughtered. It was the Ministry's promise." "Peter must die." Snape's voice cut through the room, each word laced with pure loathing. "He deserves nothing less." Remus Lupin stood quietly, his gaze steady. "Peter must die." Sherlock Holmes and Harry Potter exchanged a silent look. No words were needed. Their eyes said it all. Peter must die. Chapter 357. Who is the true headmaster? There's no death penalty in Britain, and the wizarding world is no exception. Yet for a living wizard, a Dementor's kiss is as final as execution. That grim reality lay at the heart of the standoff at Hogwarts. All right, I understand," Minister Fudge blurted, his resolve crumbling under the intensity of the assembled teachers and students. He ran his fingers through his thinning hair in frustration. I'll try to persuade them." He couldn't believe how drastically things had shifted. Not long ago, these Hogwarts folk had been more reasonable, so why had they suddenly become so adamant? This wasn't the gentle atmosphere of a school. It felt like a tribunal. Fudge cast one last uneasy glance around the room. "Dumbledore," he said, voice shaking slightly, I have to go back." "I'll see you out," Dumbledore replied quietly, offering a reassuring smile to Sirius Black and Professor Snape before leading the way from the headmaster's office. Outside the doorway, Fudge exhaled shakily, acutely aware of the silent expectations pressing in on him. Whatever lay ahead, he knew now that Hogwarts was no longer the serene refuge of learning he remembered, but rather a place determined to see justice done, however grim the cost. As soon as the two visitors departed, Professor McGonagall turned to Sherlock Holmes, her eyes bright with curiosity. "Mr. Holmes, how did you do it?" Her abrupt question brought the room to an expectant hush. How did he do what exactly? Holmes remained entirely unflustered. "Professor," he asked with polite calm, "are you referring to persuading the Ministry of Magic to change its stance, or the method by which I located Sirius Black?" McGonagall chuckled, clearly enjoying the exchange. "Both, please. I'm no Cornelius Fudge. Every detail fascinates me." Holmes inclined his head ever so slightly. "Truthfully, it's hardly worth the fuss. Harry, would you care to explain?" Harry started. He hadn't expected to be called on so directly, but he recovered quickly. A subtle nod from Holmes encouraged him. By recounting the sequence of events, perhaps he'd catch something new himself. Clearing his throat, Harry began. "First, Sirius wrote me a letter, slipped it to Crookshanks, and the cat brought it safely to me at Grimmauld Place. From that moment, everything fell into place. I knew exactly where to find him. We arranged our meeting, and finally, he allowed himself a small smile at the memory. Father and son were reunited at last." Harry paused, choosing not to mention the one detail Holmes had insisted on keeping under wraps. The Marauder's map had been Sherlock's secret ace, showing exactly where Sirius was hiding. But at least, he thought, the larger story was told. Chapter 23. The Marauder's map lay open on the desk, its parchment edges curling like the tail of some great silent creature. Sirius Black studied it with reverence. In his right hand, he held the quill that had drawn out each hidden corridor and secret staircase. He had told only one person about the map, his dear friend Harry, and now he admitted it only to them. If Professor McGonagall learned of its existence, she would confiscate it without a second thought. The thought of losing it made him wince. McGonagall regarded him with calm, muted pity. She asked no further questions, though her lips thinned with concern. Severus Snape's dark eyes flickered as if detecting some concealed motive, but he remained silent, unreadable as ever. At that moment, Professor Lupin cleared his throat. "What about the Ministry of Magic's abrupt reversal?" he asked. McGonagall, Snape, and Sirius all turned to Lupin, curiosity lighting their faces. Just days ago, Minister Fudge had been antagonistic toward Dumbledore, enough that rumors swirled of an irreparable rift. Rita Skeeter had gleefully reported that Dumbledore's support of the Ministry was nothing more than public theater. If the wizarding world truly slid into open conflict, no one would emerge unscathed. Dumbledore had pinned his hopes on Sherlock Holmes, entrusting McGonagall to carry a vital message. No one believed the boy could pull it off, yet Sherlock had succeeded beyond expectations. McGonagall offered a small smile. "It seems, once again, that when the path ahead looks darkest, when every road appears blocked, a single spark of ingenuity can light the way. We owe Mr. Holmes our gratitude." Silence settled over the room, tempered by relief and the promise of unexpected alliances ahead. Even Snape's mask of reserve softened, if only slightly, as the shifting tides of power settled into an uncertain new pattern. Harry took a deep breath and recounted Sherlock's account of his older brother, Mycroft Holmes. "Are you saying Mycroft actually influences the Ministry of Magic by pulling the strings of the Muggle Prime Minister?" Professor McGonagall's pince-nez nearly slipped off her nose. Snape's dark eyes narrowed. Lupin and Sirius exchanged equally stunned looks. Harry continued, "Sherlock claims that, at certain times, Mycroft essentially is the British government." He glanced at Sherlock for approval. Sherlock offered a slight nod, and Harry quoted him exactly. The office fell deathly silent as everyone absorbed the implications, that Muggle power brokers could steer the magical world so deliberately. At last, Remus Lupin let out a slow, thoughtful chuckle and stepped forward, a wry smile on his lips. "I see now. Muggle political maneuvering and ours may use different vocabulary and customs, but the fundamentals are identical. In that light, it's scarcely surprising the Ministry of Magic would fall under the Crown's influence. Sherlock's strategy was remarkably far-sighted, and, by the looks of it, utterly effective. Sometimes an outside force is the best way to shake up a stagnant system," Remus Lupin commented, his tone calm but firm. As a werewolf who'd known prejudice both among wizards and muggles, he was more willing than most to consider unorthodox alliances. Severus Snape, by contrast, looked ready to explode. He fixed Harry with a cold, narrowing stare. "Potter," he drawled, "are you trying to pull my leg?" A flicker of scorn passed through Snape's dark eyes, exactly the same expression he wore whenever a student's answer drew his ridicule in potions class. He waited a beat, then continued without allowing Harry a word in defense. "He is Briton? Preposterous. Do you actually expect us to believe such nonsense? You yourself said this great detective's brother has only recently become a junior official in the Muggle government. So tell me, how could a low-level employee with barely any experience possibly compel the Prime Minister of Muggle Britain to lean on the Ministry of Magic? Is that even remotely plausible?" Harry's heart sank. He'd grown up in the Muggle world and understood its politics far better than any wizard isolated in the magical community, but even he had to admit it sounded a bit outlandish. He opened his mouth to speak, hoping to bridge the gap between Muggle reality and the incredulous wizards before him. It had really happened. Harry glanced at Sherlock and saw the same unreadable expression he'd grown used to. No explanation was coming. He understood perfectly what Sherlock's silence meant. Take it or leave it, he didn't care. So Harry stayed silent too, then broke the tension. "Muggle Prime Minister? Brilliant. I love that idea." At once, a triumphant glint lit Sirius's gaunt face. He wheeled on Snape, voice sharp as a whip. "Save your self-righteous logic, you idiot!" He stretched the insult in a deadpan drawl, mirroring the way Snape had once slurred Potter. Sirius's eyes blazed as he continued. "You haven't the slightest clue what the Holmes brothers are capable of. The younger one dug up a secret that had been buried for 12 years, in a single semester, while all of us, me included, were being played for fools by a rat. And the older brother? He doesn't need a wand to bend fudge and the Ministry of Magic to his will. He does it all through the Muggle Prime Minister. They don't depend on those idiotic seniority rules. They use something far stronger." Sirius jabbed a finger at his temple, his disdain shifting into something like awe. "This," he said, voice low and fierce, "is real genius. The truth is staring you in the face, yet you still stand there, all high and mighty, no different from Fudge. Honestly, a schemer like you, skulking behind cauldrons and petty tricks, wouldn't understand." As soon as Fudge swept out of the room, Sirius seized the moment, his lips curling in contempt. "Really, Black, after 12 years in Azkaban, your mind's turned to mush. Your words are no better than slops, and if you don't watch yourself, I'll shove a bezoar down your throat to clear it out." "Be my guest," snarled Snape, his black eyes flashing. He did not flinch, but there was something in his gaze, equal parts fury and fear, that spoke of his time in the prison of Azkaban. In an instant, Snape drew his wand. Sirius, quick as ever, snatched up Professor Lupin's wand, since his own lay forgotten at his side, and pointed it at his former friend. Lupin, standing between them, raised an eyebrow and said nothing, but his posture was tense. "Enough!" Professor McGonagall's voice cut through the hostility like a knife. She stepped between the two men, erect and imperious, her emerald eyes sweeping from Sirius to Severus. "Severus, Sirius, both of you are among Professor Dumbledore's most trusted allies. I will not tolerate this sort of duel in the halls of Hogwarts." Her tone brooked no argument. Sirius reluctantly lowered Lupin's wand. Snape, still trembling, eased his own weapon back into its folds. Though their anger still smoldered between them, McGonagall's intervention had firmly stilled the storm, for now. The truth of what happened 12 years ago is finally out in the open. Now, it's time to set aside old grudges and learn to trust one another. Harry felt as though Professor McGonagall had just asked for a miracle. Beside him, Sirius Black and Professor Snape stood glaring at each other with lethal intensity, their wands half-drawn and ready. Harry was certain that if McGonagall stepped away for even a moment, they would come to blows. And frankly, even she might not be powerful enough alone to stop them once the curses started flying. "For the moment," McGonagall continued, her voice tightening, "I demand that you cease this open hostility." She cast a sharp look at both men. "Regardless of the past, we are on the same side now, and must present a united front. I suggest we begin by shaking hands." Harry could hardly believe his ears. Still, to his growing admiration, Sirius slowly disengaged his wand and took a step forward. Snape did the same, his expression taut but obedient. Inch by inch, they closed the gap between them. Then, ever so cautiously, they reached out and clasped each other's hand. A hush fell over the room. Harry let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. Change, he thought, might just be possible after all. Their hands met, then jerked apart as they glared at each other with unbroken intensity. "That's much better," Professor McGonagall said, clearly pleased. She flicked a warning glance at a portrait on the wall, no doubt a silent admonition to keep quiet, then turned back to Harry. "Potter, you're planning to go home again for the winter break, aren't you?" "Aye," Harry began, but before he could continue, Sirius spoke up. "Minerva," he said hesitantly, I hope I may call you that?" Professor McGonagall blinked, momentarily surprised by his informality. Then she gave a small, warm smile. "Of course, Sirius. As I mentioned, we're on the same side now." From the edge of the room, Snape let out a cold snort. Sirius Black's voice echoed across the headmaster's office, cutting through the hush. "I want Harry to live with me." Harry's green eyes widened in surprise. Professor McGonagall, already seated behind her desk, looked up from her parchment, her eyebrows arching. Sirius met Minerva's gaze without hesitation. "You know that if that terrible night had gone differently, Lily and James intended for me to raise Harry." McGonagall leaned back, steepling her fingers. "You are Harry's godfather," she said quietly, and so long as Harry himself agrees, I see no reason to object. A broad grin split Sirius's face. Then it's settled. Harry and I will head back to London tomorrow. Harry's relief was immediate. Thank you, Godfather, he said, voice warm. From a shadowed corner, Professor Snape let out a low snort. Sirius flung him a playful glare. What is it now, Severus? Do you detect something foul in the air? Snape's dark eyes glittered. Spare me your jests, Black. Your oversized nose seems far too sensitive to the slightest odor. Sirius, McGonagall's voice was sharp enough to cut iron. He only raised an eyebrow in apology. Minerva, I was merely showing some concern for our dear potions master. Perhaps my tone was a bit spirited. Snape's lips thinned. With a curt nod to McGonagall, he swept past Harry and strode from the office, his robes swirling behind him like a dark mist. No sooner had the door closed than the tension in the room evaporated. Minerva allowed herself a small smile. Well, Harry, she said, turning back to him, it seems your future has been decided. Harry looked from McGonagall to Sirius, gratitude shining in his eyes. I couldn't ask for better guardians, he murmured. Sirius clapped him on the shoulder. Come on, then. London awaits. Professor McGonagall studied Sirius Black with her usual blend of severity and concern. Sirius, I'm well aware of the bad blood between you and Severus. I won't pretend to know who was right or wrong, but I trust you both can move past it. Sirius met her gaze and offered a wry smile. Of course, Minerva. He hesitated for a moment, then added sincerely, in fact, Professor Snape is a good man. A ripple of surprise swept through the room. Sherlock Holmes, leaning casually against a desk, cleared his throat. I've reminded Harry more than once that Snape is the one professor here who truly fears for his safety. Relief softened McGonagall's stern features. Albus will be delighted to hear that. He's always trusted Severus. Sirius waved a hand, putting an end to the tense discussion. Let's leave it there. Headmistress, there's something else I should report. McGonagall's curiosity was piqued. Oh, do tell. Sirius turned his gaze to Harry before answering. It concerns one of Harry's friends, Miss Granger, and her cat, the very feline that delivered my letter earlier. There's something remarkable about that creature. McGonagall arched an eyebrow. Miss Hermione Granger and her cat, Crookshanks? I'm intrigued. Professor McGonagall's eyes widened with admiration. Your cat truly is remarkable. I knew it could recognize Peter, but I never imagined it would carry messages for you as well. Then again, with Kneazle blood in its veins, perhaps I shouldn't be surprised. Sirius leaned back in his chair, a lazy smile playing across his lips. That's not all. It even fetched the Gryffindor Tower password. Harry's heart sank. Oh no, Godfather, what are you up to now? He thought desperately. But before he could warn him, Sirius continued as though sharing the day's weather. That clever creature may not have delivered Peter to me, but it did swipe a slip of paper listing an entire week's worth of Gryffindor passwords from a boy's bedside table. Minerva, you really ought to tighten up your security. Our Gryffindors are brave, but there's no need for them to lose face like this. He paused, his grin widening. And although I've already discarded that bit of paper, they've identified the student by the handwriting. Professor McGonagall's complexion turned pale. Who is it? She asked, her voice barely more than a whisper. Professor McGonagall followed Sirius's gaze and locked eyes with Sherlock and Harry. Which complete idiot scribbled a week's worth of passwords on parchment and just left it lying around? She snapped. Harry tried to speak, but no words came out. A sudden chill seemed to sweep through the entire headmistress's office. McGonagall's stern expression hardened. Don't think you can fool me. Was it Longbottom? Harry fell silent. I knew it, McGonagall exclaimed triumphantly. Seeing the look on Harry's face, she immediately understood the situation. With a roar like an angry lioness, she thundered, It's Neville Longbottom again, isn't it? If he can't even remember a simple password, perhaps he'd be better off staying in bed. When he returns after winter break, he'll have extra detention, and he won't be allowed to Hogsmeade either. Sherlock watched, fascinated, as every portrait of a former headmaster and headmistress slid quietly from sight the moment McGonagall unleashed her ire. Professor Lupin, sensing they'd overstayed their welcome, shot a warning look at Sherlock and Harry. It was time to make a swift exit. Chapter 358, Shouldn't Be in the Car. I never thought Sirius, my godfather, would pull something like that. No sooner had Harry and his godfather stepped out of the headmaster's office than Harry's thoughts turned to Neville Longbottom, his unlucky dorm mate. Since his very first day at Hogwarts, Neville had been plagued by misfortune. His terrible memory frequently landed him in trouble. It was a small mercy that he shared a dormitory with Sherlock. Otherwise, his life would be even more chaotic. Even with Sherlock next door, Neville's days still tended toward disaster. On the walk back, Harry had meant to slip Neville a little note, a gentle reminder to watch his step next time. He never imagined Sirius would so boldly out him in front of the whole school. That move was nothing short of spectacular. Harry frowned, turning to Sherlock. Why would Sirius go straight to Professor McGonagall with all this? Sherlock gave a wry smile. Honestly, Harry, it's exactly the sort of thing he'd do. Sirius has always acted on impulse, especially when it comes to defending his friends. Harry looked puzzled. Sherlock continued, think back to your father at school. Between the two of them, James and Sirius were practically twins in temperament. Bold, headstrong, always up for a bit of mischief. Peter Pettigrew, on the other hand, was a follower. And Remus Lupin? He's the gentlest soul of the lot, even as a werewolf. Harry absorbed this, a new understanding dawning on him. He could almost picture his father and godfather back in their Hogwarts days, laughter echoing down the corridors as they plotted pranks. But it was a fleeting thought. In reality, everything had fallen perfectly into place. After 12 years of lies and secrets, the truth was finally out. Peter Pettigrew, the real traitor, was in custody, and Sirius Black had been cleared of all charges. Sherlock sat back, unconcerned. With today's revelation, the Ministry of Magic would be powerless to do anything but mete out justice to Pettigrew. Sirius's freedom was now beyond dispute, in more ways than one. Debating with the Ministry's bean counters had proven completely pointless. They were only guided by profit. As soon as the projected effort outweighed the potential gain, they dropped the case without a second thought. In contrast to his first-year exploits with the Philosopher's Stone and the second-year showdown in the Chamber of Secrets, the Prisoner of Azkaban affair wrapped up neatly before Christmas of their third year. For once, Sherlock hadn't left Hogwarts with loose ends dangling in mid-term, and he found the unfamiliar calm almost disconcerting. It was certainly welcome, but as he'd confessed to Harry, he worried he might grow bored. If only something else would happen. They stepped through the portrait hole into the Gryffindor common room to find a small crowd gathered by the fireplace. Even Cho Chang and Luna Lovegood were waiting for them. Come on, everyone's been hanging on every word!" Ron burst out, his impatience as obvious as ever. He yanked Harry toward a pair of armchairs. "So? What happened?" This time Ron didn't dawdle. He slid into the seat beside Harry before anyone else could take it. He'd learned the hard way that exclusion was a lonely fate. Meanwhile, Hermione and Luna drifted naturally to Sherlock's side, eager for the full story. Cho Chang slipped into the seat on Harry's left, leaving Ginny to plop down beside Ron with an indignant huff. She shot a sidelong glance at Cho's cheerful smile and bristled inwardly. Am I supposed to be Harry's sister, or is she? With that awkward moment avoided, Harry began to retell Sirius's Christmas invitation. When Ron realized Harry wouldn't be spending the holidays at the Dursleys, but with Sirius instead, he nearly bounced in his seat. "Mate, that is so cool. I know, right?" Harry smiled, still buzzing from the news. "Your godfather, Sirius, will he ride the Hogwarts Express to London with us tomorrow? Like when Professor Lupin came?" Harry hesitated. He'd been so thrilled all day that he spent. Forgotten to ask Sirius half the details. I'm not sure. Probably? He realized there were plenty of things he still didn't know. His father's animagus form, exactly where Sirius's home was, but he'd learn soon enough. Sirius had said he'd be heading back to London tomorrow, so his new house had to be there. Harry didn't press for more information. After all, he'd be living with his godfather before he knew it. Good times lay ahead. And with that happy thought, Harry's excitement carried him through the rest of the evening. Chapter 7. Harry woke early the next morning, still bleary-eyed and sporting dark circles under his eyes. He perched on the edge of his bed, rubbing sleep from his face, when Sherlock Grey burst into his room. "Morning run?" Sherlock asked briskly, glancing at Neville Longbottom, who was already lacing up his trainers in the doorway. Harry yawned. "Can't I skip it today? I'm exhausted. Sherlock folded his arms. No point in half-hearted training. It'd be a waste of time. Without another word, he and Neville turned and left. Harry watched them go, his stomach twisting with a momentary pang of abandonment. Then he laughed at himself. Abandoned. By Sherlock Holmes. It was just exercise after all, and Sherlock was only looking out for him. He shook off the gloom, went downstairs for breakfast, and by the time the enchanted Thestral-drawn carriage arrived to take him to Hogsmeade Station, he was in high spirits. The misty morning air smelled of pine and dew as Harry settled into the back of the carriage. He stared out at the rolling hills, the pastel dawn sky, and thought about all that lay ahead. Classes, friends, the familiar bustle of Hogwarts. He felt content, ready for whatever the term would bring. At the station, however, Harry's mood wavered. As he stepped off the carriage platform, he spotted Sirius Black and Professor Remus Lupin waiting on the platform, trunks at their feet. Relief and happiness flared in Harry's chest until Sirius raised a hand in greeting and said, "Not coming back with you on the express, kiddo." Harry blinked. "You're not riding back to London with me?" "No," Sirius replied with a rueful grin. "We've got some pressing matters to tend to here. Thought we'd see you off, though. Make sure you get on the train in one piece." Professor Lupin nodded beside him. "Yes, Harry, we'll be here until the last call. Then we must return to London on official business. But you, enjoy the ride." Harry's shoulders slumped, but he forced a smile. "Thanks for coming, at least." Sirius ruffled his hair. "Anytime, kid. Now go on, before they start pushing the carriages down the platform." With a final wave to Sirius and Lupin, Harry made his way toward the Hogwarts Express, his heart a little heavier, but still full of hope for the term ahead. "Don't worry," Sirius said, straightening his collar. "I'll be there before you. I'll meet you at King's Cross Station." He looked cleaner and more rested than Harry had seen him in years. "Last night was the first solid sleep I've had since before Azkaban. I promise, Harry, when you step off the train, you'll find me waiting." Harry finally relaxed and nodded. He flashed a teasing smile. "Holmes. No, Sherlock," he said, as if correcting himself mid-joke. Sirius turned to Hermione and Ron, who had been standing quietly by Harry's side. "And Hermione, Ron, thank you both for looking after him these past 3 years. Every time I see you two together, I'm reminded of my own school days. Back then, we were 4 friends, just like you." His voice caught, and Professor Lupin, standing a little apart, bowed his head. That once unbreakable circle, James and Lily Potter, Peter Pettigrew, Sirius Black, had shattered under the weight of betrayal and tragedy. James and Lily had fallen to Voldemort's curse when Peter turned traitor. Sirius had spent 12 years in Azkaban for a crime he didn't commit, only just reclaimed his freedom. And Peter, hiding as a rat for over a decade, now faced the loss of his soul, a hollow man beyond redemption. Sirius swallowed hard, then managed a small, resolute smile. "But no more regrets. Today, we start anew." Remus Lupin had fared the best of all. With Dumbledore's full support, he'd been appointed Defense Against the Dark Arts professor at Hogwarts, yet he still faced the constant risk of being exposed. Sirius was already plotting how to keep him safe. He knew how much this position meant to his only remaining old friend. In fact, he'd regretted losing his temper with Snape just yesterday. Lupin still needed the Half-Blood Prince's help to brew his Wolfsbane potion. All too often, Sirius's anger got the better of him, and only Professor McGonagall's timely intervention had stopped things from getting out of hand. He came away from the incident with even greater respect for her. Shaking his head to banish the memories, Sirius managed a bright smile. "Forget all that," he said, laying a hand on Lupin's shoulder. "You're better off not picking up our bad habits. Take care. See you soon." With that, he and Lupin clasped hands with the others and slipped away into the bustle of the platform. A moment later, Harry broke the silence. "Sherlock?" He glanced at the detective still staring down the rails as though he couldn't tear his eyes away. Harry frowned. Sirius was his godfather, after all, so why did it feel like Sherlock cared more about him in that moment? "He's remorseful." Sherlock's voice was calm. Both he and Professor Lupin feel guilty about what they did in their youth. Harry, Hermione, and Ron exchanged astonished looks. "You saw that too?" they silently asked, but before any of them could press him for details, Sherlock turned away. "Come on, They swallowed their questions for the moment and climbed into the compartment. As soon as they stepped in, Ginny waved them over. She and Luna had already staked out seats. After all, no one else wanted to sit next to Loony Lovegood. Ginny's grin stretched from ear to ear. She may not have been spending the holidays at Hogwarts with Harry, but at least they'd be traveling home together. Best of all, Cho Chang wasn't here. Yesterday, the instant Sherlock and Harry reappeared from their search for Sirius, Ginny had loyally shepherded Luna into the Gryffindor common room, knowing full well how fascinated Luna was by mysteries and by Sherlock himself. What she hadn't expected was for Luna to return shortly after, dragging Cho Chang along. Ginny fell silent as soon as Cho Chang's compartment door clicked open. All morning she'd been on edge, and now, spotting Cho alone, without Luna, she couldn't hide her delight. In the next instant, Cho's delicate face appeared in the doorway. Harry's eyes lit up at once. Ginny saw her chance and didn't hesitate. She slid into the seat at Harry's right. Cho Chang matched her pace, slipping into the seat on his left. Across the aisle, Hermione and Luna had already settled beside Sherlock Holmes, deep in quiet conversation. That left Ron sitting by himself at a small table just beyond them. Watching the others pair off, Ron felt increasingly out of place. He couldn't shake the memory of last night when he'd ceded the courting initiative to Ginny, and now she was making her move as soon as the train pulled out of the station. He briefly wondered if he should join Fred and George in another compartment instead. But before he could stand, Hermione, eyes bright with curiosity, leaned towards Sherlock and began peppering him with questions about the investigations he'd taken on during his years in London. Ron sighed and picked at the edge of his robes, resigned to listen. Hermione was true to her word. She'd used the upcoming holiday to sift through and organize every case Sherlock had ever taken on. At first, she hadn't been in such a hurry until Harry casually mentioned Minister Fudge's thinly veiled contempt for Sherlock, and something in her snapped. Though she kept her fury well hidden, she quietly vowed to set the record straight by bringing the real stories of these cases into the light. After all, if Gilderoy Lockhart's flimsy memoirs could sell like wildfire across the wizarding world, surely a meticulously chronicled volume on Sherlock Holmes, a man whose deductive genius was beyond question, would far outshine them. Hermione pictured it already. True-to-life accounts of startling deductions and breathtaking revelations, garnished with just enough narrative flourish to captivate any reader. The result, she was certain, would be nothing less than global attention. Any witch or wizard, with even a modicum of discernment, would recognize who had truly solved each mystery and brought every culprit to justice. In the past, she might have fretted over the Ministry of Magic trying to block such a publication. But those days were gone. With Mycroft Holmes, Sherlock's formidable elder brother, wielding his considerable influence over the wizarding bureaucracy, Hermione was confident that no administrative red tape could stand in her way. This book would see the light of day, and Sherlock Holmes's reputation would receive the glory it so plainly deserved. Luna perched on Sherlock's other side, her pale eyes bright with curiosity as she absorbed every word of their conversation. From time to time, she would interrupt with one of her signature flights of fancy, questions that strayed far from the facts of the case. "Isn't it possible," she asked, "that Quirrell's troll was actually infected by forgetfulness fungi in its brain, which made it so easy to subdue?" A moment later, she mused. Or perhaps that so-called polyglot, who still fell for a cleverly disguised ruse, was plagued by a creature that devours truth and spits out lies. Then, in an even quieter tone, she wondered, when a Dementor's kiss consumes a soul, could what remains freeze into black ice, sink to the ocean floor, and crystallize into some dark material? Soul crystal, if you will? Hermione, sitting across from them, wasn't sure how to answer such speculative theories. But Sherlock, ever gracious, entertained each of Luna's ideas as if they were worth serious consideration. Hermione had already gathered all the concrete details she needed for her report, yet she couldn't help but enjoy the pair's spirited back and forth. At the far end of the compartment, Harry was recounting his own narrow escape to Cho Chang and Ginny Weasley, who listened with equal rapture. The sight of one boy enthralling two girls with a tale of danger and daring mirrored Hermione's own situation, a reminder that a ride on the Hogwarts Express could spark any number of extraordinary conversations. Harry began recounting his past cases, and unlike Sherlock's tales of distant clients, these all involved his own adventures. Cho Chang and Ginny leaned forward, captivated. "In my first year," he said, "Lord Voldemort secretly infiltrated Hogwarts by hiding on Professor Quirrell's scalp, all to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Then in my second year, a forgotten diary of Voldemort's ended up in Gilderoy Lockhart's hands. It took control of him, reopened the Chamber of Secrets, and unleashed the basilisk on the school. By my third year, my godfather Sirius Black, imprisoned in Azkaban for 12 years, broke out the moment he learned Peter Pettigrew was still alive, traveling hundreds of miles to exact his revenge." Just as Sherlock had noted more than once, Harry truly had a gift for turning complex mysteries into gripping stories. With each vivid detail, Cho and Ginny felt they were living the danger and drama alongside him. Thanks to Harry's skillful narration, the two girls were left thrilled and hungry for the next chapter of his extraordinary life. Chapter 359. Sorry, Madam, I already have a son. As the Hogwarts Express eased into King's Cross Station, Harry once again found himself the center of a curious, whispering crowd. By the end of his first year, most of his classmates had grown accustomed to having the chosen one as a fellow student. But this year was different. The feud between Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew had taken on almost mythic proportions, its roots tracing back to the single most shocking event the wizarding world had seen in over a decade. 12 years ago, Lord Voldemort, whose victories had been unchallenged, slew James and Lily Potter, and then inexplicably vanished when his killing curse rebounded on their infant son. Since that night, he had not been heard from again. Now, questions long thought settled were being reopened, and old alliances were fracturing. Naturally, Harry, as the living symbol of that fateful confrontation, was once more thrust into the public eye. This time, however, it wasn't just his fellow students craning their necks for a glimpse of him. On the platform, anxious parents pressed forward to welcome their returning children. Among them, Mrs. Weasley's face lit up the moment she spotted Harry. She broke through the crowd with a cheer, beckoning him to come home, proof that, despite every twist of fate and every scandal revisited, he still had a place and a family waiting for him. The Weasleys had even brought along their youngest children, those still too little for Hogwarts, just for the chance to catch a glimpse of the boy who lived. "Look, there he is, Harry," one of them squealed, pointing excitedly through the crowd. "Move aside. Let me get a closer look, just for a moment," another piped up, trying to edge forward. "Be sensible," a sibling chided gently. "You can see him perfectly well from here. He's not a performing monkey." "I'm not here to watch a monkey," the first retorted, eyes alight. "I came to see Harry Potter." "What a thrill," came a delighted murmur. Ron watched them with a pang of envy. When, he wondered, would it be his turn to draw such eager attention? Growing up amid 7 siblings, he'd always felt overshadowed, 5 older brothers, each remarkable in his own right, and then little Ginny arriving to steal the last of his baby status. Once he'd been the baby of the family, now he was simply stuck in the middle, barely noticed. As the chatter and laughter swirled around him, Ron sighed. Even surrounded by his own kin, he longed for a moment in the spotlight, just like Harry. In the Weasley household, it was almost impossible for Ron to stand out. His eldest brother, Bill, served as a prefect and student union president. Charlie, the second son, was also a prefect and captained the Quidditch team. Percy, the third brother, likewise held both prefect and student union president posts. Then came the famously mischievous twins, Fred and George, whose pranks and jokes naturally drew most of Mum and Dad's attention. And at the end of that long line was Ginny, the family's only daughter and youngest child. With 4 older sons making waves in every direction, poor Ron barely registered on his parents' radar. It was no wonder that when Ron peered into the mirror of Erised, he saw himself as student union president, Quidditch captain, and the center of admiration. At first, he simply felt underappreciated at home. But once he arrived at Hogwarts and became fast friends with Harry Potter, that sense of being overlooked only grew stronger. Day after day, he watched as his older brothers, now combined with a legendary friend, claimed spotlight after spotlight. Today, As Harry once again found himself the focus of every conversation in their dormitory, Ron experienced a sudden clarity. Everyone around him really was extraordinary. Harry Potter needed no introduction. The boy who lived, the savior of the wizarding world, the Dark Lord's nemesis. Every pure-blood family knew his story by heart long before they ever set foot in these castle walls. Surrounded by heroes and high achievers, Ron at last understood why he'd felt like the odd one out, and how urgently he craved a place where he, too, could shine. Sherlock Holmes, the celebrated Muggle-born wizard, was every bit as extraordinary, a crowned Lion King and a detective of unrivaled brilliance. At times, he even attracted more attention than Harry, especially now, after unearthing the hidden truths of the past 12 years and persuading Harry's godfather to stand by their side. Then there was Neville Longbottom. At first glance, he seemed slow and absent-minded, but it was precisely those qualities that made him unforgettable. Every Gryffindor knew the round-faced boy whose memory was so poor he spent every holiday hunting for his missing toad, Trevor. Dean Thomas, by contrast, was hardly ordinary. He could sing, dance, rap, and play basketball, earning quite a following among the girls. And what about Ron Weasley? Apart from his prodigious appetite, what set him apart? Even Harry joked that Dudley Dursley, Ron's Muggle cousin, could out-eat him on a good day. Surrounded by such gifted friends, Ron couldn't help feeling a little overshadowed. Yet he kept his insecurities neatly tucked away. Sherlock and Harry were among his closest allies. A touch of envy was only human, but dislike, let alone hatred? That was impossible. Assuming nothing went wrong, the group followed the same routine as in past years, slipping through the barrier to platform 9 3/4. All but the first years knew exactly what to do. In pairs or trios, they strolled toward the bricked archway and vanished into thin air. A few eager newcomers tried to rush ahead, but a stern, gray-haired guard was on hand to remind them to wait their turn. When they reformed on the other side, every eye, Harry's included, was drawn to one figure above all else, Sirius Black. He stood apart from the bustle of students and trunks, utterly unmistakable. He looked nothing like his grainy wanted poster photograph, and not even like the man they'd met that very morning. At roughly 6 feet 2 inches with a slim, graceful build, he cut an elegant silhouette against the station's stone walls. His glossy black hair had been freshly styled. His beard was trimmed to perfection. From beneath dark, arching brows, silver-gray eyes gleamed with a sharp, almost feral intelligence. Simply standing there, he radiated a relaxed, unbridled confidence that made him impossible to ignore. It was no exaggeration to say that, in that moment, Sirius Black outshone any Muggle celebrity famous for their looks. "He's stunning," Ron blurted, unable to hide his amazement. Hermione, Cho, and Ginny stared in disbelief. None of them expected this once disheveled fugitive to appear so polished. Only Luna remained impassive. Tilting her head, she turned to Sherlock and asked, "Will you grow as tall as him someday?" "No," Sherlock replied with quiet certainty. "Given my parents' and brother's heights, I'll push past 6 feet, but not by much." He wasn't surprised, really. Both he and Harry had seen Sirius's younger self in the photo album Hagrid had given Harry. Sirius in his early 20s, standing as James Potter's best man. The handsome features were always there. Years of injustice had simply buried them beneath hardship. Now, finally free, Sirius had reverted to the man he once was. After all, at 34, he was still very much in the prime of his life. Harry emerged from the shadows of the castle's great doors, 12 years of imprisonment etched into his features, but not in a way that spoke of defeat. The hardships had tempered him, lending a quiet strength and a dignified air. He looked every inch the man he'd become, handsome, composed, and undeniably confident. Ginny Weasley, who had been watching from the sidelines, couldn't contain her astonishment. "He's even more striking than Lockhart," she murmured, half to herself. Hermione Granger, once the prime admirer of Gilderoy Lockhart, raised her eyebrows in agreement. "Absolutely," she said softly. "Harry, over here." None of them noticed Sirius Black until he was nearly upon them. He moved with the determined stride of a man who had waited far too long for this moment. In a heartbeat, he reached Harry and wrapped him in a fierce embrace. When he finally let go, Sirius turned to a well-dressed woman who had trailed him over and laid a hand on his son's shoulder. "I'm sorry, madam," he said gently but firmly. I already have a son. The woman's eyes flicked between Harry and Sirius, as though she were measuring their resemblance against some unspoken standard. Leaning in, she whispered, You know, it's not entirely impossible. Sirius and Harry exchanged a swift glance, and the warmth of the reunion grew awkward in an instant. Sensing the tension, the woman drew back and, with a faint look of regret, slipped away into the crowd. Sirius exhaled heavily, ruffling Harry's hair. Well, he said, that's one mystery we won't have to solve. Harry offered a small, relieved smile, grateful that at long last no more doubts stood between father and son. Sirius Black leaned against the cool stone wall of King's Cross Station, absently fingering the strap of his travel cloak. He'd promised Harry he'd see him home in good spirits. So, after bidding him farewell that morning, he'd had Remus apparote him straight to London. In the few hours the Hogwarts Express took to cover the distance, Sirius had arranged every detail for Harry's safe return. What he hadn't expected was to discover just how bold Muggle flirtation could be. Before he even had time to settle, a sharp-eyed brunette in a tailored jacket sidled up and asked if he was off duty from some high-powered job. Not 10 minutes later, a cheerful blonde thrust a folded scrap of paper into his hand. Her phone number, of course, and winked as she walked away. By the time a third woman, a redhead in a summer dress, breezed past to comment on his mysterious air, Sirius felt remarkably disarmed. He'd been locked away for 12 years. Has society really come this far? More than one woman approached you, Mr. Black? The voice came out of nowhere. Sirius turned to see a tall, dark-haired man in an overcoat and deerstalker hat standing a few feet away. His keen, hawk-like gaze was fixed on Sirius with unsettling precision. I've only been standing here 15 minutes, Sirius admitted with a rueful smile. And that's 3. The detective, Sherlock, if he knew his Muggle crime dramas correctly, raised an eyebrow. I deduced it from your shifting posture and the way you press your fingertips together whenever someone's too forward. But your count only included the women. Sirius's smile faltered. What do you mean? Sherlock dipped his chin toward a small cafe at the far end of the platform. See those 4 men at the corner table and the 2 across by the newsstand? They've been watching you since you arrived. He paused, as if waiting for the shock to register. They're not Muggles either. Sirius followed the gesture and felt his blood run cold. Plenty of people watched at a London station, but none so intent, and none who looked quite as magical as he and Sherlock. He glanced back, meeting Sherlock's steady stare, and realized this morning's carefully laid plans had just got a great deal more complicated. Luna crouched beside the parlor's low coffee table, inspecting the scattered cigar ash. She glanced up at the clock on the wall, then back at Sirius. From the time of night and those ashtrays by your feet, I'd say they're not just here for conversation. Sirius jerked his head toward the entrance. Several men had been loitering nearby, but now they shifted uncomfortably under his gaze, all except one. A round-faced fellow with a crew cut and a neatly trimmed goatee caught Sirius's eye and offered him a warm, almost too friendly smile. 12 years in Azkaban had taught Sirius Black to distrust any sudden show of interest. A chill raced down his spine. Had the world really changed so much while he'd been locked away? Luna, her expression perfectly earnest, continued as though she hadn't noticed his discomfort. Mr. Black's charm is of the charts. He's attracting attention from women, and men, too. Sirius's eyes widened. Was she praising him or poking fun? He cleared his throat, determined not to dignify her remark with a response. Instead, he turned to Harry and the boys standing nearby, forcing a grin. Harry, you've got a real talent for making friends, he said, loud enough for everyone to hear. I think you're even better at it than James was back in the day. He let the words hang in the air. He didn't need to finish his thought. James had famously fallen for Lily the moment he first saw her. Yet here he was, praising Harry's easy warmth, as if that could somehow wash away the memory of Azkaban's cold, lonely years. Although James was one of the most popular students at Hogwarts, countless witches had a crush on him, he never wavered from his first love. After plenty of twists and turns, he finally ended up with the white moonlight of his heart. Harry's situation was different. 4 girls hovered around him, 2 of them a bit shy and standing off to one side, but still close enough to call companions. It was worlds apart from his father's childhood. That, Sirius mused, was the difference between raising a son and raising a daughter. If his child had been Harriet and surrounded by boys, he'd have been ready to explode with anger. But Harry was Harry, and boys fawning was far less worrisome than girls vying for attention. The sight of so many young witches doting on his son left him feeling surprisingly at ease. As the afternoon wore on, more parents arrived to fetch their children, and the little group gradually broke up. Everyone headed home. Everyone, that is, except Sirius. He lingered by the entrance, greeting each family as they came. With wizards, a simple introduction and a flash of his signature charm were all he needed to prove he was free at last. With muggles, he offered a genial smile and said he'd just returned from a distant journey and only recently met Harry. No one questioned his story, and in that small moment, Sirius finally allowed himself to feel at peace. Sirius Black strode into the cozy Holmes household with his customary confidence, introducing himself at every turn as Harry's godfather. Mr. and Mrs. Holmes, who had come to love Harry as if he were their own, exchanged astonished glances. Mr. Holmes studied Sirius's tall, handsome figure intently, as though trying to place him in a long-forgotten memory. "So Harry won't be spending the holidays with us again this year?" he asked at last. Mrs. Holmes's eyes clouded with gentle disappointment. "I'd hoped, if Privet Drive isn't an option, you'd keep him here," she said, motioning toward the neat, spare room she had prepared. "It's all ready for him." Harry's heart clenched. He offered a small, grateful smile to Mrs. Holmes. "Thank you, Aunt Holmes, but I've already promised my godfather I'd live with him, and that's what Mum and Dad would have wanted." Mr. Holmes nodded solemnly. "Of course, a godfather has the first claim, especially with everything you've been through. It makes perfect sense he should be Harry's guardian." Sirius's lips curved into a warm grin. "It's settled, then. I can't thank you both enough for everything you've done for him." "Where is Mr. Black's home, if you don't mind my asking?" Mr. Holmes inquired. "Not far," Sirius replied, tucking a stray lock of dark hair behind his ear. "We'll be at 12 Grimmauld Place." Harry felt a pang of bittersweet excitement as he looked around at the kind faces who had cared for him so tenderly. Soon, he would be reunited with the man who had always watched over him from afar. But first, he gave the Holmeses one final, heartfelt nod of gratitude. "I think you should know," he began, voice low and earnest. "That's perfect," Sirius replied with a quick smile. "We're headed that way anyway. Why don't you ride with us?" He paused for a moment, then shot Harry an inquiring look, as though waiting for his approval. Chapter 360, Father and Son, Husband and Wife, Brothers. "Thank you, Mr. Holmes." Harry didn't hesitate to accept Holmes's offer of a ride. With a friend as close as Holmes, formal politeness felt unnecessary. Indeed, refusing might have created unnecessary distance. More importantly, he couldn't bear to see Holmes's kind wife upset. Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic, was always telling Harry, "You understand me," yet Harry rarely did, but he truly understood the Holmes family. He knew that if he declined, Mrs. Holmes would feel hurt, and when Harry nodded at once, the disappointment in her eyes lifted almost immediately. Most women sense more with their hearts than their heads, after all. Sirius, as a pure-blood wizard, was very different from Mr. Weasley, despite the fact that Mr. Weasley, too, hailed from a pure-blood family. Ron Weasley practically vibrated with excitement the moment he saw the Muggle car. He ran his fingers along the door panels, peered through every window, and bombarded everyone with questions. Sirius Black, by contrast, settled into the passenger seat with elegant composure. He'd intended to direct Mr. Holmes to 12 Grimmauld Place, but to his surprise, the detective not only knew the address perfectly, he even guided them along a shortcut Sirius hadn't been aware of. Tucked away in a Muggle neighborhood in northwest London, Grimmauld Place lay just over a 20-minute walk from King's Cross, closer, in fact, than Sherlock's own flat. It was a prime piece of real estate, yet hidden in plain sight. In theory, the drive should have taken only 5 or 6 minutes. In practice, though, central London traffic added several more. 10 minutes after leaving Baker Street, Holmes brought the car to a halt. All 5 passengers climbed out and gathered on the pavement, ready to step back into the old, enchanted world they knew so well. Sirius Black gestured toward the squat townhouse before them. This is 12 Grimald Place. It's been empty for ages and isn't exactly guest-ready, so I can't invite you inside just yet." Mrs. Valita Holmes smiled reassuringly. "That's perfectly all right, Mr. Black. Harry and you have plenty of catching up to do." Mr. Holmes stood quietly beside her, studying the weathered brickwork. His eyebrow lifted ever so slightly in surprise, but no one except Sherlock seemed to notice. Sherlock caught his father's look, then glanced at the passing crowd and quickly pieced it together. "Valita's right. We'll have more than enough chances later. Our home isn't far. Harry, you're welcome anytime." Mr. Holmes nodded in agreement, and Mrs. Holmes turned her attention back to Harry. "You know the way now, Harry. Whenever you're free, just drop by." Harry returned her smile with a grateful nod. In that moment, he felt anew the Holmeses' warmth and generosity. He resolved that once Grimald Place was properly cleaned up, he'd convince Sirius to host a celebration, one everyone could enjoy together. He used to envy Dudley so much whenever he did that. Back then, Harry had neither friends nor a real home. Now that he had both, he was determined to give it a try himself. A few dusty rooms? No problem. He might not have learned much at the Dursleys, but he'd certainly done his share of cleaning and laundry. Even though this house was vast, he was sure he could have it gleaming in a week, 2 at most. Sirius's voice cut through Harry's thoughts. "Harry, your friend's parents are so generous to you." "Yes," Harry agreed, smiling. "They really treat me like a son." Sirius grinned. "You know, that reminds me. I left here when I was 16 and moved in with your father and the Potters. They treated me just the same way." Harry's eyes lit up. "That must have been wonderful. They took you in like family, just as my friend's parents are doing for me." A warm pride swelled in Harry's chest at the shared experience. In that moment, the distance between him and his godfather seemed to shrink, binding them together in understanding and gratitude. "Sirius," Harry began, as they stepped off the ling. "Ite bus, you're saying not only have they been incredibly kind to me, but my muggle father is extraordinary?" Sirius let out an admiring chuckle. "Extraordinary is putting it lightly. Compared to your muggle-born friend Hermione's dentist, he's got twice the observational skill." Harry nodded, unsurprised. Sherlock always declared that anyone could match his powers through enough training, but deep down, Harry knew some talents were inborn. No matter how much practice, most would never reach Mycroft or Sherlock's level. A father capable of raising 2 such prodigies couldn't be ordinary. Still, Harry pressed on. "How did you guess he was special? This was your first time meeting them." Sirius grinned, hearing Harry's familiar address, number 12, Grimald Place. He pointed ahead at a stately, wrought-iron gate beyond which stood a grim, black townhouse. "Although this is a Muggle neighborhood, ordinary people can't see this house. It's under Muggle-repelling charms. No matter how closely they pass by, they simply don't notice it." He gave Harry a reassuring nod. "Trust me, if your father could spot the wardings on this place without a second glance, he's got remarkable eyes and a mind just as sharp." They've even grown accustomed to the absurd idea that number 11 Grimald Place sits between 13. Number 12 simply doesn't exist to Muggles, Sirius sneered. Harry glanced up at the silent, shuttered facade and nodded. "So to any passing Muggle, this house just isn't there, kind of like the leaky cauldron?" "Precisely," Sirius said. "Mother, Lady Walburga, ran this place in her day. She loathed the very thought of anyone not of pure blood crossing her threshold. Father countered her prejudice by laying every concealment charm known to wizardkind on the house. It can't be mapped, and no curious Muggle ever perceives it, though really, who'd want to?" He laughed harshly. "If it weren't for you, Harry, I'd have no reason to come back. It's a dump, but at least it's ours. And with your Muggle friend's flat just around the corner, I suppose it's the only favor the Black family can offer." Harry felt Sirius's loathing for his ancestral home as sharply as if it were directed at him, but he forced himself to speak. "When I told Mr. Holmes about 12 Grimald Place, his reaction was unexpected." Sirius lifted an eyebrow. "Well, as a Muggle, he ought to have been stunned." "Should I have feigned more surprise, for authenticity's sake?" Harry retorted. From behind the wheel, Mr. Holmes caught Harry's eye in the rearview mirror and offered a small, knowing smile. They drove on through Kensington's grand terraces into the quieter streets of Chelsea, dusk settling over the city. Street lamps blinked on, and the last of the evening traffic thinned out. Holmes broke the hush. "Honestly, Harry, I trusted you. Your word, more than any spell, made this place real to me. I half expected moving portraits and clanking armor, but it was simply an old, well-hidden family home. That, in its own way, felt magical enough." Sirius studied him, then inclined his head in reluctant respect. Harry exhaled, and for the first time that evening, Grimmauld Place felt a little less oppressive. Soon they pulled up outside Holmes's modest flat. Harry stepped out, turned to Sirius, and offered a hand. Sirius took it, his usual sarcasm replaced by something warmer. "Tea?" Harry asked Holmes, grinning. Holmes held the door open. "After today's adventure? Absolutely." The three of them went inside, wizard, ex-convict, and muggle, in a small Chelsea kitchen where magic and ordinary life met simply in good company and strong tea. Holmes sank back in his seat, utterly fascinated by what he'd just pieced together. "You know, it never occurred to me how odd it is that Grimmauld Place 11 and 13 stand side by side," he said, leaning forward. "There's no number 12, and yet no one seems to notice. Everyone's just accepted the mismatch as normal. Before Lion came to this school, I honestly never gave it a second thought. It wasn't until Mr. Black pointed it that I realized. The whole stretch must be warded, much like the enchantments on the leaky cauldron, designed to mask the inconsistency from casual passers-by." Lion grinned. "Exactly, Dad. It's obviously under a concealment spell, and there's no need for you to feign ignorance. You saw it as soon as you arrived." Holmes chuckled, running a hand through his hair. "I still can't believe I missed it at first. 11 right next to 13, with no room for 12. How did that slip past me?" From the back seat, Mrs. Holmes, who had been slower to catch on, suddenly snapped her fingers. At her husband and son's enthusiastic exchange, a smile spread across her face. Even she had to admit, the elegance of that magical oversight, or was it deliberate, made the house on Grimmauld Place all the more intriguing. Chapter 7. The Truth About Sirius Black. "Father, I think you've already recognized Harry's godfather, haven't you?" Sherlock's voice carried a hint of triumph. Mr. Holmes glanced at his son in the rearview mirror, eyes steady. "Sirius Black. The name fits, the face matches. He's the same wanted criminal who vanished just before term began." Mrs. Holmes stiffened beside him. "What?" Her knitting needles clattered to the floor. "A wanted criminal as Harry's godfather? No, absolutely not. Tannen, turn this car around. We're taking Harry home immediately." "Calm down, Valida," Mr. Holmes said without slowing. "Both Sherlock and Harry have accepted Mr. Black. If there's one thing I've learned, it's that people don't change their minds lightly. Besides, I noticed something odd. His wanted poster was quietly withdrawn." "Right," Sherlock added. "The wizarding world got it wrong. They blamed Sirius for the Potter's death, when in fact, the real killer was someone else," Mr. Holmes finished. "Sirius has been framed from the start." Mrs. Holmes closed her eyes, took a breath. "So, you're saying he didn't betray the Potters? That he never harmed them?" "He loved them," Sherlock said softly. "And he loves Harry even more fiercely." Mr. Holmes leaned forward, voice gentle. "Valida, you know how Mr. Black looks at Harry. You've seen him protect the boy at every turn, putting himself in danger time and again. That kind of devotion can't be faked." Mrs. Holmes bit her lip, her heart torn between fear and the earnest trust she'd come to feel for the man she'd only just met. Finally, she nodded once, resolutely. "All right, we wait and see. But if he so much as puts Harry at risk—" "He won't," Mr. Holmes said. "I promise." Silence fell for a moment as the car sped down the moonlit road toward Hogwarts. Mrs. Holmes picked up her knitting, but her needles hovered in midair. Sherlock glanced back, gave her a small, reassuring smile. In that instant, she knew the family's fate had shifted. What mattered now was the truth, and protecting the boy who had lost so much already. Outside, the castle's spires glittered ahead, offering a promise of justice, friendship, and a new chapter in Harry Potter's life. Sherlock paused, then let out a relieved breath. Her husband had been right. You can't hide true affection. Although Sirius Black's time with Harry had been brief, the warmth in his eyes told its own story. "What matters," she said softly, "is that he genuinely cares for Harry." "There's no doubt about that, Mom," her husband agreed. Sherlock's mother smiled and leaned forward. "All right, Sherlock, tell us everything. I want to know how Harry's godfather came to be branded a criminal by both the magical community and the Muggle world, and how you proved his innocence. I'm guessing you were the one who pieced it all together? Sherlock's lips curved into a proud smile. Indeed I was. It all began 12 years ago. By the time Sherlock finished recounting the tangled events that had led to Sirius's fall and ultimate vindication, the family had driven back to the Holmes estate. Mr. Holmes sat back in his chair, shaking his head in wonder. What a twisted, incredible story. Well done, Sherlock. You did a remarkable thing. Mrs. Holmes pounded the table in frustration. That Pettigrew, he was monstrous. To betray his friends, leave an innocent child without parents, and cause so many needless deaths. How could he live with himself? How can there be such evil people in the world? Mrs. Holmes's voice trembled as she stared into the flickering firelight. Mr. Holmes and Sherlock exchanged a silent look. Worse things existed, people she'd simply never had to face. Still, Mr. Holmes reached for her hand. My dear, we mustn't let fear rule us. He spoke gently, guiding her back from the brink of panic. Gradually, her breathing steadied. Sherlock rose and began pacing, eyes drifting over the familiar furniture. Has Mycroft been away for long? Mrs. Holmes wrung her hands. Ever since he took that new post. He's rarely at home now. Sometimes he doesn't return for days, even weeks. He says he can't reveal what he's working on, Mr. Holmes added. A furtive hope lit Sherlock's eyes. He'll come home for Christmas, though, won't he? Just for a few days, his father replied, forcing a smile. If all goes well, the two of you will be reunited. I'm very much looking forward to it, Sherlock said, though his fingers tapped restlessly on the mantel. Outside, Kensington and Chelsea were hushed under a gentle snowfall. Street lamps cast a soft glow on drifting flakes, and from every window spilled the promise of warmth and celebration. Inside the Holmes household, anticipation matched the season's quiet magic. Christmas Eve had arrived at last. The logs crackled in the hearth, sending a flickering warmth across the room. In the corner, a freshly adorned Christmas tree twinkled with colored lights and baubles, while the dining room beyond smelled richly of Mrs. Holmes's holiday cooking. She moved from table to mantel, straightening napkins and silverware with gentle precision, though each time she paused, her gaze drifted anxiously toward the front door. Joy and anticipation lit her features, but a slight tension tugged at her shoulders. Mr. Holmes, in contrast, looked remarkably serene. He lounged in his favorite armchair, immersed in a thick volume, brow unruffled by the festive bustle around him. Sherlock sat farther back on the sofa, his posture relaxed, eyes fixed on the dancing flames. But he wasn't really watching the fire. His mind was busy calculating how to link their Muggle fireplace to the Flu network, an illicit tweak since non-magical chimneys weren't meant to handle magical traffic. 2 days ago at King's Cross, Mr. Weasley had discreetly mentioned the possibility to him and Hermione. Sherlock already had a helpful contact in the Flu Network Management Office who could bend the rules just enough. As these plans coalesced in his mind, he found himself recalling an earlier triumph, the Easter during his first year at Hogwarts, when he'd solved the mystery of Cho Chang's missing eyeshadow. The culprit, he had deduced, was Cho's own roommate, Marietta Edgecombe. It had been one of his first real cases, and one that still impressed even him. For now, though, Christmas dinner awaited. Mrs. Holmes was checking the last detail, and the household was about to gather. Sherlock folded his hands, rose from the sofa, and stepped into the warm glow of the hearth, ready to join the celebration, Flu Network schemes and all. Because of the earlier incident, Marietta had grown distant from her roommates. Fortunately, her mother, Mrs. Edgecombe, held a post at the Department of Magical Transportation's Flu Network Authority. Hermione pointed this out at the station. Once Mrs. Edgecombe heard what had happened, she would inevitably want to quiz Mr. Weasley. Arthur blinked in surprise, then thumped his chest with mock bravado. "Fear not," he promised. "I can handle any questions that come my way." Before anyone could reply, the crisp chime of the doorbell cut through Sherlock's thoughts. "Thank goodness he's here," Mrs. Holmes exclaimed, setting down her cutlery and hurrying toward the front door. Mr. Holmes folded his newspaper with a gentle smile, while Sherlock's hawk-sharp eyes followed the path to the entrance. A gust of chilly London air swept in as the door opened, and Mrs. Holmes threw her arms wide. "Mycroft, thank Merlin you're home safe. You must be frozen." You've come at just the right time. I've just finished preparing dinner, Mrs. Holmes said with a warm smile as she ushered them into the house. Happy Christmas Eve, Mom, came a low, composed reply, hardly what you'd expect from a man in his early 20s. The car's heater worked perfectly. I wasn't cold at all. Moments later, the Holmes family's eldest son, Mycroft Holmes, appeared in the living room doorway beside his mother, every inch the poised, self-assured gentleman. Chapter 361. More popular with girls than expected. Sherlock's eyes swept over the man standing before him. Compared to their last meeting, Mycroft looked even more robust, his posture straighter, his stride confident. His charcoal gray three-piece suit clung to well-developed muscles, and he carried his trademark black umbrella in one hand, a heavy overcoat draped casually over the other arm. The broad forehead and penetrating gaze were unmistakably Holmes, yet refined by time and discipline. Mycroft's sharp eyes flicked across the room, taking in every detail, before he turned back to their father and inclined his head. Happy Christmas Eve, Father. Mr. Holmes's face lit with a pleased smile. Good to have you home. Merry Christmas Eve. At that moment, Sherlock rose from his seat. The two brothers met each other's gaze. No warm embrace, no brotherly chatter. Instead, a silent duel unfolded between them. An unspoken challenge, carried out in the tilt of an eyebrow, the flicker of recognition. In that instant, each sensed the other's recent undertakings, Sherlock's London cases, Mycroft's government intrigues, without a word being exchanged. A tense understanding settled in the air, leaving both men to wonder which of them would break first. Ah, my dear brother has finally deigned to emerge from his mysterious sanctum, Sherlock announced, his voice echoing in the chilly hallway. Mycroft raised a single eyebrow as he paused to close the door behind him. Isn't it rather peculiar to be carrying that black umbrella in the dead of winter? Sherlock tilted his head just so, as if the question amused him. This umbrella offers more functions than you might imagine, Mycroft, and judging by your sudden growth spurt, I see Hogwarts's cuisine agrees with you. Mycroft's lips curved into a self-satisfied smile, subtle, but unmistakable, like a grandmaster watching his opponent fall neatly into a prearranged trap. So what's the latest? Not only did you find yourself a case, but you've also somehow resolved a thorny issue in the Ministry of Magic's history. He spoke of wizards and spells with the same casual air most people reserve for discussing the weather. Sherlock met his brother's gaze steadily, pride flickering in his eyes. A correction, if you please, Sherlock said. It wasn't merely solving a case. I removed a hidden threat that had been haunting a dear friend for 12 years, swiftly and well before Christmas dinner was even served. Mycroft cocked his head, feigning surprise. Swiftly, you say? Efficiency, my brother's newest claim to fame. Sherlock allowed himself a small smile. Indeed, and if you'd like the full report, I suggest you find a comfortable armchair. You'll need it. With that, he turned and strode deeper into the house, leaving Mycroft to retrieve one of the many leather-bound volumes lining the walls, no doubt in search of further details on brotherly feats and wizarding politics alike. If I'm not mistaken, you've been associating with that criminal since your very first year, she said, arms folded. He sighed, running a hand through his hair. So you think I should have exposed him back then? She gave him a wry smile. In hindsight, yes, but before you truly understood magic, expecting you to see through his ruse was asking too much. He shook his head. You're right. I should have uncovered him sooner, but it's not too late. She tapped her quill against the parchment before her. His disguise fooled the ministry's bureaucrats, but to any real observer, it was nothing more than a clumsy child's trick. His lips curled into a bitter smile. Yet that same clumsy trick landed a pure-blood noble's heir in Azkaban for 12 years and cost half a street its lives. In that case, she muttered, the ministry is even less competent than Scotland Yard, letting the real villain roam free while an innocent soul rotted in despair. Exactly, he said, eyes flashing, which is why I had to intervene. She leaned back in her chair. Your penchant for daring exploits hasn't dulled one bit, dear. Rather, he chuckled softly. A pity, really. Even with a flawless chain of evidence, office politics still outmaneuvered justice. Sherlock leaned back in his chair, a half-smile playing on his lips. Well, should I be thanking you? Mycroft's eyes narrowed. Thanks are unnecessary. What concerns me is having an underage boy, not yet 14, thrust himself into a deadly conspiracy that's been buried for 12 years. And in the process, you've set our mother fretting over the identity of that elusive godfather. That isn't the conduct of a proper son. Says the 20-year-old, Sherlock shot back, voice cool. I live practically next door, yet you can't spare a moment to come home. You're hardly in a position to lecture me. Their words crackled through the room, each remark sharper than the last, until Mrs. Holmes rose from her seat. That's enough, both of you. She crossed the polished floor, took Mycroft's overcoat and his black umbrella, and fixed her son's with a gentle but firm gaze. Tonight is Christmas Eve, a rare chance for family to be together. This isn't a contest of wits, nor is it a time for arguing over conspiracies. Your dinner's getting cold. Sit down and eat. Mycroft's posture softened. Without a word, he handed over his coat and umbrella, the stern lines of his face easing under his mother's reproach. You're right, Mother. Sherlock exchanged a brief look with his brother, then turned toward the steaming feast laid out before them. For the moment, at least, the quarrel was set aside, and the true spirit of Christmas found its way back into the Holmes household. Dinner's ready, everyone. Just at that moment, Mr. Holmes appeared in the doorway, guiding the household toward the dining room's warm, welcoming aromas. He glanced fondly at his two sons, each of whom, despite their frequent bickering, cared deeply for the other in his own reserved way. Mycroft walked ahead in his usual composed manner, as if his earlier disagreement with Sherlock had never taken place. Sherlock paused to watch his brother's retreating figure, a faint, almost wistful smile, uncannily like Mycroft's own, curving his lips, before falling into step behind him. Under the soft glow of the chandelier, the long table gleamed with crystal glasses and platters piled high with roast turkey, herbed potatoes, and all the trimmings. The air was rich with the scent of spiced wine and freshly baked bread. Though their debate on truth versus efficiency still lingered between them, tonight's mood was purely festive. Perhaps later, by the crackling hearth, they would pick up their discussion. For now, it was time for goodwill and merriment. Here's to family, Mr. Holmes announced, lifting his glass, and a very Merry Christmas Eve. Sherlock and Mycroft exchanged a brief look and raised their own glasses. The soft chime of crystal echoed around the table as everyone murmured their Merry Christmas. Mrs. Holmes beamed with pride. Her cooking would have earned a nod of approval even from Ron Weasley, accustomed as he was to Mrs. Weasley's feasts. What followed was a perfect holiday repast, gentle laughter, light-hearted teasing, and the comfort of shared company. As the last courses were cleared and glasses refilled with warming port, the brothers settled into their seats, already anticipating the quiet conversation to come by the fire, where truth and efficiency might once again take center stage, wrapped in the spirit of the season. After dinner, Sherlock and Mycroft retired to the drawing room, where a fire crackled in the hearth. Sherlock's gaze softened in the flickering light, lending a moment of unexpected fraternal warmth. Mycroft leaned forward in his chair, voice dropping to a confidential hush. Your choice of companions is, shall we say, unorthodox, dear brother, he began, eyes fixed on Sherlock. That boy Harry is a walking danger. The office has just received fresh intelligence. The magical world isn't the fairy tale idyll you imagine. Sirius Black's escape isn't the final act. It's merely the overture to something far more sinister. Are you sure you want to stand in that spotlight, dragging that child, and by extension, our entire family, into the fray? The flames popped and hissed. Sherlock's eyes narrowed, his expression sharpening. He met Mycroft's inscrutable stare without a hint of doubt. Center stage, Sherlock replied, voice calm but firm. Mycroft, how long have you been holed up in that office of yours, that all you see are risks and no opportunities? Ever since I first set foot in the magical world, I've known there's no such thing as a perfectly safe stage, Sherlock said quietly. Mycroft's lips curled in a half-smile. Are you really blaming the stage for your own decision to dive headfirst into that boy's world the moment you started at Hogwarts? Sherlock met his brother's gaze steadily. I'm not making excuses. Danger doesn't vanish simply because you turn your back on it, Mycroft. You, of all people, standing at the very eye of the storm, understand that better than anyone. Of course I do, Mycroft replied lightly. Eyes that can see the truth are themselves a source of light. Then you must also appreciate that some things are inevitable, Sherlock said. What's meant to happen, happens. Mycroft's smile turned wry. That sounds a bit like fatalism, dear brother. Call it what you will. Sherlock stood, gathering his cloak about him. Harry is my friend, and I refuse to let him come to harm. During their exchange, Mrs. Holmes had glanced in their direction more than once, clearly poised to intervene if their conversation grew any more heated. Sherlock's abrupt rise was as much a peace offering as a declaration. Neither brother wanted to give their mother further cause for worry. Mycroft settled back on the sofa, watching Sherlock's retreating figure with a wry smile tugging at his lips. Yes, Harry is your friend, he murmured, as though speaking to the empty room. But you're my brother too. December 25th, 1993, Christmas Day. It had been 2 years since the unbreakable alliance known as the Red Giant had fallen. Its collapse rippled through every corner of the wizarding world. What had once been a single unified red magical world now splintered into several independent magical governments, each scrambling to chart its own course. In the aftermath, the Ministry of Magic Alliance disbanded, and former member states assumed full control over their domestic and foreign affairs. Over the past 24 months, they've rebuilt political structures from the ground up, drafting new policies, creating regulatory frameworks, and re-establishing diplomatic ties. Before the alliance's dissolution, the Ministry of Magic Alliance wielded considerable influence within the International Confederation of Wizards, shaping global magical policy. But with its fall, that authority diminished almost overnight. Now, the Alliance's former leaders find themselves adjusting to a world where power is diffused and where yesterday's certainties have become today's uncertainties. With the Russian Ministry of Magic, heir to much of the old Alliance's heritage, reasserting itself on the international stage, a fresh balance of magical power was slowly taking shape. Even so, Russia's influence remained a pale shadow of its former glory. It could not rival long-established magical powers such as Britain or France, nor did it come close to matching emerging giants like China or the United States. Part of this shifting landscape involves the world's great wizarding schools. Of the many institutions that train young witches and wizards, only 11 are formally recognized by the International Confederation of Wizards, each possessing its own distinct history and traditions. Take Ilvermorny, for example, the sole American school. Once the epicenter of one half of the non-magical, Muggle world, the United States is now the planet's lone superpower. Uniquely, Ilvermorny was founded with the direct participation of nomads, the North American term for non-magic folk. The idea of Muggles and witches collaborating to establish a school in Britain would have been virtually unthinkable. Yet across the Atlantic, magic and mundanity united to build one of the world's preeminent academies. One of Ilvermorny's 4 founders was even a direct descendant of Salazar Slytherin. Thanks to that heritage, Ilvermorny has earned a reputation as one of the most progressive and inclusive of the great magical schools. In contrast, the former academy of the Interallied Magical Alliance, Koldovstorets, now sits firmly under Russian control. Unlike Hogwarts and the other Western European schools, Koldovstorets' Quidditch teams ride living trees instead of broomsticks, a practice as fierce and distinctive as the nation itself. Yet ever since the alliance dissolved, Koldovstorets' standing among the world's magical academies has sharply declined. That, in a nutshell, is the situation, Mycroft said, his voice cool and precise as he delivered each detail. Sherlock lifted an eyebrow. I take it you didn't just give me a tour of the Muggle and magical world's geopolitics out of the goodness of your heart, Mycroft? My dear brother, Mycroft replied evenly, Hogwarts may enjoy considerable independence, but it is by no means isolated. Information, personnel, and influence still flow along countless hidden channels. Don't forget, alongside the collapse of the Red Alliance, the European Union has now been officially founded. Those 2 events have driven the magical community on the continent to deepen their cooperation. And Hogwarts, of course, remains one of Europe's most prestigious wizarding schools. So you're warning me that all this upheaval could spill over into Britain, into Hogwarts, even touch me directly? Mycroft's expression was as calm as still water. Yesterday's conversation about center stage may have sounded theatrical, but the more chaos there is, the easier it becomes both to hide genuine talent and to thrust it forward. Your gift for attracting trouble and trouble's habit of tracking you down will only intensify in these unstable times. And let's not forget your friend. His extraordinary position guarantees he'll always be caught in the eye of the storm. Sherlock laughed, low and sharp. That's precisely my aim, dear brother. I know you crave adventure, Mycroft admitted, but promise me you won't toy with danger so recklessly. Having had an extra night to think it over, Mycroft's warning today felt more earnest than it did on Christmas Eve. Sherlock registered the concern in his brother's voice and, for once, offered no retort. Yet when Mycroft rose from the chair, Sherlock couldn't help frowning. "You're leaving already?" "My parents wanted me to stay a few more days," Mycroft replied, straightening the immaculate crease of his suit trousers. "I can't say no to them entirely. I'll still try to return each evening over the next few days, though." He picked up a sleek black umbrella from the stand by the door and tapped its handle gently against Sherlock's bedside rail. "I won't interrupt your inspection of Christmas presents. By the way, you're even more popular with the ladies than I'd imagined. Mother will be thrilled." With that, Mycroft left the room in measured, confident steps. Gifts? Sherlock followed his brother's gaze to the neat pile of packages on the table, part of their annual holiday ritual. On top lay a single envelope. He paused, inhaling a faint floral scent and admiring the elegant script. Gemma Farley, of course. Carefully, he broke the seal and unfolded the note. As he read, a rare flicker of surprise touched his sharp features. This gift was nothing like he'd expected.